These bounty hunters return to Earth 2,000 years after the planet was abandoned by humanity, and they are in search of a fugitive. Robert explains that Earth has been uninhabitable for many centuries, but despite that, they are certain they have detected a sign of human life. The blonde girl mentions they will need to wear masks, as the oxygen levels below are dangerously low. After landing on the planet to begin their search, the captain wonders if they are in the correct location. Her assistant informs her that they are not quite there yet. Se-ryung proceeds a little further and finally finds the right spot, which is located deep underground. Channeling energy through her device, she blasts an enormous hole in the ground, revealing a surprisingly deep tunnel below. Sunja confirms from their instruments that they are directly above the target. Without fear, Captain Se-ryung jumps down into the tunnel, where she discovers a grand gate with a written warning. The captain asks Sunja to translate the inscription. She explains that it's an ancient language from 2,000 years ago, and it reads, "They trapped me in here. Do not open unless you want to die." Despite the ominous warning, the girl doesn't seem to care and opens the gate anyway. Upon entering, they are all shocked to find Karibu, a furry Pokemon sitting atop a structure. Driven by curiosity, the girl approaches him for a closer look and then pokes him right on the tip of his nose. As soon as she makes contact, she feels a strange sensation, and then suddenly, he awakens from his long slumber, releasing an immense quantity of energy. She attempts to contain the power, but her own strength is not enough. The energy erupts with such force that it fills the entire cavern and expands beyond it, reaching all the way to their ship orbiting in space. The resulting blast is so powerful, it nearly destroys the vessel. Captain Se-ryung is thrown backwards by the force of the blast. Unsure if her partner Robert is even okay, the furry man rises and approaches her, demanding to know who dared to wake him, but she remains silent. He declares his intention to kill them all. Frightened, Se-ryung sees his arm begin to rise and decides to attack first. She uses all of her power to create a massive explosion that illuminates the entire cavern. Her energy is completely drained from the effort, but unfortunately for her, the man emerges from the smoke without a single scratch. He tells her it is his turn and begins to float with an incredible purple aura surrounding him. Se-ryung was certain she was about to personally discover what it feels like to die. Trembling with fear, she falls onto her back, only to be stunned when the man suddenly collapses and faints. Her partner Robert was alive. He had only been pretending to be dead. He speculates that the man must have fainted after so many years without food. Over the radio, Sunja confirms that he is still alive. After some time, they return to the ship, bringing the mysterious Pokemon with them. All the members of her team are vehemently against this idea, but the captain defends her decision, arguing that such a creature must be worth a lot of money, that its value could be inestimable. They begin to discuss who they could possibly sell him to, and for how much. Their attention then shifts back to his unconscious body, as they wonder what to do when he eventually wakes up. Se-ryung was confident that the celestial silk thread they used to bind him was indestructible. Suddenly, they hear a strange sound. The man is waking up and trying to attack them, but Sunja simply offers him some food, remarking that sausages are a much better option than fighting. Filled with a happiness he hasn't felt in centuries, the man begins to eat. As they observe the starving creature, Se-ryung asks Sunja how she knew that would work. The girl replies that it was obvious. A starving animal that hasn't eaten in centuries would never ignore an offer of food. After filling his stomach, the man, who introduces himself as Lee Moki Jin, discovers they are not tomb raiders, but bounty hunters. He, who had been isolated for 2 millennia, now learns that humanity nearly eliminated itself through internal conflict. The few who survived decided to abandon the planet and live in space. Se-ryung explains that after moving to space, all forms of violence and combat were forbidden, including all types of weapons, even nuclear ones. Even the practice of martial arts was banned. She tells him that they now follow the galactic calendar. The man becomes furious. He doesn't believe it's possible for humanity to live in space and threatens to kill them all. In response, the group simply points toward the ship's main window. From there, it was possible to see what the Earth looks like now. It is no longer the vibrant blue planet it once was. Se-ryung comments that the planet actually looks better, as it's had 2,000 years to heal from what humanity did to it. She then adds that he has a terrible smell, which is the natural result of centuries without a bath. They introduce him to the ship's bathroom and shower. When the man emerged with his hair cut and cleaned up, the crew could hardly believe their eyes. This was not a Pokemon or some horrible old man. His body was that of an impossibly handsome young man. Se-ryung was shocked. realizing it had been years since she'd seen a boy that beautiful. Later, as Lee marveled at the incredible view of space, he suddenly felt a pinch on his cheek. It was Se-ryung. She just wanted to be sure that the boy in front of her was truly 2,000 years old. She reminds him that the years he spent in hibernation don't count, just so he knows. While the captain questions the new guy, Robert and Sunja watch them, considering how odd the entire situation is. They soon reach a building that seems to be built into an asteroid that is in the Pleiades. The Pleiades is a cluster of stars in the Milky Way. The building is the Asteroid Space Tavern, where folks living in space come to have a good time. Inside the tavern, there's an inn called the Wild Crane, with people having drinks and food down below. At one of the tables, Sunja watches in horror as she sees something that surprises her. The new guy just stares squarely at her, wondering what's so big of a deal. The unimaginable sight is now clear as our guy stuffs 6 pieces of hot dogs into his mouth at once, with another mountain of hot dogs still in front of him. Robert whispers to Sunja and asks how a human can eat that much, and Sunja mentions that he has been starving for the past 2,000 years. Robert becomes more worried and asks if he's going to eat 2,000 years worth of food just to quench his hunger, and Sunja tells him that might be the case, judging from the way he's eating. Moments after, our guy clears out the plates and stares at the bounty hunters, probably expecting that they make another order. Meanwhile, the keeper of the Wild Crane Inn, Wang the 18th, speaks with Se-ryung and is intrigued by her request. He asks to confirm if she's truly looking for a broker. Se-ryung affirms that she is and says that it must be someone rich and tough because what she has to sell is extremely expensive and valuable. He jokingly asks her how expensive the thing must be to make the usually laid-back blazing devil so frantic. Se-ryung asks him how much a full collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuscripts would be worth if they were all originals and all S-rank. Her words alert Wang, who opens his tiny eyes and stops puffing his cigarette to listen more closely to what she's saying. He continues his puffing and lets out a stream of smoke, considering the question she asked him. Moments later, Wang is seen sitting all by himself after the captain leaves the meeting. One of the nearby guards asks Wang if what she said could really be real. The guard continues by saying that S-rank originals from 2,000 years ago must be incredibly valuable. Wang just continues puffing his cigarette and tells him that the manuscripts are all worth 0 credits. The guard asks again to be sure he heard correctly, since he's certain manuscripts like that could go for a fortune. The innkeeper repeats himself and tells him that the manuscripts are all worth 0 credits. He explains that if such things existed, just one book alone could buy a planet and more. He wonders how a mere mid-tier bounty hunter like the Blazing Devil can claim to have found a bunch of them, which means they must be fakes. He tells the guard to get his head out of the clouds and kick them out. Meanwhile, Se-ryung returns to the table and asks where Sunja has suddenly gone. Robert tells her that she has gone to get some more supplies and asks how her talk with the innkeeper went. Se-ryung's eyes light up, and she says their talk was good. She even mentions that Wang promises to contact them immediately he finds someone to buy. Her attention is quickly drawn to something in front of them. In front of them, the new guy relaxes on one of the benches with a dozen empty plates trashed in front of him, as it seems he must have eaten all the food. The captain asks Robert that it's not possible that he ate all that food and hopes her eyes are deceiving her. Robert just tells her that they're lucky he just stopped eating. The captain puts her hands on her head in regret and tells Robert that she would have done something else if it wasn't for the money they could make out of this. While she's talking, the tavern's door burst open. The sound draws the attention of everyone in the tavern, who look back to see who their guests are. Some men dressed in walk into the tavern, and they look like they're trouble. Se-ryung is alerted by their presence, as it seems she recognizes them. She recognizes the serious-looking men as men from a group called the Heavenly Demon Sect. How odd, demon and heaven in the same word. The leader of the squad that came into the tavern starts to scan the surroundings, and it seems like he's looking for someone. He looks at the profiles of the people who are seated in the tavern through a futuristic lens. Meanwhile, Se-ryung affirms that the person scanning the tavern is none other than the leader of the Red Wolf squad of the Heavenly Demon Sect, named Sanjen Wu Yue. Robert affirms that and mentions that the Red Wolf platoon are the inspectors of the Demon Sect. He asks why they're here, so Se-ryung tells him that they specialize in tracking, so they must be pursuing someone. She whispers to him not to make eye contact with them so as not to irritate them. Our guy overhears them talking and asks them if they just mentioned a demon sect. Se-ryung turns around to face him, wondering why he's interested in the sect. The new guy, who still has crumbs of hot dogs on his mouth, asks them if they could possibly be referring to the Heavenly Demon Sect, and it seems he recognizes them. The captain asks him how he knows the Heavenly Demon Sect when he's been asleep for thousands of years. She realizes that the Heavenly Demon Sect would have existed in his own timeline too. Our guy stares at her in surprise and asks why the people aren't fleeing in the presence of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He tells them that if they were truly the Demon Sect members, people should be fleeing in panic. Se-ryung asks him why they would flee. She mentions that the Heavenly Demon sect has its issues, but they still pride themselves on being the foremost orthodox and faith-practicing sect in the universe because they really are the best. The new guy stares at her in surprise. He wonders how the demon sect and the word orthodox can be used in the same sentence. Suddenly, he thinks to himself that his dream, which had always felt empty and distant, seems to have truly come to pass. Meanwhile, Sanjin notices someone odd while he's inspecting the crowd and stops to confirm. A couple sitting near him look back, wondering why he's looking at them. His target isn't the couple, but another man who's quietly sitting alone with his head on his table. Sanjin walks up to him and orders him to look up so he can see his face. When he looks up, the system reads that his internal energy is 52.7 C. It also shows the martial arts he knows and shows that he's wanted on charges of level 2 robbery and assault. Sanjin tells the man that today is his lucky day because he's not the one they're targeting. He orders him to go to the Martial Alliance immediately and go turn himself in, threatening to harm him if he does otherwise. Sanjin stops his sentence midway and his eyes widen as he feels something odd. A hand seems to have landed on his head, and Sanjin stares blankly, wondering who would have to effrontery to not only be near him, but to put their hands on his head. It turns out to be our martial arts master, who starts to stroke Sanjin's head like a cat. Our guy mentions how admirable he looks, still patting his head like he's a child. The martial artist master tells Sanjin that his seemingly impossible dream seems to have come to pass. Meanwhile, the folks in the tavern freeze and stare at him because they've never seen anyone have the boldness to even come near a member of the demon sect. Some other guys who are playing cards stop playing, realizing that nothing but trouble can come from such an encounter. The martial arts master tells them that they've brought his dream to pass, referring to them as young ones. He starts to fawn over the heavenly demon sect and mentions that it's admirable that they managed to do this. He goes further and hugs Sanjin's head, comforting him for the sufferings the young ones must have endured to achieve such a stature. Even the man that Sanjin was threatening just speechlessly stares at the martial arts master, wondering what the heck is going on. As he continues to hug Sanjin's head, Sanjin doesn't move an inch and asks if the new guy is a child with intelligence issues. Roberts tries to calm Sanjin down and tells him that their friend isn't technically mentally unstable, but he just lacks any social skills whatsoever. Sanjin calls the martial master a child and tells him he should know it's also his lucky day and tries to remove his hands from around his head. He tells him that if he had sensed just a little bit of martial art from his body, he would have shattered him to pieces. Sazin tries to pull our guy's hands off him, but realizes it's harder than he thought and begins to struggle. He's surprised that he can't remove the kid's hand no matter how much energy he's using. Robert wonders why the Red Wolf Gang leader seems to be grunting and asks Seryung if something is wrong, but she tells him she's not sure. Sanjin tries harder to peel off the new guy's hand, using more strength from his martial arts technique, but it doesn't work, so he starts to curse. Sanjin decides to make use of his internal energy drive, so the system activates something called a Blood Wolf art at the maximum drive rate. Sanjin's eye becomes totally white, and he entered into another mode entirely. He manages to release a great amount of power, and he displaces the new guy, and he shouts at him to stop messing around. The energy he releases is so strong that it encircles the entire inn and knocks away several tables. The onlookers look at him in horror, realizing that it's about to go down. More folks keep watching him to know what's going to happen next. Some of his subordinates watch from behind with their mouths open. The martial arts master quickly returns to his friends and leaves about a meter of space between himself and Sanjin, who is about to bring down the whole building. Sanjin starts to calm down when he sees that his enemy is unscathed, and he realizes the extent of damage he has done to the shop. Seryung tells Robert that it seems the Red Wolf squad leader isn't in good shape recently, and that would explain his inability to remove the new guy's hands. Meanwhile, our guy just stands there and stares blankly at Sanjin. The Red Wolf squad leader starts to scan the new guy, and he asks him who he is. He wonders how it's possible that he is totally unaffected by the release of so much energy when he was planning to kill him instantly. To make things worse, the system scan shows that there is no record of the new guy's internal energy or martial arts, and he finds out he's not in the database at all. Sanjin wonders how a pure natural being can have zero internal energy and still be alive. While he's thinking, our guy interrupts his thinking and tells Sanjin that the Blood Wolf demon art that he just used is one of the lower level martial arts among the heavenly demons' body cultivation art, but he commends that fact the sect has been able to pass it down. He tells the Red Wolf squad leader that the only issue is that his internal energy and QI are not in harmony, because it seems his training method is flawed. Our guy decides to comfort him by telling him today is his lucky day, since he gets to meet him to help him personally correct it, which is an opportunity of a lifetime. Sanjin just gets more irritated by his words and calls him a lunatic. He summons a stream of liquid-looking fire and tries to kill the martial arts master on the spot. He summons a fiery hand, which he refers to as the Red Wolf Demon Claw's first form. He quickly strikes our guy with the Demon Claw, but he simply dodges it by bending backward, and doesn't leave where he's standing. Behind the martial master, there's a stream of fire that destroys the inn and causes people to run around in panic. Sanjin continues his rampage and summons another power called the Red Wolf Explosion, but our guy just dodges that one too, with his hand still in his pockets. The Red Wolf Squad leader starts to get really exasperated now, and he starts to summon several powers at once. He activates one Red Wolf Tremor Wave and a Red Wolf Ghost Claw at the same time, but the martial art master just dodges it like it's child play. The veins in Sanjin's head start to bulge now as he summons all his strength and intellect to try to take the new guy down. He even transforms one of his hands into a demonic claw and surrounds himself with a whirlwind of demonic fire, hell-bent on killing this dude. In the meantime, our guy keeps watching his display. He gauges that Sanjin has enough internal energy, and his forms are precise, and he keeps on watching each of his moves as he angrily tries to kill him. Eventually, he decides that there seems to be a problem somewhere with the way he's doing it. Sanjin just goes all out, and now his eyes are red, as it seems he's maxing out all the attacks he knows. Our guy soon gets angry and smashes a hand over Sanjin's head, telling him it's enough. The impact of his hand presses the Red Wolf Squad's head like a marshmallow, and it seems his brain and skull have been disfigured. As Sanjin breaks the floor with the impact of his fall, our guy tells him his martial arts skills are crude. A large hole develops around where Sanjin hits his head, and it looks like a comet has hit the floor of the inn, cracking the stony floor. The rest of the squad are shocked to see their boss have a mouthful of stone, and they open their mouths at the horrific scene. The onlookers in the tavern are more surprised as they stare wide-eyed, not expecting the odd turn of events. Se-ryung and Robert are also equally surprised, since this is the first time they would witness members of the prestigious Heavenly Demon Sect get it handed to them. Sanjin just remains in the ground, with his head comfortably resting in the space he bulldozed with his impact. Our guy stands in front of him, with his hands still in his pockets. He tells him he learned the skills, but he learned it like a parrot. He explains that true martial arts are not just about imitating skills, but adapting them and making them your own. After he issues the correction, he tells Sanjin to get up and try to hit him again if he understands the correction. Sanjin just remains in the hole, probably in need of brain surgery, and the martial art master angrily tells him to get up. The rest of the Red Wolf Squad just stares at him speechlessly, wondering what the heck just happened. They eventually get agitated and ask him where he got the effrontery to attack their platoon leader. They call him a brat and run towards him with the intent to kill. They jump at him with several weapons and martial arts skills activated, but MC just stands there with his hand still in his pocket. Moments later, we end up in the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon Sect. All the members of the Demon Sect who had been at the bar are seen injured still inside the tavern, also bearing hand marks that are pressed into their skulls. The commander of the district watches from a screen in disbelief, and it seems he can't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, a robot scans Sanjin, who seems to be unconscious, and tries to open his eyelids to confirm if he's still alive. He seems to be bleeding from his nose and mouth and missing a few teeth. Sanjin and the rest of the crew are loaded up on stretchers, while other members of the Heavenly Demon Sect put a do not cross line around them to stop the onlookers from crossing the crime scene. The commander, Jong Retak, continues to watch the whole conundrum, and he remarks that this is unbelievable. A senior elder of the district, Jo Chunrok, tells him that it's fortunate that they only suffered severe bruising, and their lives are not in danger. Young wonders what he means by fortunately, when all he sees are badly beaten men that look like they'll need surgeries. He mentions that the worst part is that they were beaten by a mere unknown stranger as he looks at the new guy's picture. He looks pretty innocent in the shot, but little do they know that he's carrying 2,000 years worth of knowledge and power. Jong asks Joe again if their sex Red Wolf platoon was really put in such a state by a mere stranger. He asks him if this unknown stranger is truly not registered in the Martial Alliance database, and Joe tells him he's not, but his companions were registered. Joe explains that they are a group of bounty hunters known as the S-Devil. He says they mainly clean up B-class or lower petty criminals. He tells Jong that their leader is a person named Saryong the Blazing Devil. Meanwhile, in the S-Devil aircraft, the new guy humbly sits at the table with a napkin around his neck and a knife and fork, expecting food. He sits across the table from Saryong and Robert, who just watch him and try to figure out what to say or ask. At the Heavenly Demon District, Yang asks to know more about Saryong the Blazing Devil. Joe tells him that she's a quite well-known bounty hunter that goes between orthodox and unorthodox worlds. He tells him that they left the Wild Crane Inn after the incident, but he says they can track them. He asks the commander if they should send a team to pursue them. Commander Yang tells him not to bother and tells him he'll handle the matter personally. Joe just stares at him blankly, wondering what he means by by that. He bows out and proceeds to leave the commander to think of his next course of action. The commander presses a nearby button and decides to place a call to an ally. The system starts to initiate a call with someone on the large screen after the button is pressed. The commander patiently waits for the call to go through. Soon enough, a priestly-looking man named Kim Sung-bom, the leader of a group called the Greenwood Group, appears on the screen and smiles at him. Kim tells him it's been a while and greets him. He asks the commander if there's a request he has. Yang frowns but doesn't say anything for a while. Meanwhile, Se-ryung watches the stars through the window of the aircraft and tries to clear her head. In the 32nd Heavenly Demon District, the commander seems to have finished relaying the message to Kim, who asks if he'd like the Greenwood Group to handle the issue. Somewhere else in space, the S-Devil aircraft blazes through space. Inside, our guy starts to get tired of waiting for food that doesn't seem to be coming. In front of him, Se-ryung and Roberts just watch him, still not saying a word. They continue to watch him wait for Sunja to finish grilling the hot dogs, and they still don't say a word. Robert whispers to the captain and asks her if she's honestly as scared as he is right now. Se-ryung looks at him with an irritated expression and asks him what he's talking about. He reminds her that she also saw it with her own eyes too. He reminds her that Sanjin Yue and the Red Wolf platoon are all A-rank martial artists, and he had just slapped them down with a single blow of his hands. Apparently, a single blow of his hand hit all of Sanjin's subordinates and sent them flying back, with teeth flying out left and right. Roberts recalls seeing them flying away like bugs, and remembers one guy who smashes into a pillar. Se-ryung just looks at him and doesn't say anything. She later says that she could have taken those guys too, if she fought them seriously, since they're the lowest level of their rank, even though they're A rank. Robert just confesses that he, on the other hand, would only have been able to scratch them just a bit if he had put his life on the line. He reminds her that the martial arts master just swatted them aside like flies, and he didn't seem to struggle with it at all. Se-ryung gets tired of listening to him and walks toward our guy. She bangs her hands on the table, and he just looks at her expressionlessly, wondering what the problem is now. She softly tells him that they need to talk. He just keeps staring at her, and he doesn't say a word. He soon breaks the silence and tells her he'll have to eat first before they can talk. Se-ryung sits in front of him with her arms crossed and insists that they talk first. She rudely speaks to him and asks him what his name is. Robert quickly interjects and suggests that she used honorifics to refer to him, but she just asks him if he's deaf and asks him what his name is again. Sunja soon arrives with a wide dish of freshly grilled hot dogs, and this catches our guy's attention. The captain tells him not to even think about eating until they're done talking, and she demands that he tell her his name. He just glares at her, but he doesn't say a word. Robert tries to resolve the conflict and whispers to the captain that it's popularly said that it's not right to bother a dog when it's eating, so he suggests that they let him eat first, but the captain doesn't seem to be buying it. He tells them his name is Lee Mok-jin. Se-ryung asks him about his identity and past profession to understand how he was able to do all he did. He just stares at her blankly and doesn't say a word, still holding onto his cutlery. She continues to stare at him, expecting a response, and it seems they've started a staring competition. He finally breaks the ice and tells her he's a heavenly demon. Not just a heavenly demon, but he's a supreme heavenly demon. Se-ryung repeats what he just said and wonders if he truly just referred to himself as a supreme heavenly demon. She wonders what nonsense Lee is saying and asks if they fed him bad hot dogs that's making him hear things. Suddenly, the aircraft's alarm starts to blare out and the warning lights come on. Everyone becomes alert and they wonder what's happening. Nearby, another aircraft announces that its target has been detected. Sunja quickly goes to the system and explains that someone who's close to them is targeting them. Se-ryung rises up to check it out, and she says she knew the heavenly demon would be coming after them and wouldn't leave them alone after Lee beat up the Red Wolf platoon. She exclaims in frustration, realizing they're in big trouble. Sunja continues monitoring things on the system and tells her it's not the heavenly demon sect. A giant ship with a skull painted across its body appears, and Sunja tells them the group targeting them is Greenwood. Meanwhile, outside the ship, several aircraft that belong to the Greenwood group are seen surrounding the S-Devil aircraft. From inside one of the ships, Kim is told that the S-Devil ship has been confirmed, and they're the targets they were paid bounty to deal with. Kim, the leader of the Galaxy Division of the 72 Strongholds of Greenwood, also known as the Black Tiger of the Crescent Moon, just watches and doesn't say a word. The Greenwood military captain asks Kim if they should go ahead to fire the EMP capture round. Kim asks the captain if it's confirmed that these guys are bounty hunters. The captain tells him that they are, and they found out that they mainly operate in the outskirts of the galaxy, and their leader is someone called Blazing Devil Se-ryung. The Black Tiger thinks to himself and wonders why the Heavenly Demon sect would bother with a small-time sect like this, and it seems something is fishy. He recalls the conversation he had with Yang where he had offered him the job to deal with this problem. He remembers cheerfully accepting the bounty, asking Yang for the completion conditions, and asking what they should do once they capture the target. Unlike what he expected, Yang tells him not to capture them, but to just erase them from existence. Kim's eyes widen in horror, and he clarifies by asking if he wants them to kill the targets. In the present time, the Black Tiger mentions that this situation seems odd, and he suspects that something is going on. He mentions that the Heavenly Demon Sect are far better at taking lives than they are, and he believes that there must be a reason they had specifically entrusted them with the task. The captain just listens to his deduction and becomes equally surprised. Kim hesitates for a while and considers what to do next. He says that there must be a trap that has been set for them inside the S-Devil ship. Inside the S-Devil ship, Se-ryung peers out and sees the fleet of ships surrounding them. She mentions that the Greenwood group are bandits and must be here to rob them, but Robert tells her he doubts that. He explains that there's no reason for the group to bring such a large fleet just to rob extremely poor folks like them, since there's little profit they can make. Se-ryung winces at him for calling them extremely poor folks and tells him she gets it, but it's odd when he puts it like that. She tells him it doesn't matter anyway, and calls the Greenwood group scumbag robbers. She threatens to beat them and toss them if they get in their way. Robert just looks at her making big-mouthed claims while Lee watches the beautiful fleets of ships surrounding them. Sunja finally speaks some sense into her and tells her it's not that simple since they are just a part of the Galaxy division of the 72 strongholds of Greenwood, and it appears that they had mobilized an entire division to come capture them. Se-ryung is surprised to hear that the whole division was mobilized, and she asks if that means that their leader Kim is here too. Meanwhile, Lee keeps watching the Greenwood ships scan them, and he exclaims about how cool it looks. Se-ryung thinks about the Black Tiger Kim Sung bomb and says that even she cannot beat that guy easily. Robert tells her she can't beat him at all because she'd be dead in 3 moves if she stood against him. Se-ryung becomes annoyed and tells him it's not that bad, and she says she may be able to do something if she really puts her mind to it. Robert doesn't let her finish her sentence and tells her to forget it and suggests that they surrender quickly and tells her not to panic since they have nothing to lose. The captain just frowns since he had just burst her bubbles. She soon rises to the occasion and commands everyone to follow her command from now on. She explains that they'll first fire the EMP capture round to cut off the ship's energy and incapacitate them, which she'll permit. She says that they'll board the ship armed, and she'll permit that too. Lastly, she says they'll allow them to search the ship, and they'll also donate any unnecessary items to them for survival if they want them. Robert just asks her how that is any different from surrendering, but she shouts at him to comply as instructed. She goes to Pat Lee, who is still stargazing, and tells him not to panic when the EMP hits because the ship will shake a little bit. Se-ryung tells him that the EMP has no destructive power because they're not allowed to use ship weapons because of the space laws. She gloats that it seems Lee didn't understand that, but just tells him not to interfere since they'll leave when they take whatever they want. She mentions that the only time she won't be able to guarantee anything is if a fight breaks out and things escalate. Se-ryung asks Sunja if she's locked on and asks her to brace for the impact of the EMP round. Sunja suddenly exclaims and tells them it's not an EMP round, but a photon cannon, and the system starts to give a danger alert. Now this shocks Se-ryung, who just turns around in surprise. Sunja tells her that they're using a ship-destroying photon cannon, which means they're trying to kill them. Se-ryung goes on high alert and says that this is crazy. Meanwhile, on the Greenwood ship, the captain tells Kim that what they're doing violates space regulations and it may cause them trouble later on. He suggests that it would be better for them to capture the target and quietly dispose of them. The division leader tells him they can't do that because he has a bad feeling. He tells them to just blow the ship to dust and complicate matters since they can just shift all the responsibility to the client, who is the Heavenly Demon Sect. Kim orders that the cannons be fired when ready. Meanwhile, tension increases inside the S-Devil ship. Se-ryung asks Sunja if they can warp the ship to another location, but Sunja tells her they can't because they are surrounded on all sides. Se-ryung asks if they can use the shields, but Sunja tells her they won't work since they've sold some of the ship's parts to cater for their living expenses. A look of horror develops on the captain's face as she becomes confused about what to do. A few moments ago, she had it all figured out. Now they're about to be blown to bits. In the Greenwood ship, the captain tells the division leader that the photon cannon has been fully charged. Kim orders that they fire the photon cannon. The cannon is activated, and they fire at the S-Devil bounty hunters, who are just waiting to be wiped out of existence. Se-ryung, Sunja, and just watch as their death arrives. Robert screams at the top of his lungs, and Lee just watches, still looking clueless about all that's going on. An explosion occurs after the photon cannot hit the target, and it seems that the end of our beloved bounty hunters. Kim watches from his ship as the explosion rips through the space around them. The explosion is so bright that the light from it reaches the ship he's in. Suddenly his eyes widen when something strange catches his attention. After the fire from the explosion goes out, the S-Devil ship looks to be completely intact and unscathed. The ship flies despite the onslaught of dangerous fire, and it looks like the attack didn't hit them at all. In front of the S-Devil ship, a larger round ship appears, who seems to have taken the impact of the photon cannon. The larger ship moved in front of the S-Devil ship just in time to block the attack, and it completely shielded it from the Greenwoods. A woman wearing white armor and holding a white spear appears on top of the new ship. Se-ryung, who had been holding onto Sunja for dear life, asks what that is. A look of horror develops on Kim's face as he recognizes the woman as the 8-foot fighting ghost, Elena. Elena just stands there with her spear behind her and stares right at the Greenwood fleet. Inside the S-Devil ship, Lee stares outside, shocked to see all that's going on. By his side, Robert and Se-ryung are glued to the window, also curious to know how they're still alive. Meanwhile, Elna still turns her back to them and faces the Greenwood fleet, looking to deflect any more attacks from them. It's one woman and her ship against about a dozen ships, but no one seems to be doing anything to attack her. Kim becomes strained, and he wonders why Elna showed up here. Elna just looks right at him and waits for him to make his next move. Inside the Greenwood ship, the captain tells Kim that Elna is using a terraformation-grade shield, and they can penetrate it if they max out the photon cannot output, and asks if they should recharge. Kim tells him there's no need to start a space war just to deal with a cockroach. He tells him that their adversary isn't a person so easily to handle, so he orders that they set up the teleportation so he can go speak with her. As they prepare the teleportation device, he wonders why this monster suddenly showed up here. Meanwhile, Robert tells the other that the 8-foot fighting ghost Elena is a S-class bounty hunter who's so unpredictable that even the leaders of most sects avoid her. He wonders why she's here, and Se-ryung agrees that she doesn't know, but it seems she saved their lives. She mentions that if Elna hadn't blocked the photon cannon, they'd be atomized by now. Soon after, Kim teleports to Elena's ship to have a civilized discussion with her. He calls her sister Elena and tells her it's been a while since they've seen each other, but Elena doesn't even say a word. She blankly looks at him and keeps quiet, probably wondering where they've met before. Kim continues by asking if she hasn't forgotten him. He decides to introduce himself as her 55th younger brother and reminds her that he greeted her at their mother's birthday 2 years ago, but Elena tells him to get lost. Her words sting Kim, who is just trying to have a conversation, but he decides not to overreact. He formally introduces him as the leader of the Galaxy Division of the 72 Strongholds of Greenwood, and not as her brother, to make things clear that he's not here to play. Kim tells her that telling him to get lost is the same as telling all of Greenwood to get lost, and he cannot accept that. Elena just keeps staring at him and activates her martial art, preparing for a fight. Robert takes notice of this, and he mentions that it looks like they're about to fight. Se-ryung mentions that it's not going to be easy even for Greenwood because Elena isn't easily touched. She adds that dealing with Elena alone is tough, but it could easily become worse if her mother Lioness jumps out from behind too. Robert continues to watch Elena closely and asks what Se-ryung means by Mother Lioness. When Kim realizes things are about to go awry, he jokes that Elena is the same as ever, resorting to fists to have a conversation. He raises up his hands and tells her he surrenders, trying to avoid trouble. He tells her to relax because he doesn't want to fight, but Elena still continues in her martial form. Kim thinks to himself that a fight is a great loss, especially for a crap job like this. He suggests that they resolve it peacefully and says he would like to know the reason for her intervention. The Black Tiger asks Elena if the S-Devil bounty hunters are her targets and says they will yield if it overlaps with theirs. Elena just turns around and walks toward the S-Devil ship, telling Kim to get lost one more time. Kim frowns, realizing it's pointless to try to reason with Elena. He continues to wonder why she suddenly showed up for such useless things. Meanwhile, the S-Devil bounty hunters continue to eagerly watch the entire show from their window. Elena walks towards them and connects to their comms. She tells them to hand what they have over or die. Her words resound through the ship's speaker, and those on the ship hear her. Se-ryung looks puzzled and wonders what's going on now. Robert starts to freak out and wonders why Elena wants to rob them too since they don't have anything valuable. He asks the captain if she stashed something valuable in the ship without telling them, and even answers himself due to his panic. He repeats that there's nothing here that could attract an S-rank bounty hunter, and it seems Lee figures out something because his eyes widen. Robert and Se-ryung immediately turn their attention to Lee because he's the only thing that Elena could be worth anything to Elena. Lee just keeps watching the whole thing through the window. Se-ryung asks him if he knows Elena and questions whether he had a fling with her in the past and they had a bad breakup before he ran away. Lee tells them Elena is not here because of him. Se-ryung becomes confused and asks what he means. He turns back and tells them Elena is probably here because of the child behind them. When they turn around, there's no one there, which confuses them. The captain asks him what he means, since there's no one standing there. Lee tells the child to show herself and tells her there's nothing to fear. For a minute, nothing happens, and the space remains empty. Suddenly, a young girl starts to materialize out of thin air, and her head appears first. Her appearance shocks the bounty hunters, who turn around to take a good look at her. Shortly after, she completely materializes in the ship. Seryung is surprised to see the random girl, and Robert is completely freaked out. The girl just looks at them and doesn't say a word. Seryung becomes alerted and grabs Lee, asking him what's with the little girl and where she came from. Lee tells them that she followed them from the inn. He says she had presence but no form, so he let her be. He says she did a great job to conceal her breathing too, which is such advanced stealth technique, and it seems martial arts has developed in the current timeline. The girl just remains silent and doesn't say a word to any of them. Sunja tells him that the girl isn't using a stealth technique, but is wearing a stealth ring, which allowed her to cloak herself. Sunja mentions that the stealth ring is quantum technology and is really expensive stuff. The captain says she doesn't care if it's expensive or not, and walks up to the girl, demanding to know who she is and what her intentions are. Seryung towers over her while the girl looks up at her, and she demands to know why she snuck into their ship. The young girl introduces herself as Hwa Rin and looks quite scared. The captain interjects that she didn't ask for her name and demands to know if the people outside are after her and if she's their target. Hwa Rin, who is almost in tears, tells her that they're probably after her. Meanwhile, Elena just stands outside and waits for their response. Hwa Rin tells them that as long as she's alive, they won't stop coming for her. Robert suddenly loses his mind when he realizes that the girl said her name is Hwa Rin, which surprises the captain. Still looking surprised, she asks him if he knows the girl. He starts to act like little fangirl and says it's impossible that he wouldn't recognize her since she's the main vocalist of a band called the Pernosian. Seryung looks at him in surprise and asks him who the Pernosians are since she's never heard of them. It turns out they're not as popular as Robert thought. He exclaims that the Pernosians are the galaxy's top rookie idol duo, and he tries to remind her of a song called Dynamite Dudado. The song sounds so weird that it's obvious why the Seryung wouldn't know it. Robert explains that she's the main vocalist of the idol group that sang the hit song. He reminds the captain that he plays the song every time and she always dances to it. He quickly does a Google search on her to confirm, and he sees that the girl is truly his idol, and he comments that she's even prettier in person. I wonder if there are space laws against Robert needs to be locked up. He checks out a beautiful picture of Hwa Rin on his phone and says she's from a place called Manhwa, which is where he's from. He starts to list out her profile like a creep and says that she's 166 cm 47, 4 kilos, has blood type AB, EFSP, and she's allergic to cats. Elena becomes impatient, and she tells them through the comms that this is their last warning, and they have 10 minutes to hand over what's with them. Elena repeats to them that they can either hand her over or she'll kill them all. Her voice gets everyone's attention, and they stop all they're doing and remember they're literally at gunpoint. Robert asks Miss Hwa Rin, as he calls her, why all these people are after her, and it looks like he's going to cry because they're about to take his idol away. Seryung just keeps quiet as she realizes the uncomfortable decision they have to make. She tells Robert it doesn't matter since they're going to have to surrender the girl regardless. Seryung tells the girl that, to be clear, she's an uninvited guest who has nothing to do with them since she snuck into their ship. The captain hesitantly tells her that she needs to leave to avoid causing them any trouble. Robert exclaims at what the captain said, obviously not cool with the idea of giving the girl away. Seryung turns her back to him and insists that she's made her decision as the captain of the ship. Hwa Rin just stares at her silently, realizing she's about to be given over to her captors. When they lock Hwa Rin in the release chute, Robert mentions to the captain that he doesn't think what they're doing is right, especially because the girl is the main vocalist of Pernosian. Seryung tells him they can't protect her because they can barely handle Greenwood, not to mention fighting against the 8-foot demon Elena. She tells him that even if they hold their ground, the fate of the girl wouldn't change at all, but their own fates will, because they'll all die. Seryung reluctantly but firmly hits the red button to open the ship's door. She confesses to Robert that she's in pain too concerning the decision, but nothing can be done. Hwa Rin just stands there waiting for her fate, while the system announces that the door lock has been disengaged and it proceeds to open the gate. Hwa Rin just stands there trying to brace up against what happens next. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand lands on her shoulder. She is surprised and looks to her right to see Lee standing next to her, and he has the weirdest look on his face as he usually does when he sees crazy things. He looks over at her and reminds her that he had told her not to be worried. She just looks at him in shock, surprised that he'd follow her out when they're up against a monster. Seryung looks through glass and sees Lee with Hwa Rin, and she loses her mind, wondering how and when he got in there. Robert is equally surprised to see that Lee had gone in with her. Seryung quickly hurries to close the gate, wondering how crazy Lee could be. Robert tells her they should wait to see what happens since Lee is pretty strong and may even defeat Elena. Seryung asks him if he's crazy and reminds him that it's space out there, and Lee doesn't have a space shield on and won't be able to breathe. As the gates open, tensions rise surprise as Lee follows the girl out, and it looks like he's about to get himself killed by space even before Elena gets to him. The captain orders Sunja to quickly close the gate. Sunja looks surprised but tells her it's too late to close the gate. Seryung is shocked to hear that it's too late to do that, so she goes to look through the window. Through the window, she notices Lee and Hua Rin have stepped out of the ship and have gone into space. A look of horror develops on Seryung's face as she thinks about how much of an insane nutcase Lee is. As she looks through the window, she remains surprised that he actually went out. Meanwhile, Lee and Hua Rin float right outside the ship and head towards Elena's ship. Hua Rin tightens her grip and tries to brace for what happens next when they get to Elena's ship, and Lee still keeps a hand on her shoulder. She looks back at Lee and thanks him for following her. She tells him their opponents are really strong martial artists, and he needs to be careful. When she turns around, she is surprised to see Lee's bloodshot eyes and expressionless gaze, which means he's unable to breathe. He starts to choke as he tries to contain the little oxygen he has left, and Hua Rin just stares at him. She becomes alarmed and wonders what's wrong with him. She asks him why he's like that, and tells him not to tell her he doesn't have a shield. Lee starts to cough, and he starts to throw his arms around, trying to get back to the ship, but it doesn't work. Hua Rin watches him in surprise as she realizes he really doesn't have a shield, and it looks like her savior is about to die. Lee keeps struggling to go back to the ship, but it doesn't work, and Hua Rin just stands there unsure of what to do to help him. Meanwhile, Elena watches the both of them from her ship. Kim and Elena watch in shock, wondering what's going on. Someone suddenly screams out at Lee that it's 300 degrees outside, and the pressure would burst his internal organs within 10 seconds, asking why he would go out there without a shield in the first place. It's clear that our guy knows nothing about the rules of space. Lee continues to cough, and his face becomes purple as he waves his hands frantically, trying to get back to the ship. He becomes really purple and swollen and continues to choke. His eyes become red and swollen, and they look like they're about to pop out of their socket. His eyelids suddenly start to close, and it looks like he's fallen unconscious after losing all his oxygen. Suddenly, whoever was talking to him before places their hands around his purple face. It turns out to be Seryung, who had come out of the ship to try to save his life. She places a nano shield on his face and activates it to allow him breathe in space. When he doesn't move, she keeps screaming at him to wake up and breathe. When he still doesn't respond, she becomes scared and asks him what he's doing and why he's not responding. Suddenly, Lee opens his eyes and stares right at her. She lets go of him and breathes a sigh of relief that he's alive. She tells him she thought he was dead and jokingly calls him a bastard. He tells her she's worried for no reason since he's the supreme being of heaven and earth, and there's nothing in this world that can threaten his life. Seryung just stares at him, shocked. That was not the thank you she was expecting. Lee looks back at Elena's ship and notices that Hua Rin, who was trying to save, had reached the ship and is walking towards Elena. He asks Seryung how he can get to the ship. Inside the ship, Robert also breathes a sigh of relief when he sees that Lee is alive, and he's happy that Seryung wasn't too late. Sunja starkly tells him that she was actually very late, and even the greatest master can't withstand space without a shield for less than a minute. She tells him that Lee endured all that for 6 minutes and 13 seconds, and the odd part is that all his organs are still normal. Meanwhile, Seryung helps Lee reach the ship, and Hua Rin is surprised to see him behind her. Sunja tells Robert that Lee has by far surpassed every human limit. On the ship, Elena waits for Hua Rin and other accomplices to walk towards her, with Kim still standing behind her even though she told him to get lost. Lee stands in front of them, with Hua Rin a little bit behind him and Seryung farther back. Elena just stares at them blankly and doesn't say a word. Seryung watches Elena closely and notices that the 8-foot fighting demon's aura is no joke, and it suits her reputation as a fighting maniac. She also notices Kim standing behind Elena and realizes it's even worse for them that Kim from Greenwood is also here. She tells Lee not to cause trouble and walks toward Elena. She tells him she'll handle it and orders that he doesn't intervene. She cooks up the best smile she can and waves at Elena. She tells her it's nice to see her and asks her if she's as healthy as ever. That's so cringe. She continues to babble that she's heard a lot about them and says seeing them in person is even better. She introduces herself as Seryung, the leader of the S-Devils, also known as the Blazing Devils. Elena just stares at her blankly, and it's clear she's never heard of her. Greenwood does the same and doesn't say a word. Meanwhile, Hua Rin grabs a hold of Lee's hand out of fear. He notices her hands touch him, so he looks at her over his shoulder. Hua Rin obviously looks petrified, and it looks like she's holding her breath. He tells her that there's no need to be nervous, and reminds her that he's here with her. Hua Rin tells him that Elena is not human, obviously petrified at what she can do to her. She continues that Elena is a fighting ghost who has been traveling around the world ever since she was young to look for worthy opponents. Apparently no one has survived meeting her so far, so much so that she even built a spaceship as a fighting arena just to travel and fight. Lee is impressed by her qualifications and calls Elena a remarkable child. He says she's a young one who is dedicating her heart and soul to martial training training, which makes her a rare talent indeed. Hua Rin tells him that's not really what she meant, trying to make it clear that Elena is dangerous. Meanwhile, Se-ryung still continues her cheerful introduction and tells them that whatever the case may be, as fellow Central Plain people, they should talk peacefully. Suddenly, Elena sends a deadly power wave towards her and tells her that she talks with her sword. The impact is so strong that the wave sweeps past Se-ryung's location up until the end of the ship and causes a big explosion. Elena seems to have waved her spear at Se-ryung to eliminate her from the way, since she has no time for cheap talk. Her eyes shine with a bright blue as she waits for the smoke to clear out and finds Se-ryung's dead body. She maintains her stand, still waiting for the smoke from the large explosion to clear out. The smoke doesn't clear out for a minute because the move wasn't a threat, but was supposed to kill everyone it crosses. Suddenly, Se-ryung lands back on the ground, as it seems she was quick and smart enough to avoid standing in the way of the energy wave. Se-ryung asks her what she's doing when she had just proposed that they talk. She asks her why she's just swinging her weapon out nowhere. Kim watches the whole thing from behind and thinks to himself that Se-ryung isn't that bad, because even though the attack wasn't full power, it wasn't still an attack easy to dodge. Se-ryung just glares at her, waiting for a response to her question. Elena asks what her name is again and tells her it would have been better for her not to dodge at all. The 8-foot fighting demon starts to transform and activate her martial arts skill. Kim reasons that Se-ryung should know that her opponent is a mad scorpion that gets more poisonous the more you provoke it, which means she'll just die more painfully. Suddenly, they all hear the sound of a hiccup from inside the smoke that's still behind them, which surprises Se-ryung. The hiccup sound continues, and Kim looks closely to know where it's coming from. It turns out to be Hua Rin who can't handle all the smoke, so Lee tries to pat her in the back to make her better. He tells her she's getting scared over trivial matters, and tells her Elena's attacks are just childish pranks. Meanwhile, Kim is shocked by what he's seeing and wonders how that's possible. Lee keeps patting Hua Rin's back, and he tells her the attack may be grand, but it's just a noisy firecracker. He tells her not to get frightened by an empty tin can. Kim considers that Lee must have been standing in the way of the attack, judging by his position, and wonders how he's perfectly fine. While Elena is increasing her strength, Lee just helps Hua Rin regulate her breathing and completely ignores the fight going on in front of him. Elena stares at them and continues to increase her internal energy level. She suddenly reaches a higher level, and streaks of bright pink lighting emanate from her body. Our hero still ignores her and tries to help Hua Rin stop her hiccup. Elena just gets confused at why he's ignoring her and stares at him blankly. When Hua Rin calms down, Lee steps forward and addresses Elena as a child. Se-ryung gets angry that he interrupted her and reminds him that she told him not to get involved. Lee just continues and asks Elena what business she has here. He tells her to speak to him if he has any business with the child, referring to Hua Rin. Kim tries to scan him but realizes he's unidentified and there's no data on him. He also notices his has no internal energy drive equipped. While she scans him, Lee tells Elena that Hua Rin is under his protection, so any business with her goes through him. The Black Tiger is surprised to learn that he has no identification and internal drive and wonders if he's a nameless natural from the outskirts. Lee continues by telling Elena that if she has no business here, she can leave, and he just waves his hands at her to explain his point. While he speaks, a bright light suddenly pops up as Elena responds. Something as bright as a star suddenly appears on their radar. The light is so bright that it catches the attention of Se-ryung, Kim, and Hua Rin. The light appears on the ship and appears to summon a streak of blue lightning to the top of the ship. It looks like some major power demonstration. Meanwhile, Lee uses his hand to stop Elena's bright spear, which seems to have been used to summon the lightning and bright light for an attack. He stops the spear with his bare hands, and it doesn't seem to harm him at all. Elena is seen holding the spear, and it seems she had launched a frontal attack as a response to him asking her to leave. Meanwhile, our guy stops the spear with one hand while the other is in his pocket. Lee is surprised that she attacked him and asks her if her interest here is to fight with him. Kim's eyes almost pop out of his socket as he can't believe his eyes. He wonders how a person can deflect the fighting ghost Elena's strike with just a palm, especially since he doesn't have any internal energy. Meanwhile, Lee starts to analyze Elena's martial arts skills like he always does. He tells her something is odd about utilizing the radiant sword technique of Dian Kang's sect with a staff and channeling the Shaolin's great Brahma divine art for internal energy. He stares at her expressionlessly and asks how she already has internal energy surpassing 3 cycles when she's so young. He wonders if she had a fortunate encounter. By the way, cycles is what often shows up in Mura martial arts stories where they count their internal energy strength with 60-year cycles. That means that 1 cycle is equal to 60 years worth of energy. While he's talking, talking, Elena starts to increase the rate her internal energy drive is working to 90%, and more lightning starts to come out of her body. Lee stares at her in shock, surprised that she was able to attain 3 cycles, and she's now able to switch her internal energy to Wudong's red sun art. He finally takes his hands out of his pocket and keeps watching her max out her internal energy drive. Right now, she's operating her drive at 95%. Meanwhile, Kim just stares at her and wonders if Elena was always this strong or if something has changed. Lee just looks at her silently, wondering how far she plans to go with this. He asks her if her plan is to go all out and starts to activate his own martial energy as his hands start to burn bright. Suddenly, the ring on Elena's hands starts to shine and tingle. She maintains her attack stance as she continues to increase her energy usage, and the rings continue to shine. Suddenly, the ring lets out a warning sound, which shocks Elena because that's a bad thing. We flash back to a time when Elena is speaking to her mother. Her mother tells her she won't stop her from leaving for the world to chase her dreams. Elena kneels before her mother while she addresses her. Her mother tells her that she'll permit any fight that furthers her training, but she's not allowed to get herself killed. Elena continues to listen while remaining in a submissive position as her mother addresses her. Her mother tells her that she is already strong, and there are less than 10 martial artists that can hurt her throughout all the word, and even they cannot push her to the brink of death. She reaches out for Elena, who bows submissively to her. Her mother reminds her to always remember that she is her mother. She puts a ring on her finger and tells her there is one rule she has to keep if she wants to leave the home. She tells her that if the ring sounds at any time, she must flee no matter what. The sound of the ring means that the opponent is beyond her reach. Her mother tells her that if she ignores the warning, she'll surely die. Back in the present time, the fighting demon collapses in shock when she realizes the consequence of the ring's sound. She stares at Lee, who just seems to be a weak young boy. Elena decides not to back down and continues to fight when she recalls some hurtful people who have put her down with hurtful words when she was much younger. She remembers some of her children asking her what she's hesitating for and telling her to run with her tail between her legs. She recalls them telling her to know her place and asking her what she can do. She hears voices reminding her to hide away and live. She remembers when she was a little kid in the midst of the many children her mother has who taunted her. She remembers her mother telling her to greet them because they are her siblings. Her mother tells her that they have different fathers, but they are all born from her womb. She recalls standing alone and her mother telling her that they all need to stay close to each other since they share her blood. She remembers some of her mother's kids asking what her name was again. In the present day, Elena decides to stand her ground and fight to the end. She starts to increase her energy drive from 98% to 100% to 110%, and even as far as 120%, which shouldn't be possible. The 8-foot fighting demon generates a great deal of energy, and the entire ship is almost set ablaze by all the power. Lee just frowns as he looks at her, and he seems a bit more alarmed by how far she's going. Se-ryung also watches in surprise, and so does Kim. Our guy waits for her to do her thing and watches her complete her transformation. Her suit morphs into something new, and it seems she's a totally different being. She looks like some sort of panther, and her hands look unnatural, which means she has morphed into a high-level killing beast. Lee mutters to himself that she had just used a skill that he's never heard of, because he has never seen someone perform a transformation with the Transcendental Awakening skill. He tells himself that it seems martial arts have evolved so much as time has passed. While he's thinking, Elena leaps off the ground and launches towards him. Meanwhile, Lee feels that martial arts have advanced a little bit too much. He doesn't make any move, and just stands here with his hands in his pocket, even up until Elena gets right in his face and starts to swing her weapon. As she swings at him, he dodges it quickly and mentions that the move is the chaotic storm sword technique of the Aim sect. She makes another move that looks like a spiral of fire, and he still continues to dodge. He identifies the move as the sun and moon twin wheels of the Kunlun sect. The 8-foot fighting demon starts to get angry and increases her energy level to 125%. She lands several attacks at once, which our guy still dodges and identifies as the sun-piercing spear technique and the falling sunblade technique of the Dian Kang sect. Elena decides to amp things up a bit and goes to 140%. She creates a swirling fire tornado attack, but Lee just bends backwards and easily dodges that too, recognizing it as the dog-beating stick technique and the drunken 8 immortal steps of the beggar's sect. While still crouched, Lee frowns as he wonders how she's also able to add the 4,000 red needles of the esoteric sect. Elena is on fire today, so she goes up to 170% since she never loses a fight. She now comes at him with 2 iron claws and explosive energy in her hands, and our guy just jumps backward to dodge her attacks because he's on the defensive. He shouts at her it's enough already, and waves his hand in front of him. The weight of his attack lets out a stream of fire that goes right towards Elena, who is jumping towards him. The attack is so strong that a massive explosion that covers the entire area of the ship is triggered, and it looks like everybody's going to die from this one. The weight of the smoke is so heavy this time, and Lee just stands to see what happened to Elena. Suddenly, something comes out of the smoke that catches his eye. Even Kim is freaked out by what they see, and it looks like he's not seen something this freaky in all his years at the job. Hwarin and Seryung equally watch in astonishment. It turns out to be Elena, who now has about 8 arms, each wielding a weapon. She's gone freaky with this stuff, all right. She looks like one of those Indian gods and just levitates right in the air, armed with 8 bright swords. Suddenly, she rushes toward Lee, hoping to cut him in all ways possible. Now she's at 190%, and it seems she's not going to stop. She launches an overhead attack at him and comes down in a blaze of fire, but he just stands there and stares at her. She rushes towards him in fierce determination, and the metallic armor seems to have covered up her entire body, making her almost unhuman. Lee just looks up and frowns at how far she's taking this, hoping she'd just stop. Elena does the opposite of that and continues to move towards him at full speed. He thinks to himself that her talent is admirable, but she's crossed the line of righteousness. As she continues to rush towards him, Lee reasons that her awakening exposes wounds and desires, which means she's just being consumed by herself. He keeps watching her come towards him and believes that she's carrying many inner demons. Suddenly, Lee generates an explosive power in his hand and thinks to himself that if she goes any further, he'd have no choice but to kill her to stop her. Meanwhile, Hwarin stands behind him and watches Elena come towards them. Out of our guy's hands, a strange celestial sword emerges, and he tells himself that he promised to protect Hwarin. Seryung and Kim are shocked when they realize that Lee is wielding something known as a heart sword. The 8-foot fighting demon doesn't stop and ignores the sword in his hands, hell-bent on sending him to his grave. It looks like only one person will live to tell this tale. When she almost reaches where he is, he angrily strikes her with the sword and tells her to stop. The energy released is so massive that it almost blinds those who are watching the fight, and even Robert struggles to see due to the brightness of the light. An explosion is seen over Elena's ship from Robert's point of view. The explosion from the impact of the heart sword is so powerful that it splits the entire ship into several pieces. The entire ship suddenly explodes in space in the presence of the Greenwood fleet. The explosion of the ship is so great that it looks like a bright star from afar. From the main Greenwood ship, the captain watches in horror as he sees the explosion from where his boss is. The explosion is so strong that there was no way that Kim could have survived it. Suddenly, he hears a cough close by. It turns out that Kim had teleported back just in time before the ship exploded. Kim screams out Lord Cheju's name, and he looks quite bloody, and he tells the captain that he's not dead, and Cheju tries to help him stand properly. Kim rests on a wall and looks through the window to see the remains of the ship that had just exploded. He tells Cheju that he would have torn to pieces if he had teleported just 0.1 seconds late. The fire from the ship's explosion is still seen throughout space, and bits from the ship float around. Standing on one large piece that broke away from Elena's ship, Seryung asks Lee if he's insane because they could have been killed. She asks him if the people in the middle of the ocean ever set their own ship on fire just because they were angry, and tells him he should have shown some restraint. Lee, who has some blood coming out of his mouth, struggles to speak and tells her restraint wasn't an option. Seryung rushes to his side and asks him if he's hurt when she sees the blood. Kim just continues to look up, and he tells her that he faced a much stronger power than he had anticipated. Seryung looks up to where his gaze is fixed and realizes what he's looking at. Floating in space, along with all the rubble from the ship, is Elena's naked body and broken weapon. The captain asks him if she's dead since she's just floating there and not moving a muscle. With his gaze still fixed on Elena's floating body, he tells her that she's not dead just yet. Suddenly, a strange woman appears and retrieves Elena's unconscious body. Lee tells her that the impact of the sword didn't kill the 8-foot ghost, because a stronger force than he expected protected her, referring to this strange woman. The strange woman looks at Elena with sympathy in her eyes and covers up her nakedness. She has an angelic beauty about her, and she continues to stare at Elena's body in gloom. Suddenly, a light from a large overhead ship appears over them, and the woman takes up the 8-foot fighting ghost. Seryung immediately recognizes the woman as the West Heaven Sword Matron, and Kim recognizes her as his mother. It appears that this must be the mother who had given Elena the ring that she refused to pay attention to. The West Heaven Sword Matron carries the body into her ship and doesn't say anything to any of the onlookers. Lee just stares at her in surprise, still wielding the heart sword. Inside the West Heaven Sword Matron's ship, we see a pool of green chemicals. Inside this liquid, Elena's unconscious body floats, and it appears that the liquid is supposed to help her recuperate from her injuries. Her mother stands in front of the tube, staring at her, hoping that she becomes conscious soon enough. Her mother has a very distraught look on her face as she continues staring at Elena, who is inside the tube. Shortly after, Kim, Seryung, Hwarin, and Lee appear right behind her, and it seems she had summoned them to have a chat. Kim bows down before his mother as a show of submission. Meanwhile, Se-ryung holds Hwa-rin's hand to comfort her because she appears to be very afraid. Kim tells his mother that he didn't know she was coming and asks her to punish him for his lack of loyalty and filial piety. She doesn't even let him conclude his speech and tells him this is not his place to intervene, making it clear that this isn't the room for little children like him to talk. She tells him to act as if he isn't here, which really hurts Kim, who remains submissive to his mother. She walks up to Lee and makes a sign of respect with her hands, introducing herself as the West Heaven Sword Matron. Kim is terribly shocked to see his mother showing respect, and Se-ryung is equally shocked to see her showing an ounce of courtesy. The West Heaven Sword Matron apologizes to Lee for violating the dueling code of martial arts by rudely intervening in their duel because she was driven by familial affections. She tells him she can cut off her arm as an apology if he so wishes, but Lee tells her there'll be no need for that. He asks her if Elena is her daughter and notices Elena is in a tube. Se-ryung walks up to Lee and whispers to him that he is talking to the West Heaven Sword Matron and tells him to speak more respectfully. The West Heaven Sword Matron responds to him that Elena is indeed her daughter. Lee responds to her that it settled it in that case because family takes precedence over the dueling code. Meanwhile, in the room, there seem to be many other tubes, like the one Elena is in, that are empty. Se-ryung whispers to him again and begs him to speak politely to the woman because she is one of the 5 immortals. Se-ryung continues by telling him that the West Heaven Sword Matron's temper is so bad that she can split you in two just by glaring at you. While she's talking, something that shocks her happens, and she shuts her mouth. Suddenly, the West Heaven Sword Matron goes on her knees to make obeisance to Lee, and this really shocks Se-ryung. Outside the ship, several ships from the 72 strongholds of Greenwood are still seen outside waiting for Kim. Later on, the West Heaven Sword Matron has a private discussion with our guy at the top of her ship. She tells him that her daughter's consciousness has not yet recovered, so she doesn't know the exact reason she attacked their ship or Hwa-rin. She tells him that she was only able to confirm that Elena passed through Mount Hua before she came there, so she was most likely commissioned to find Hwa-rin by a client while she was in Mount Hua. Lee just stares at the space around them absently and doesn't say a thing. She tells him that she noticed that the martial art that he had just demonstrated is the Demon Heart Sura sword technique and refers to him as a revered master. She asks him if he has any relation to the Heavenly Demon sect. Lee doesn't give her a direct answer, and he tells her he doesn't know. He says there was a deep connection in the past, but time has passed, and that's not certain anymore. He continues by saying that time corrodes even the strongest bonds as if they were iron. Meanwhile, Hwa-rin and Se-ryung wait nearby in another part of the ship. Our guy continues by saying that time also dissolves connections that are dearer than life itself, and Kim eavesdrops on the conversation from inside the ship. The West Heaven Sword Matron just stares at him blankly, not knowing what to make of him. She says within herself that he is indeed an extraordinary figure. His chi, internal energy, and martial arts are all perfectly refined and have no trace of artificiality. She wonders how that's possible since such a state was only achievable during the peak period of martial arts. Kim doesn't pay her any attention, but keeps staring deep into space. The West Heaven Sword Matron keeps looking at him and considers that he appears to be in his early 20s and wonders if this is some sort of rejuvenation. She breaks the ice and asks Lee if she can make a request, still referring to him as the revered master. Lee speaks out her mind and asks if she's proposing a serious fight, and it surprises her that he was able to detect what she was thinking. He continues by telling her that she may be very polite, but every word she says is dripping with murderous intent, like a sword sharpened against a flint that is getting sharper by the minute. The West Heaven Sword Matron commends his sharp ears for being able to catch her small whispers. He tells her that he's never refused a challenge, but he reminds her that if they fight, one of them is bound to die. The only issue is that the one left standing will be severely injured because something too strong has no room to bend and will break. The West Heaven Sword Matron starts to awaken her internal energy and accepts her fate, still hoping for a chance to fight. Se-ryung notices the matron's awakening and becomes worried that trouble is brewing. While the matron is still awakening, Lee asks her if they have any compelling reason to fight while still looking at the scenery outside the ship. The West Heaven Sword Matron is caught off guard by his question. He glances at her and tells her that they can fight if they have reason to in the future, because he's more preoccupied with his desire to see more of the world right now. She stops her awakening, intrigued by the way he speaks. She decides to stop her transformation altogether and accept his offer. Meanwhile, the West Heaven Sword Matron's ship as well as the Greenwood fleet are seen all over that area of space. Moments later, the S-Devils leave the vicinity, as it appears that Lee and the West Heaven Sword Matron are done with their discussion. Later, Kim and his mother have a discussion, and she learns from him that the kill request was made by the Heavenly Demon sect to prevent some secret from leaking. Kim, who still kneels in submission, reaffirms what he had just told her about the Heavenly Demon sect. She tells him she can't seem to wrap her head around why the Heavenly Heavenly Demon sect would want to kill those in the S-Devil ship, and what secret they wouldn't want to be leaked out. She mentions that Lee clearly possessed the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Demon sect, and it doesn't make any sense that they would want him dead since he is one of them. Furthermore, she reasons that it doesn't make any sense that they would hire Greenwood to do their dirty bidding. Kim informs her that there's been recent information that the Heavenly Demon's Red Wolf Squad was annihilated by an unknown entity, and suggests that they could be related to these people. His mother tells him that there's no need to overthink. She explains that whatever the situation may be, his imagination won't be able to deduce it, and this stings Kim. She orders him to thoroughly track their movements and report to her, since that should be enough for him to handle. Kim boasts that they from Greenwood pride themselves on being the best in the world at tracking, and he informs her that he belongs to Greenwood's command. His mother just looks at him and doesn't say a word. Kim also remains on his knees, expecting her response. She tells him that she will trust him to track them, and tells him not to interfere in their business. She adds that she wouldn't want her child to get hurt, and the Black Tiger's eyes widen as he hears her words of maternal care. He looks behind him and mutters the word mother, and it's clear that all of the West Heaven Sword Matron's kids seem to have some abandonment issues from their mother's end since she has so many children. Before she leaves the room, she asks him one last question.
He eagerly turns back to hear the question, and she asks him what his name is, and Kim just stares at her in shock. Meanwhile, in the S-Devil ship, Hua Ren hides behind Lee when Se-ryung shouts at her and demands to know what mess she has gotten herself into this time. Se-ryung looks really angry, and you can almost see fumes coming out of her nostrils as she speaks.
She asks Hua Ren what she did to get involved with Greenwood, the 8-foot fighting ghost Elena, and worse of all, the Heaven Sword Matron. She asks to know if Hua Ren had flipped the world upside down before coming here. Outside the ship, the vast expanse of space seems calm, as there are no ships or seasoned martial artists trying to kill each other. Hua Ren looks gloomy and sincerely apologizes for all the trouble, and confesses that she also doesn't know why they're all after her. She tells them that after she finished her tour, she returned to Manhua, her hometown, and everything was suddenly different. They sit on the table to talk, and Sunja prepares a mountain of hot dogs for Lee to devour. Hua Ren tells them that when she got back to her hometown, the people from her hometown were suddenly trying to kill her. She explains that she ran away from her town all the way to this place. Meanwhile, Lee speedily stuffs his mouth with like 7 hot dogs, and at the same time he grabs another 4 with his other arm, clearly ignoring the conversation. Se-ryung says she has no idea what Hua Ren is talking about, and turns around to ask Sunja if she has any idea either. Sunja looks just as confused and says she also finds it hard to grasp. Hua Ren just keeps silent, unsure of how else to explain her dilemma to them, while Lee spills pieces of meat everywhere due to his frantic eating. Suddenly, one of the pieces of meat mistakenly enters Hua Ren's mouth, and she tries to bring it out, but she becomes shocked when Robert slams his hands on the table, demanding to know if she just mentioned Mount Hua. He angrily pushes Se-ryung aside and asks if she is referring to the Mount Hua planet, which is also his hometown. The girl mistakenly swallows the meat caught in her mouth, and it starts to choke her, which makes her cough. But Lee doesn't even notice at all because he's eating like a beast. Robert demands that she immediately tell him what happened at Mount Hua, while Hua Ren continues to cough. Watching the conundrum, Sunja just frowns and mentions that humans are utterly abnormal. Meanwhile, in the West Heaven Sword Matron's ship, we see that one of her big tubes seems to have been shattered. Out of the shattered tube, Elena's now conscious body falls to the ground, and she begins to cough in the presence of the West Heaven Sword Matron. Her mother just looks at her worriedly and leaves her to cough and come to her senses. She immediately asks her what happened to her on Mount Hua, but Elena continues to cough profusely. Elena, who is still struggling to catch her breath, finally bears herself up and glances at her mother. Next up, we return to the Wild Crane Inn where Lee had met with the Red Wolf Squad. Inside the inn, the keeper of the inn, Wang the 18th, watches footage of Lee's encounter with Elena. He watches on screen as she makes her moves, and he dodges them. He also watches Lee use the heart sword when he gets tired of dodging her attacks, which causes the explosion that ripped through space. Wang watches with excitement with his guards behind him, who also watch in great surprise. He recalls his conversation with Se-ryung, and recalls when she asked him how much a full collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuscripts is worth. He recalls that she had said they were all originals and were S-rank. In the present, he is shocked to learn she was telling the truth, and he had passed on a deal that could be potentially worth a fortune. We return to the Heavenly Demon Sect, District 32. The footage of Elena launching towards Lee, who just stands there, is played on the screen. Soon after, Elena is seen trying to land multiple strikes on Lee, which he dodges seamlessly. A look of horror develops on the face of the District 32 commander, Young Ri Tak. He watches in horror and asks what's going on as he sees Lee wielding the heart sword to finish off Elena. From behind him, the West Heaven Sword Matron asks what he thinks of the footage and says the martial art seems to be quite familiar, and he looks back towards her. She stares at him and waits for his, hoping that he'll pick that the martial art is related to the demon sect. Jung acknowledges that it is a level of martial art prowess never seen or heard of before, but he tells her he doesn't understand what she means by saying it's familiar. The sword matron just stares at him blankly, wondering if he truly doesn't know anything about the new person that just showed up on their radar. Jung also stares at her, standing on his point that the martial art doesn't seem familiar. The sword matron thinks to herself that it really seems that he doesn't have a clue that the martial art that Lee used is connected to their heavenly demon sect. She asks him why he decided to pursue our guy and why he had involved Greenwood. The commander tells her that is an internal matter of their sect, and it's not something that she should concern herself with, even though she is the sword matron who rules over the West Heaven Cosmic Zone. He frowns sternly and stands on his point, but the left side of his neck is suddenly cut. Jung suffers a cut to his neck, and it starts to bleed. Meanwhile, the sword matron wields her sword, and it's clear that she had managed to cut him from where she's standing in the twinkle of an eye. She suddenly develops an evil aura around her and continues to hold out her sword, implying that she'd get the information whether he wants to give it or not. Jung, on the other hand, has the fabric around his neck area cut and only suffers surface damage to his skin, which means that she could have gone deeper if she wanted to, but had decided to spare his life. The commander places a hand over his neck to stop the bleeding and asks her if she's declaring war against their demon sect. She playfully asks him if he thinks that she of all people would fear bloodshed. He looks at her, still holding his neck to stop the blood from coming out. He reasons that she's a woman who, driven by obsession with martial arts, even devoured her own children. Jung decides that she's not one who considers profit or loss to herself when she pursues her obsession for martial arts. It's clear where Elena got her passion from. The sword matron's sword starts to burn with a bright red fire, and it looks like it's about to go down. She begins to awaken, and a purple flame covers the entire room, and she asks him if he will answer or choose to die. He tells her that the choice is obvious, because even if all the 1076 martial artists of District 32 attack her together, they can't surpass the strength of the sword matron, so it's clear that he has chosen to die. He activates his own martial power and generates fire in both his hands and proposes that they begin the fight, even though he knows it'll lead to his doom. He tells her she better hurry if she plans to cut down all 1076 of them. The West Heaven Sword Moran just smiles at him, intrigued by his resolve. She thinks about how people say that the heavenly demon sect gets tougher each passing day, so she decides to let it go. She tells him that the method used by the unknown person that they're dealing with is the Demon Heart Sura sword technique. Jung, who is still planning on fighting with a murderous intent in his eyes, is shocked to hear her mention that the martial art is connected to the demon sect. He asks what she means by that. The sword matron repeats that the heart sword that cut down her daughter was the Demon Heart Sura sword technique, second in the heavenly demon sect's martial hierarchy. The commander is sincerely surprised to hear her assertion and tells her that can't be possible because the Demon Heart Sura sword technique has been a lost martial art for thousands of years. He says that it exists only in legends, and no one in their sect has ever practiced it. The sword matron responds to that by saying that it's not her problem that his knowledge is lacking. She tells him that she's told him what she knows, so she asks him again why he chose to pursue the fellow they're talking about. She refers to the image of Lee on the screen and asks why he chose to pursue him. Jung keeps quiet and stares at her for a while, contemplating whether he should divulge the information. He tells her that they weren't after Lee. He points to Hua Ren and says she was the one they were chasing after. Meanwhile, in a place called the Talaviatra orbiting star system, the S-Devils come to Robert and Hua Ren's home planet, the Mount Hua planet. They fly into its atmosphere and proceed to land on its surface. They reach Hua Ren's county, called Hua Hum County, and the place looks like ancient Japan and looks pretty peaceful. The county looks pretty much deserted because all the shops are abandoned, and not a single person is seen everywhere. No matter where you look, all the lights are on and the homes look clean, but no one can be seen. When they enter the planet, Seryung asks Hua Ren what's wrong and why the land is completely empty. She asks why no one is there, wondering if there's some sort of holiday. Robert looks around in horror and says he doesn't think so because all the store doors are open. They soon touch down and look through the camera and see all the stores open with several market utensils on the ground unattended to. Sunja tells them that the town has over 10,000 inhabitants, but she can't seem to detect any signs of life at all. Robert becomes frantic again and starts to shake the captain. He insists that something must have surely happened and says they should go down quickly. He says something terrifying must have happened and everyone surely died or fled. Seryung tries to calm him down and asks why he's so agitated all of a sudden. He tells her that Manhua is his hometown and screams that they have to save Manhua. Seryung tries to get out of his grip and starts to cough. She tells him to let go because she can't breathe. While she tries to make him let go of her clothes, tears drop from Hua Rin's eyes as she looks through her deserted homeland. Hua Rin cries deeply while Lee just stares at the scenery of the planet. He asks her what's going on and tells her to speak up if she knows anything about why the place is deserted. She hesitates before she talks, and it seems she knows quite a bit about it. Before she can talk, Sunja tells them that she has detected a life signal. Sunja's words catch their attention, and they quickly turn to hear what she has to say. The android tells them that the life signal is coming from the Jiaha Pavilion, inside Manhua's main headquarters, judging from its location. Robert stops struggling with Seryung when he recognizes the Jiaha Pavilion, and mentions that the Jiaha Pavilion is where the leader of the Manhua sect resides. Sunja affirms what he said, but tells him that the life signal is strong, but seems to be coming from just one person. Hua Rin doesn't say anything and just keeps quiet, and it seems she knows who the person is. Later on, they successfully reach the Jiaha Pavilion at night. The building looks grand, but currently seems eerie and covered in smoke. They all stand at the entrance and wonder what the eerie-looking building could possibly hold. Seryung looks back when she hears a loud sound. It turns out to be Robert, who is wearing some sort of Iron Man suit, and she asks him what he's doing. He tells her that whoever is in the Jiaha Pavilion is part of those who touched his homeland, and he doesn't plan to forgive any of them. Seryung just asks him if his combat suit is still functional. She mentions that she thought he stashed it away in the warehouse as soon as he got discharged and later sold it off. Robert insists that once a special force soldier, always a special force soldier, and boasts that he always oil and polishes the suit every day. When they get closer to a tunnel opening in front of the pavilion, the captain asks Sunja if he is still there through the comms. She asks her if she's still detecting a response just to be sure they aren't chasing after the wind. Sunja responds that the life signal is getting stronger and tells them to be careful because it doesn't seem to be human. Seryung takes note of the information and suggests that they deploy a reconnaissance drone first to help them identify what it is before they go in. Nearby, Robert exclaims when he hears that what they're after might not be human. Before the captain can finish her statement, Robert rushes into the tunnel screaming out that he'll kill whatever it is and threatens the monster to come out because the special forces are here. Seryung and Lee just watch him in surprise, not sure what to say. The captain mentions how odd it is that he's causing a ruckus just because they're in his hometown. She decides that there's no need to send a drone since Mr. Patriot must have alerted the target with all his noise, so they proceed to the opening, and she tells the rest of them to stay alert. Just before they step into the tunnel, a pool of fire comes out of the tunnel and heads right for them. Seryung notices the bright light and is shocked, wondering what it could be. The stream of fire issues from the tunnel and burns all that's in its path. Hopefully they're not going against a dragon. The fire is so strong that it runs past the tunnel in front of the Aha Pavilion and reaches across to the houses that were built in front of it. Soon after, the stream of fire retracts back into the tunnel and everything calms down again. Seryung is shocked by what had just happened and remains speechless. Hua Rin is also shocked that such a great inferno has just brushed past them, and they're alive. How they're alive is the funny part. Both ladies are seen pressed towards each other to avoid the fire, and the position is quite embarrassing. It turns out Lee had quickly carried both of them on his legs and created a shield that blocked the fire to keep them alive. Lee doesn't even notice their compromising position and looks deeper into the tunnel, wondering where the fire came from. Seryung snaps to her senses and looks behind him, asking where the fire suddenly came from. Our guy suggests they move forward and drop Seryung on Hua Rin to her feet. Seryung drops on her back and lets out a groan of pain. When they move forward, they run into Robert, whose suit seems to have been badly burned, and they wonder if he's dead or alive. Seryung moves closer to him and asks him to say something if he's alive, but he just remains frozen as if he's been roasted to death. The captain signals Sunja through the comms and asks her to scan him to know if he's still alive. Sunja runs a scan on the system and assures them that he's fine because, fortunately for him, his combat suit did its job. Seryung wonders why he's not talking if he's still alive, and Sunja tells her that he's probably just scared out of his mind. The captain exclaims when she realizes the problem and gives Robert more time to become conscious. Meanwhile, Lee checks out the tunnel and wonders where the sudden fire came from. When he looks up, he sees a streak of pink lightning, which catches his attention. As he looks closer, he notices something littered around the end of the tunnel. It turns out to be small pink flower petals that are making these streaks of light. The petal lands on our guy's hair and shatters due to how fragile it is, which puzzles him. Suddenly, the entire tunnel fills up with thousands of other flower petals out of nowhere. Moving forward, they see that the flower petals are emanating from a
man who seems to be sitting down on a throne. The man turns out to be the leader of the Manhua sect, and he just sits on his throne with his eyes closed, enveloped with strong energy, and he seems unaware of their presence. Lee frowns as he looks at him, still wondering what's going on. Seryung also sees him and asks Sunja if the man they're looking at is the source of the life form signal. Sunja tells her that he is the source, and he must be the leader of Mount Hua. Sunja introduces him as Flourishing Blossom Sword Sovereign Yongjok San, and this shocks Seryung. She looks at him more closely and is shocked to learn that the man is the Sword Sovereign of Mount Hua. Lee reaches out and catches one of the plum blossom flowers and looks at it closely. He says that the fact that the plum blossoms open from the heat means that he's achieved the peak of the plum blossom heavenly fragrance heart technique. As the plum blossom shatters in his hands and gives out a purple color, he wonders why they have bloomed in purple. He reasons that this means that the plum blossom heavenly fragrance technique has mixed with another technique called the purple mist divine heart. Meanwhile, Yang just sits there and ignores their presence, with streaks of pink and purple light coming out of his body. Meanwhile, Hua Ren stares at him with tears rolling down from her eyes. Oddly enough, she calls him Dad. It appears that the Sword Sovereign, who seems to be completely unaware of his surroundings, is Hua Ren's father. Lee just stands there staring at Yang, and he thinks to himself that this situation doesn't look good at all. Yang sits on his throne, oblivious to their presence, and it seems he's in his own zone. Seryung walks up to Lee and asks what the problem is. He tells her that the plum blossom heavenly fragrance heart technique embodies extreme yang, while the purple mist divine art embodies extreme yin. Thus, even the elders of Mount Hua can only choose one to master. He tells her to extreme yang is fire, and extreme yin is water, and asks her what she thinks will happen when they mix. He answers his own question by saying that when a martial artist's desires surpass their limits, a demon takes root in their heart, and that person is no longer human. Lee starts to summon the heart sword like he did before he defeated Elena, and it looks like he plans to take out Yang because he's been taken over by a demon. He tells Seryung to take the others and flee because the fight won't be an easy one. As he awakens into his energy state and a pure aura fills the air, he tells her that even he can't guarantee their safety in such a fight. Before he can strike, Hua Rin rushes towards Yang and calls him Dad. Seryung shouts and tells her to stop moving close to the man, but Hua Rin just ignores her warnings. Meanwhile, Lee prepares to strike when he realizes it's too late to get them into safety. Sunja watches with surprise on her face, wondering what's to become of the girl. On the clock, it's just 2 seconds from 18 sound, and Sunja realizes that the girl and everyone there are in danger. Meanwhile, Hua Rin ignores all their warnings and just reaches out to hug her father, who's still spilling out streaks of lightning out of his body. The clock on the screen in front of Sunja shows that it's just 1 second from 18. Inside the tunnel, the girl hugs her father, and it seems the energy emanating from him doesn't affect her at all. Seryung's eyes widen as she stares at her, but our guy just watches to see what will happen. Suddenly, the blossoms and the light around the throne turn a bright yellow and begin to disappear. Yang gets up from his seat and hugs Hua Rin, and it seems he can now sense her presence. He looks down at her with paternal love and holds her head as he embraces her. The captain is more than freaked out and asks what the heck is going on, and why the man suddenly switched from a terrifying monster to a loving father. Sunja tells them over the comms that this is normal, because the world has returned to normal. Inside the ship, Sunja watches the screen in disbelief, and Seryung asks her what she's talking about. The android tells her that everything is normal now. On the screen, it shows that the time is a few seconds past 18. Meanwhile, in the city, people seem to be walking around like nothing had happened. Sunja keeps looking through their cameras, and she tells them that she sees people on the streets. She keeps looking everywhere, and it seems that people have started to move around in all the places that seemed deserted before. There are couples walking around, people walking around to buy things, and many more. Sunja explains that the people who disappeared seem to have returned. Meanwhile, Yang still continues hugging Hua Rin. Seryung continues watching the in front of her, and she can't wrap her head around the fact that every missing person seems to have appeared at once. Lee, on the other hand, doesn't seem a bit impressed, and he's seen to be watching with a frown. The people walk around the town at the dawn of the day, and they don't seem to be aware that nobody was in the town just a few minutes ago. Robert, Seryung, and Sunja go have a sit in one of the restaurants, and they seem disturbed by all that is going on. Seryung asks Sunja why she hadn't detected any life form and asks her if the bioscanner was malfunctioning. Sunja, who's having a drink, tells her that they checked it together and they had confirmed that the scanner was normal. The android connects to the scanner again and confirms that it's still normal even as they speak. As she scans the people, she notices that something is off about the people around them.
She tells the bounty hunters that the people here all have their internal energy drained. Both adults and children don't seem to show any internal energy reading. Robert says that shouldn't be so much of a problem since the people look alright, but Se-ryung still feels quite uncomfortable. He tells them it's fine since they had thought they were dead before, but have now found out they're alive. He looks behind him and says he's hungry, so he decides to order some food. Robert waves to the attendant in the restaurant and tries to signal her to take his order. Se-ryung tells him that he was making such a fuss all just a while ago, and now he doesn't seem to care anymore. The waiter starts to walk towards them, so Robert mentions to them that she's coming over to take their orders. When she comes close to them, Robert tells her that he'll have a double serving of noodles and a large special dong pork. He suddenly notices something odd and stops talking. The server walks right past him, and she doesn't seem to pay attention to a word he said. Robert freezes with his hand still in the air, wondering if she just has bad customer service or she didn't hear him. He looks back and notices her attending to other customers and asks why she walked past him and wonders if she was too busy to hear him. When she heads back towards them, he's relieved she's coming back, so he shouts to her that he would like to make an order. The lady walks past him again and doesn't say a word, and it seems like he's not there. Robert freezes again with his hands in the air, and this time he just opens his mouth in confusion. He suddenly exclaims, wondering what is going on and why the waiter keeps ignoring him. Sunja helps him understand and tells him that it's not that she didn't hear him, but it's like the people around them can't see them at all. Sunja explains that no one in the restaurant has ever stopped to look at them. Even when they're right in front of them, they still pass by as if they're part of the scenery. She explains that they're not aware of their presence at all, and it's like they never existed in the first place. Se-ryung has a bad feeling about this, but she says she doesn't want to get involved and covers herself up because of the cold. Meanwhile, Yang is seen having his early morning tea right after he leaves the spot where he hugged Hwa-rin. He pours some tea from his teapot into small cups and sits down to enjoy the morning. He soon drinks the tea and enjoys himself, even while there are guests in front of him. Nearby, Hwa-rin explains to Lee that he's not someone who would rudely drink his tea alone while guests are in front of him. She calls out to him in fear, but he doesn't seem to be aware of their presence at all. She tells him that he can't see them, and that's why he's acting this way. She also informs him that he's been like this since she got back from her tour. Meanwhile, Yang continues to sip and enjoy his tea quietly. Hwa-rin tells Lee that the strange thing is that he does all his work and tasks normally. She says he goes for inspections, eats his meals, and tends to his gardens like he always does. She says that he does these things at exactly the same times every day, like a wind-up doll. Lee walks up to him and he looks freaked out. He waves in front of Yang's face, but he doesn't respond, so Hwa-rin tells him it's no use because he can't see them. She tells him he must be careful because something can go wrong if you prevent him from doing his repetitive routine. Lee, who didn't hear that part, drags Yang's cup out of his hands. Hwa-rin panics and screams out that what he did was a really bad idea and tells him to get out of the way. Lee, who was surprised to see her reaction, does not notice the Sword Sovereign swinging his sword towards his neck for interrupting him. Before the Sword Sovereign makes a full swing, our guy, who's always quick on his feet, bends backwards and dodges the attack. He looks up at the sword swing past him and realizes that it's about to go down. As he looks up towards Yang, who quickly directs his sword downwards and attempts to pin him to the ground with it, Lee quickly rolls out of the way and avoids several quick movements of the sword's edge towards him. The Sword Sovereign moves at lightning fast speed, but fortunately our guy is equally as fast. The Sword Sovereign moves so fast that it seems that he's cutting with several swords at once, and Lee doesn't have choice but to keep dodging. Yang creates an energy force in his hands and attempts to release it towards Lee, who is standing right in front of him. Lee becomes angry and tells him it's enough, rushing to meet him with his own energy force because it's dangerous to let him release it. Our guy rams his palms towards Yang's palm to stop the effect of his martial technique and prevent an explosion. The force released from both energy sources is so strong that it creates a great wave of explosion that rips through the room and almost injures Hwa-rin. As she watches the fight, she screams out to Lee to stop the fight. The weight of the explosion throws Yang backwards into the smoke, but Lee still stands his ground. Yang gets back up with murderous intent in his eyes, and his entire body releases flashes of lightning. To think this is all because of a cup of tea. Our guy notices that he's showing the reaction of exhibiting extreme yang and yin together like he did in the tunnel. Hwa-rin just shouts that the only way to stop him from continuing his rampage is to return his teacup to him. Lee keeps looking at him, and he mentions that when a person tries to surpass an impossible limit, their body cannot withstand it. Thus, the principle should be that the person falls into inner demons. Their body bursts like a balloon, and they end up shredded in pieces. As he watches Yang increase in energy and walk towards him, Lee wonders that what he's doing should clearly be an impossible realm to tread in, and he should have died. Yang keeps talking towards him, with a bearing fire around him as well as purple and pink light. Suddenly, a large plum blossom flower shows up again out of nowhere. The flower's pink exterior is corrupted with a purple color, and it moves before Yang, who is walking towards him with a whirlwind around him. Lee wonders that he seems to be a human, yet he's not a human at the same time, and he wonders why his situation is peculiar and what the story behind this is. Hua Rin screams out to him again and tells him to hurry because waiting for too long can be dangerous. The menacing and deadly-looking flower closes in on Lee, who still remains crouched. Hua Rin watches the whole thing in dread, hoping that he's able to return the cup quickly. Lee suddenly brings out the cup and prepares to throw. He swings backwards so he can get enough traction to reach Yang. He soon throws it with great force, and the cup goes flying towards Yang. The cup flies towards the large and dreadful-looking plum blossom. The cup heads right for its center, and it seems that the flower will stop its movement. Fortunately, the cup tears through the center of the flower and goes right through it. As it tears through the flower explodes into a dark purple gas. Hua Rin watches in anticipation, hoping that the cup will reach her dad and all the fighting will stop. Suddenly, Yang catches the cup in midair, and it seems that was what he was fighting for all along. After the Sword Sovereign retrieves the cup, the pink fire and lightning around him start dimming quickly. The energy dipslay around him stops after he catches the cup, and it looks like things are returning to normal. Yang returns back to his previous state and continues with his tea drinking in his small chair. He pours some more tea into the cup like he did previously, and ignores the two people in the room like they're not there. Lee frowns as he looks at him, realizing that one of them almost died just because of a teacup. Hua Rin looks slightly relieved to see that things have been resolved. Soon after, night comes and everything becomes dark again. Hua Rin tells Lee about how she returned home after she finished her interstellar tour half a month ago. Meanwhile, Sunja, Seryung, and Robert walk amidst the people, wondering what's really going on. Hua tells Lee that when she returned, she noticed that everything had changed. In the streets, the trio continues to walk through the streets, wondering if anyone can see them at all. Hua Rin tells our guy that all the people act as if they're wind-up dolls, and they keep repeating the same things at the same time, in exactly the same way. While still on the streets, Robert reaches out and tries to stop one of the men walking on the streets. Hua Rin tells Lee that another odd thing happens if you try to stop any of the townspeople from doing their repetitive activities. On the streets, the man that Robert stops just stops on his tracks and doesn't turn at all. Robert speaks to the man and tells him that he would like to ask him about what's going on the planet, but the man seems quite busy on a call on his iPhone. Robert stops talking when he realizes that the man isn't answering him at all, but continues on his phone. All of a sudden, he exclaims when he notices that the man has frozen right on the street and isn't moving a limb. Hua Rin tells Lee that whenever you try to stop any of the people from doing their usual activities, they stop. Meanwhile, Robert tries to signal the man, but he doesn't get a response. Not just that, everyone stops moving. Hua Rin tells Lee that something else happens after everyone stops moving. On the streets, every person suddenly starts to fade away, like they were never there in the first place. The man Robert stopped fades away right before his eyes, and he just looks at him, surprised. He's honestly shocked and wonders what's going on. He looks towards Sunja and asks her what just happened, and asks if they had just teleported. Sunja just stares at the people disappear too, and she tells him she doesn't know. Seryung looks at Sunja and asks her what she means by that, because there's no one that can know if she doesn't. The android tells them that it seems like teleportation judging from the particle waveform, but the issue is that it's too large a scale. Seryung doesn't understand and asks her what she means by that, because she hadn't looked back to notice that everyone else had also disappeared. She and Robert look behind them, and they realize that they're all alone. She asks Sunja where everyone suddenly went to. Sunja just continues to scan the environment, and she tells them that all signs of life have disappeared from the entire planet. The captain is shocked to hear that and asks her to repeat what she just said. Meanwhile, Hua Rin tells Lee that when everyone disappears like that, something else happens. She looks outside towards the streets and tells him some strange creatures start to show up when people disappear like that. On the streets of the town, Seryung, Robert, and Sunja notice some odd things on the street. On the streets of the city, an army of robots matches towards them. They all match in a regular order, and a mist seems to suddenly cover the ground. Robert, Seryung, and Sunja stare at them in horror, and Robert asks what the heck those things are. The robots all seem to be wielding swords and continue to match towards them in a rhythmic order. The mist becomes stronger, and hundreds of robots come towards them from all directions. The captain answers that she's not sure either, but she says that it seems that they're in a very dangerous situation right now. She freezes on the spot and watches the robot walk towards them, unsure sure of where to go since they're trapped. She asks Sunja if they're androids while still looking at them. She also asks why they all look half-finished, since their abdominal region basically contains nothing but a connecting iron rod. Sunja scans them with her scanner and tells her that they're not androids, but construction droids. She explains that they are models created for simple labor like planetary development. Also, since they are early models, they're equipped with low-capacity AI, so their cognitive abilities are limited. Se-ryung slightly breathes a sigh of relief and says she freaked out for nothing, since they're just construction droids. Se-ryung tells them that according to the 3 laws of robotics, droids can never harm a human, but Robert doesn't seem so sure. He notices they're holding swords and asks what construction droids would want to use them for. Se-ryung tells him they're probably using them in place of tools and walks towards the droids to signal them. She tells them there are people here and orders them to move aside and find another path so as not to crowd around and scare people. One of the droids runs towards her and tries to cut her nasty lips off. Before she can say Jack Robinson, it swings its swords towards her and tries to divide her in half, but she quickly releases an energy blast towards it. I always knew AI would take over the world. Fortunately, the blast gives her enough of a push to move out of the way and avoid the cut. She angrily looks at the droid and asks it what the heck it's doing, and wonders if it's malfunctioning. Their response to her question shocks her, as several of them leap towards her with swords in her hands. They jump around like ninjas and proceed to cut her in pieces with her long, pointy swords. To stop them all at once, Se-ryung releases a large energy explosion towards them, using her martial arts skill. From the Jaha Pavilion, Hwa-rin and Lee see the large explosion rip through the city. She tells Lee that these are the things that she was talking about, and they always show up when the people disappear. In the streets, Se-ryung keeps releasing fire at the robots while Sunja clings to her waist to save her dear life, and Robert runs away like a wuss. Hwa-rin tells Lee that the robots always attack every living thing they see. Meanwhile, the trio jumps on a roof and the robots follow them, hell-bent on tearing them to pieces. A swarm of robots are seen on the roof and on the ground, and it looks like there's nowhere to run. Hwa-rin tells Lee that she was attacked when she came back home after finishing her tour. She looks towards the left to look at her father's T-spot when she hears him leaving. She finds the spot empty and tells Lee that she wouldn't have survived if it were not for her father. Yang goes back to his throne and continues his meditation. Hwa-rin tells Lee that for some reason, the robots never come to where her father is. Meanwhile, Yang returns back to his throne and rests his arm on it. He sits down, and the place starts to burn with a pinkish fire once more, like it did when they had just arrived. He soon closes his eyes, and his entire surroundings are enclosed with the pink fire again. As he goes deeper in his meditation, the bright pink light bursts out and the plum blossoms show up again. Hwa-rin also tells Lee that if everyone disappears, only her dad seems to remain. The only bad part is that he remains in that state and cannot be reached. Lee looks right at him and tells her that Yang is trying to hang on. She turns to look at him and asks him what he means by that. He tells her that he's hanging on by burning his entire internal energy along with his soul, ready to face inner demons if he has to. It seems this has been the way he hasn't been destroyed. Lee puts a hand on Hwa-rin's head and tells her it seems that there is something that Yang is trying to protect, no matter what, referring to her. She just stares at her father with pity in her eyes, wondering what he must be going through. Our guy mentions that the Sword Sovereign's actions are quite admirable. He suddenly walks out of the chamber and tells her to follow him so he can take care of all this. The girl is shocked at his abrupt exit and asks him where they're going. He doesn't turn back, and he tells her he wants to take a good look at the face of the scum responsible for this. Meanwhile, on the streets, Se-ryung, Sunja, and Robert escape to a dead end, and it seems there's nothing to do but to face the robots. They're surrounded by droids on all sides, and they wonder what to do before they're killed. The droids all stare at them with eerie red eyes, and they don't look like they're here to play. Se-ryung starts to stammer, and she asks why they're doing this and why they're attacking humans. She asks Sunja if it's even normally possible for droids to attack humans. Sunja, who is hiding behind her, says that it's impossible because the intelligent systems of androids still cannot violate the 3 laws of robotics. Sunja continues that attacking humans isn't even an option for them, but it sure looks like it is. The captain asks her why these robots are acting like this, and wonders if they're malfunctioning or can't see them as humans. Robert starts to crunch the numbers from his knowledge while in the special forces and reasons that since androids can't attack humans, this may be the combat androids that he used to hear about. The robots suddenly leap towards them and proceed to impale them on every side since they're tired of their babbling, and the men brace for impact. Seryung brings out her sword and tells Sunja to hold on tight and to hide well to avoid being hit by their swords. Suddenly, several beams of light hit the flying robots right in midair. The beats hit them so hard that it splits some of them in pieces and disarms them of their swords. The impact releases a massive explosion in the sky as many of the robots explode. Seryung and Sunja stare in surprise, wondering who had suddenly come to save them. Right behind them, Robert shows up with his combat suit again and comes in guns blazing. He suddenly announces that they're not droids. He tells them that there's something called Iron Gangshi. PS Gangshi are reanimated corpses or zombies. The Iron Gangshi don't seem to give up because they've been found out and arranged themselves again to strike. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, someone named Count Richel watches the entire tussle on a screen. Another person introduces to him that the people on the screen are called Blazing Devil Tang Seryung, and next to her is PL0316KBT intelligent android Suna, while looking at an image of them freaking out. She explains that the third person is the former First Sergeant of the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit, Special Tactical Division, Robert Carlyle. The person making the presentation appears to be another Iron Gangshi, and she explains to her boss that the S-Devils are a group of bounty hunters mostly operating in the outskirts of the galaxy. She mentions that they're not a threat and they can be eliminated within 10 seconds. Her boss asks her if she had just said that Robert was from the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit. While he looks at the image of Robert going in guns blazing and whooping Gangshi behind, he confirms if he's also from the Special Tactical Division. The Gangshi asks him if she should issue the order to eliminate them. He looks at the screen with his half-metallic face and considers the next course of action. Meanwhile, Lee reaches the spot where the guys are fighting the Gangshi. He notices several broken robotic parts on the ground and asks what seems to be going on. The fight seems to have ended, so he asks them how the fight is already over when they were just fighting a moment ago. Several robotic parts are seen littered on the ground and even on the roof. Robert responds to him and gloats that he went all out on the robots this time. He mentions that he's been waiting every day for a day like this, and that explains why he hasn't thrown away his suit. He flexes his suit for a bit, to show them it's nice and fully functional. He boasts to have kept everything well oiled just waiting for a day like this, and Lee just stares at him in surprise when he sarcastically asks what would have happened today if he had listened to someone and sold his equipment as second-hand, obviously referring to Seryung. She just frowns and folds her arm, tired of him yapping. Robert explains that they were forced to have to sell it back then because they were pressed for cash and needed money for food ingredients. While he boasts about how they would not have been able to deal with them today had he not held out, Lee picks up one of the robotic hands and examines it. Sunja bursts Robert's bubbles and tells him that they didn't deal with the Gangshi, but they retreated on their own, and they wouldn't have survived if they had kept attacking them. Lee holds up the metal hand and wonders what it is, thinking it's part of an armor. Seryung tells him it's not part of an armor, but it's a droid, or rather a robot. He tries to pronounce what she said and calls it a drobot. He tells her to talk in a way he understands because he can't understand what she's saying. They never had robots in his civilization, and he can't even conceive the idea. Seryung just decides to rest somewhere because she's tired, and tells him he wouldn't understand even if she explains to him, so she asks Sunja to summarize it for him. Sunja explains to him to think of a robot as a machine that can think and act like a person. He looks totally stunned and says that no matter how much the world has changed, it's not possible that a chunk of metal could mimic a human. Something suddenly happens that freaks Lee out. Sunja takes off her head and stretches it out to him to prove her point graphically. Our guy loses his mind and starts to scream. He runs behind Hua Rin and almost knocks her to the ground, demanding to know what sort of creature Sunja is. Seryung gets up and asks Sunja if she hadn't told him that she was an android, but Sunja tells her that they've been busy. Meanwhile, one of the destroyed Gangshi that still has its intelligence unit seems to be active. It opens its eyes and looks right at the group, who seem oblivious to its activity. He records Lee picking up Hua Rin and hiding behind her. Meanwhile, the Gangshi that was explaining to Count Richel connects to the life feed and tells him our guy isn't registered on the database. In the secret hideout, they watch the footage on the screen, and the Gangshi adds that Lee doesn't seem to be mounted with an internal energy drive, and this indicates that he's a pure natural. Count Richel gets up to leave and tells them that, judging from our guy's foolish actions, he's not someone to worry about. He tells them that the person they need to be worried about is Robert. He says that he must be an elite soldier if he's from the Special Tactical Division of the Galaxy Combat Unit. The Count also believes that he must be the best of the best if he's a first sergeant. He reasons to himself that someone like Robert wouldn't have come to this place by coincidence without a definite purpose, so he orders them to be thoroughly vigilant and investigate him. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the vast expanse of the galaxy, a bright star appears. It turns out it's not a star, but a transport ship that's traveling through space. The location seems to be no other place than the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Inside the district commander, Zhang, and the district's elder, Zhou, await the entrance of their special guest. Moments later, their guest's transport ship enters their district, and the doors open for him to come out. He comes out wearing some flip-flops, and he looks rather chill. He walks towards the commander and elder, who bow their heads as they receive him as a sign of respect, since he's higher up in the chain of command. The commander thanks him for coming such a long way to see them and refers to him as an officer. He yawns tiredly and agrees that it was quite a long journey. The officer seems to be a boss baby, and he tells them his long journey better be worth all the effort. He is Zhou Dan, the first-class officer of the Disaster Safety Headquarters Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They get straight to business, and Zhou inspects the bulging red mark on Zhang's head where Li had slapped him. Zhang is seen in a wheelchair, and it's clear he's still recovering from the physical and mental impact of the experience. Commander Yang asks Officer Zhou if there's anything he notices. The officer looks freaked out, and he looks closely at the weird hand mark on Zhang's head. He stands on a stool because he's not so tall, and he continues to stare at the mark without uttering a word. Finally, Zhou lays a hand on the mark and asks Zhang if it hurts. Zhang answers that the pain has greatly subsided, but he mentions that his head still feels a persistent heat. Zhou asks him to repeat what he said so he can clarify, and he wonders how there's still heat and no pain. Zhang looks down, still dejected from the experience, and affirms that this is what has been happening to him. Suddenly, Zhang experiences a great deal of pain when something happens. The officer presses his head again and does the same move that Li had done to him, causing him to groan out in pain. Once beaten, twice shy, the loudness of the squad leader's screams fills the entire medical lab. Over the larger mark that Li had made, Officer Zhou's smaller hands make a smaller mark, but Zhang can't complain because he's his superior. After the officer removes his hands, a smoke rises from the spot he had placed his hands on, just like it did after Li did it. He puts his hands on his chin and continues to ponder the situation. The commander realizes what he's getting at, so he tells him that this previous mark is quite different because the original scar is swollen, but the second one is rather indented, so it doesn't seem like the same martial art technique. Zhou doesn't look at him, but he tells him they're the same. He tells him the previous scar is the same scar from the 9-yin palm technique. The commander looks at him in shock because this confirms the sword matron's words that this unidentified person has some relationship with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Later on, the commander tries to explain that the 9-yin palm is the lowest tier martial art taught to any introductory disciple in their sect, and this new technique is much more advanced. While they talk, Elder Zhou goes to bring some food for their visitor since he must be starving. The commander continues by saying that he had also mastered the 9-yin palm technique at the age of 7. Meanwhile, the elder sets the table. Zhang tells him that the scar from the 9-yin palm seems to be quite different from the original scar that was made. The officer agrees with him and says that the essence of the 9-yin palm lies in cold energy, but this one left behind heat instead, so the scars would naturally be different. The officer tells them that whoever did this has reached a level where he can perfectly suppress the fundamental coldness of the 9-yin palm and leave only the heat of the impact. Officer Zhou explains that it's an act of consideration that the person did to avoid hurting the enemy. The commander is honestly shocked, and he stammeringly asks if it's even possible to reverse the fundamental nature of martial arts, since that is like making fire out of ice. Zhou tells him that it's theoretically possible while he waits for his food to cool down. When he gets hungry, he tells the commander to leave the discussion for now and asks if they can eat first, and offers him some black bean noodles. Commander Zhang just frowns at him, wondering how he can think of food at such a pressing time. He eventually agrees. No point thinking hard with an empty stomach. Meanwhile, on the Manhua planet, the team returns back into the S-Devil ship, and Robert tells everyone that those things they fought are called Iron Gangshi. Sunja drops another mountain of hot dogs before Lee and Seryung glares at him. It's alarming the rate at which this guy eats. She joins in on the food and asks Robert to explain what Iron Gangshis are. Robert tells them that it was a rumor he heard while he was still in service. Apparently, they were developing a new type of combat android that includes killing humans in its parameters. Seryung tells him that's ridiculous because android intelligence circuits are designed based on the 3 laws of robotics, and they can't harm humans. Meanwhile, Lee, who still can't wrap his head around the fact that Sunja isn't human, tries to pull on her cheeks to see what it's made of, but she just frowns while he does this. Robert responds to Seryung that to bypass the 3 laws of robots, they replace the intelligence circuits with the brains of deceased humans, and this revelation shocks Seryung. He tells them that is exactly why it's called the Iron Gangshi Project. Lee, who is still examining Sunja's face, asks her one more time if she's really not human just to confirm. She asks him if he would like her to take off her head again for him to see, and also offers to disassemble her arms and legs just so he can be sure. Our guy quickly tells her there will be no need for that and says that this world has become bizarre, still looking totally stunned. He decides to leave her alone and focus on the food. Se-ryung continues her chat with Robert and tells him that what he's saying makes sense based on the fact that they attacked him, but it's too absurd to believe if she hadn't seen it for herself. Meanwhile, Lee freezes when he realizes the plate is empty, and the duo has finished all that hot dog while he was examining Sunja. Se-ryung notices Lee glancing at her, and she looks at him and says that it's really insane that someone would use the brains of dead people. She is met with a cold stare from Lee, who stares in horror upon realizing there's no more food. The captain doesn't realize why he's looking at her like that, so she asks him what's wrong and why he's making the face. When she looks down and notices the tray is empty, she exclaims and figures it out. She quickly orders Sunja to grill more hot dogs to feed him to avoid trouble. Sunja looks at her blankly and tells her that they're out of hot dogs. Se-ryung just dismisses it and says then there's nothing they can do, so she returns to the discussion about getting a clear grasp of what is going on the planet. She turns away from the table and says that it feels to her that they're caught in a rather unlucky situation. Behind her, Lee suddenly exclaims about how they're disrespectful beings and suddenly starts to light up, which makes Se-ryung turn back. He angrily says that even if the era of the martial world's etiquette is gone, it's alarming that she had the guts to steal his food. Se-ryung is alarmed and asks Robert what the heck Lee is saying, but he just tells her he has no clue. Our guy starts to awaken, and he says that she doesn't have the excuse of not knowing his true identity because he had declared himself to be the supreme heavenly demon and asks what gave her the guts once more. She puts a hand on her waist and recalls that he did say he was the supreme heavenly demon, and Robert also remembers. Such disrespect. She mulls over it and can't make any sense of what that would even mean. The captain just ignores him and turns around, saying it's confusing, but they'll deal with that later since they have bigger priorities right now. Meanwhile, Lee is still burning hot with anger. Robert gets uncomfortable sitting down with him at the dinner table and stops Se-ryung so they can leave together. Sunja also hastens out of the ship, trying to avoid Lee's trouble. Eventually, Lee is left alone, and he has no choice but to stow away his anger. His awakening soon stops since there's no one to be angry at. He looks at the tray once more and sees the oil used to grill the hot dogs, and some bits of hot dog still left in the tray. He looks closer at the small bits of hot dog that they had left in the tray, and he gets an idea. Eventually, he reaches out and grabs it, since that's all that's available. Can't afford to starve to death because he's the supreme heavenly demon. He puts it in his mouth, still with a frown on his face, but it seems he's come to terms with living with such lowly mortals. Meanwhile, the parts from the iron gangshes are still seen outside. Sunja proceeds to pick one of the robot's heads to inspect it more closely, in hopes that they'd be able to figure something out. Se-ryung just stands there and looks at the whole mess, wondering where to start from. Their ship is still in the sky in case they need to escape soon, and the entire place is littered with robot parts like a mechanic lab. Robert picks up one robot arm and notices the joints are too weak. He wonders why they're so poorly made and why the alloy is so weak. Sunja examines the head she's holding and tells him it's poorly made because it's not a finished product, and these are just prototypes. She looks closely at the head she's holding and scans it using the scanners in her eyes. Sunja scans it for a while and doesn't continue what she was saying. Se-ryung notices her rapt attention and asks her if she's trying to see something in the robot's head. Sunja responds affirmatively and says that the robot's neural networks are also quite simple and tries to open up the head. After she opens the compartment, its intelligence chip is ejected, which Sunja refers to as a primitive M207 chip. She explains that the chip is at a level too embarrassing to be referred to as artificial intelligence. Sunja tells them that the M207 chip is optimized for receiving commands, so it lacks autonomous will, which is technically not artificial intelligence. Se-ryung follows her train of thoughts and asks if they were remotely controlled. To her surprise, Sunja replies with an affirmation and says that each individual unit was remotely controlled. The android quickly scans the perimeters and says that the total number of droids that attacked them was 9817, based on what she could detect. She reasons that this would mean that at least 9817 humans were controlling those droids. Meanwhile, see a lab filled with liquid-filled tubes. Each tube seems to be connected to a series of wires and contains something that cannot be clearly seen. Count Ritchell and his other robots walk towards the lab to look at their experiments. He looks at the array of tubes with an evil and resolute look in his eyes, like every other evil character in the world. Taking a closer look, each tube is seen to contain naked people whose brains are connected to a series of wires, and it's clear this is where the robots are being controlled. One of the unconscious men, who is obviously one of the townspeople, is seen floating in the liquid, and he looks quite haggard. On the streets, Seryung asks Sunja what the total population of Manhua district is, trying to figure out something. Sunja tells her that the exact number of people that live here is 98-8. Meanwhile, back in the Jaha Pavilion, swirled sovereign Yang is still seen burning all his internal energy with his soul. The folks realize that only one person is missing, which must be the Sword Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign remains unconscious, and the pink fire envelopes him, as well as several plus blossom petals. Near the throne, Hua Rin sits down and stares at her father, with pain in her eyes. In another part of the world, Commander Jang is shocked to hear what Cho has told him, and he politely asks him to repeat himself. While he wipes his mouth, Officer Cho repeats that he commands a state of immobility and lockdown for the entire District 32. He explains that no one must move, and no one must be allowed in. He also tells him to recall all dispatched personnel immediately. The commander is still shocked and asks why he has made this sudden decision. The officer just tells him these are precarious times, and they require such measures. He continues by saying that 2,000 years of peace have been too long, and the prestige of the martial alliance formed by the union of major sects has long faded. He asks the commander if he knows what happens when the fangs of the tiger that rules a mountain fall out, trying to describe their situation in a figure of speech. Commander Yang answers and tells him that the wolves will take over. Cho tells him that's wrong, but rather the wolves will try to become tigers themselves. Cho reminds him that wolves formed packs because of tigers. He adds that when the tiger is gone, they look around with eyes that saw the tiger, and fellow wolves start to seem weak instead, and this makes them want to attack them because they're much weaker than the tiger. He continues by saying that the first to become the target in such times is the strongest wolf, because it's a tussle for power. Officer Cho quickly returns to his flight pod and walks with the commander while other members of the sect bow to him. He continues his story by saying that the wolves will use the hunting habits they developed while in packs to band together and kill the strongest wolf amongst them. He makes his speech clear and says that their sect is the strongest wolf in the current martial world, and they have to act with extreme caution. The commander asks him if he's saying that the unidentified individual using their sect's martial art is related to what he just said. Cho confesses that he doesn't know, and that's the major issue. While he steps into his pod, he tells the commander that he received an emergency communication just before arriving in their district that an unknown individual headed toward Mount Hua. Commander Yang is shocked to hear him mention Mount Hua and asks to clarify if he's hearing correctly. The officer affirms it and tells him that an unknown element has been placed on a powder keg and is ready to explode, so they're just a single spark from an explosion in the martial world. Officer Cho explains that because of this, it's most important that they understand the current situation before taking any action at all. He gets into his pod and travels out of the sect, hoping to make sense of what is going on soon enough. The commander just watches him leave and doesn't know what to make of the whole thing. He frowns at the whole matter, and it seems like they're going to have to sit on their hands for now. Over at Mount Hua, Seryung and the gang go to the Jaha Pavilion to meet Hua Rin. Seryung asks Hua Rin to confirm what she had said about the people who had disappeared, always showing up at night. Hua Rin says that they do, except for her dad, who always stays behind regardless of their disappearance. She explains that he always stays behind in the fiery form and remains on this throne. Seryung looks at him blankly and doesn't know what to make of the entire situation. Sword Sovereign. Yang just sits on this throne in the midst of the fire and doesn't still notice their presence at all. Seryung asks Sunja how much time they have until sunset to know when the people will be appearing again. Sunja tells her that the Mount Hua planet switches between day and night every 6 hours. Based on her estimations, Sunja tells her they have 1 second till sunset. Suddenly, something happens in the next second that shocks the captain. Right in front of her, like clockwork, the Sword Sovereign gets up and hugs Hua Rin, holding her head like he did the last time. Hua Rin explains to them that he does these things, like stroking her head without any consciousness. She narrates that he even goes on to sip tea while surveying the premises, and later goes to read in the garden. She tells them that these were the exact things he did before she left for her last performance tour on her birthday the year before, which means he's been on this cycle for a very long time now. She says that for some reason, he repeats this every day when the sun rises. Hua Rin, who still looks sad, tells them the others also do the same thing every single day. Over the comms, Robert tells the captain that something is wrong because none of the people seem to be showing up. He's seen sitting on a roof and he informs her that the streets are still empty. Sir Yang gets worried and wonders why they're late today, so she asks Sunja if detects anything. Sunja tells her she detects something else entirely. She looks at the captain and tells her that instead of the people appearing, she seems to be gradually fading. Seryung starts to fade from their view, and she's shocked when she hears those words. She looks at her hands and notices she's becoming translucent and wonders what's going on. Her hands completely disappear and she starts to exclaim. Sunja tells them that the captain's vital signs seem to be disappearing. Suddenly, she fades right of their sight, and all that's left is a faint light. Meanwhile, Hua Rin remains in her father's embrace. Outside the atmosphere of the Manhua planet, a Greenwood ship is seen floating through space. Inside, Kim, the Galaxy Division leader, is seen looking over Mount Hua and its twin moons. Captain Chai Ju enters inside and tries to call his attention to something. He explains that a teleportation was detected from the center of the Mount Hua planet a short while ago. The captain tells him that their analysis confirms that the moving identity is the blazing devil Seryung. Kim asks him what the destination of the teleportation is. The captain tells him that she was teleported to the second moon of the Mount Hua planet named Genta. Meanwhile, we go to the scenery on Genta, Mount Hua's second moon. Somewhere on the surface of the moon, there's a deep hole bored. Inside the deep dark hole, a scream of shock is heard. Inside the hole, the light that remained after Seryung disappeared suddenly appears. She continues to scream and shout that her body is disappearing, but she's nowhere to be seen. Her body starts to slowly materialize in the hole, and she keeps shouting and asking why her body is disappearing. Her body starts to form without her legs, and Seryung is freaked out and wonders if she has died and become a ghost. She starts to speak to an unknown being that she believes to be God, and begs him to bring her back to life because she still has so much to do. As she raises her hands in prayer, she notices that her hands have fully materialized, so she stops shouting and wonders what's going on. She's surprised that she has become visible and keeps asking what the heck is going on. Her gaze is suddenly drawn to the people in front of her, and she realizes she may not be in the afterlife. In front of her, Count Richel sits down on his sofa with his android assistant by his side. Count Richel doesn't say anything, but he just watches her and waits for her to calm her nerves. Seryung looks right at him and wonders who he is. He doesn't say a word, but he just frowns as he looks at her with a sinister look in his eyes. A moment of silence is maintained in the eerie room, and neither of them say anything. Meanwhile, in the Greenwood ship, the captain tells Kim that the teleportation they observed seems to be a little unusual. He explains that there are no traces of consent from the moving entity during the teleportation process. The captain mentions that if this is the case, this could be an unauthorized forced transfer, which is unilateral teleportation, forbidden by galactic law. He suggests to the leader that this may be a serious issue, and it might be best to report the matter to those higher up. Kim doesn't turn back and just asks him if there's anyone higher than him, which is obviously a rhetorical question. The captain catches his drift that he's asking him not to bypass his authority, so he just keeps quiet and doesn't speak. He soon blurts out that there isn't and bows quickly, declaring the Black Tiger as his sole commanding authority. Kim commends his attitude and tells him to keep monitoring the situation of things for now. He also mentions that they can't say anything just yet because the use of forbidden technologies by the galactic law on the moon could imply significant backing from a higher authority. He tells the captain not to intervene recklessly and ensure he investigates thoroughly before they can take any action, because they need to assess whether knowing about all this brings them more harm or benefit. The captain just responds with a loud affirmation to his boss's commands. Kim keeps staring at the twin moons and privately wonders what can be made of the whole thing. Soon after, some intelligence reaches the West Heaven Sword matron, and she asks again to clarify that she heard it correctly. It appears that Elena had just told her about the man she met in Mount Hua, and she asks her to repeat herself. Elena, who is on her knees, explains that the man she met claimed to be her father. She clarifies what she said and says that the man told her he was the one who fathered her. She continues her story and talks about how she lost against him in a duel. Hearing that surprises the sword matron because of how hard it is for any martial artist to beat Elena. She thinks about Mount Hua and considers that the person who defeated her daughter and who claimed to be her father is now at Mount Hua. Meanwhile, on Mount Hua, Robert slams his hand on the table to make a point. He screams out that they have to save the captain, and he's overreacting a bit like he always does. He angrily curses that some bastard had the guts to kidnap their captain, and Lee just listens to him quietly. When he starts to curse some more, Lee doesn't understand any of the words he's saying, so he asks Sunja what Robert is talking about. Sunja tells him she wouldn't like to translate any of it because it's majorly cursing, so she focuses on her work. Hwarin says that the place where Seryung was kidnapped might have something to do with the incident on this planet. She guesses that it might be that the other people were taken away in the same way. She tells them it's possible, but they just don't have any proof. Sunja interrupts and tells her they actually have evidence. She explains that the phenomenon when the people from the Mount Hua planet disappeared is the same. It's called a forced teleportation, which takes a person without her consent. She adds that such unilateral teleportation is forbidden by the galactic law. Robert shouts again that this means that everyone is trapped somewhere. He tells them they can't sit idly and they need to go rescue them, and he grabs Lee by his shirt this time. Lee turns to Sunja and asks her what's wrong with Robert, but she just walks away and ignores them. She tells Lee that it seems that Robert has post-traumatic stress disorder from his time in the military, so this means that he struggles to control his anger when he gets stressed. Meanwhile, Robert continues to use the F word and cuss in Lee's face, still grabbing him by his shirt. Lee looks at him and tells him to let go of his shirt. Sunja tells him it's no use because once he starts, he doesn't listen to anyone. Our guy starts to awaken, and he speaks to him in his martial form, which catches Sunja's attention, because that might just work. Robert promptly apologizes and lets go off Lee. Sunja just stares at them blankly and reasons that Robert could compete in an anger management contest. They return to the matter at hand, and Sunja tells them that there are limits to how far the captain could have been moved if she was subjected to unilateral teleportation. She says it's technically impossible for them to teleport her long range, so they can rule out the idea that they've taken her to another planet. This leaves them with three options. The captain is either still on the Manhua planet or on either of the two moons. Lee joins her by the window and looks at the moons. He asks her if she can pinpoint which of them the captain is on. The android tells him that she has scanned the Manhua planet, and it has no life signs except for the Sword Sovereign, so it can be ruled out the options. Apparently, they're only left with the two moons named Genta and Sycharis. She continues that there are life signs on both the moons. It's hard to pin down where the signs are coming from since both moons are so close to each other. Lee glances at her and asks if they have to take a random guess to proceed. Sunja agrees and thinks for a while. She remembers that the captain is obsessed with gold. Since the captain is obsessed with gold, she decides to choose the golden one, Sycharis. Meanwhile, she's as wrong can get. We head to the second moon of the Mount Hua planet, Genta. On Genta, Count Rochelle still stares at Seryung, who had just been teleported into the facility and still doesn't say a word. Seryung asks him who he is, but he remains silent and doesn't answer her. Rochelle's personal android scans Seryung and detects that she has an externally mounted 1.4 giga internal energy drive. It also detects that she has a 3.3 giga ultra-high-density, high-capacity internal energy drive embedded in her body. The android continues by telling the Count that the only external weapon that Seryung has is the electronic soft sword attached to her waist. Count Rochelle finally speaks and talks about her 3.3 giga internal energy drive while he enjoys some sparkling water. He remarks that a backwater bounty hunter is carrying around something she can't even use. Seryung asks him who he is again and asks him if he's deaf. In another part of the universe, a bright ray of light shines on a seedling. The seedling seems to be planted in something that looks like sand, and it survives due to the direct sunlight it's getting. A very old man crouches next to it and watches it bud, enjoying the beauties of life. Nearby, Officer Cho approaches the old man and refers to him as Master. Cho comes in with a solemn look on his face and declares that there's an issue he would like to discuss. The old man immediately tells him that he knows about the issue related to the events at Mount Hua and mentions that he knows he's been tasked with resolving it. Master tells him not to act impulsively, but to rather wait until the bud fully blooms. He says that only then will he be able to tell what type of tree it is, whether it's a poplar or a willow tree. He says that they must wait until the entities backing Count Richel are completely exposed, and that's when they can strike decisively. The Master reminds him that he raised him to understand that much, so he asks him if he's not mature enough or if there is another problem. Cho doesn't say anything and just remains silent. The Master senses that there's another issue on his mind and asks him what it is and what could have brought out his childishness. Cho explains that a mysterious person appeared during his investigation into the matter. He says that the person performed their martial arts and reached the level of reversing the energy flow. He also says that this person knows their sect's secret technique called the Demon Heart Sura Sword Technique. As he speaks, the Master suddenly looks horrified, so Cho hesitates to say the last part. He finally speaks up and says, "This individual has reached the pinnacle of mastery." Officer Cho explains that the problem is that this person is not affiliated with their sect. The Master, who now looks grim, blankly tells him to kill this person. Suddenly, the seedling behind them withers and dies, and it seems to have been from the Master's influence. Cho asks him to repeat himself because it seems he didn't hear him. The Master suddenly becomes red and exclaims that it's an anomaly and a monster, so he tells him to find him and kill him without fail. It seems to be that the Masters of the Heavenly Demon sect are trying to cover up something. It doesn't make sense to Cho, but he just looks surprised and doesn't say a word. Later, Cho returns to his traveling pod and proceeds to continue his assignment. The pod flies through space while he sits on it. Soon he's received into the pod and his journey begins. Meanwhile, on the Genta moon, Seryung asks Count Richel who he is again and asks if he can't hear her. Richel doesn't give her a response and simply orders his android to check her and continues his drinking. The android disappears from behind him, but that's because she moves lightning fast. Suddenly, she appears behind Seryung, who is still looking the other way, unaware of what is behind her. She detects the android and turns back, preparing an energy blast in her hands, and she asks it what it thinks it's doing. As she released the blast of energy, the android seems to have disappeared out of sight again. This time, it appears behind her and grabs the back of her neck. This android has got skills. Seryung is alerted to the hand that's covering her face. She wonders how the heck the android is moving so fast since she's never seen anything like it. Ritual simply tells her to accept it and says resistance is futile. He tells her that from now on, he will ask her a few questions. He tells her to answer them properly, and he will grant her a life free of eternal suffering. Seryung, who has had enough of his crap, tells him to shut up, and she pushes back the android. The Count is suddenly alerted by her movement and wonders if she can use the adaptive variation of martial arts. Seryung grabs the electronic soft sword in her waist and proceeds to use it to slice through the machine. She swirls the sword around her to create a tornado of cuts around her, but the android quickly retreats. It avoids each of the hits because of its ability to see and move quickly. Eventually, it finds an opening and advances to lay a hand on the captain. It finally gets closer and almost touches Seryung, who spots her and aims the sword at her. The android avoids all the cuts and tries to grab her arm to subdue her. Count Ritual tells Seryung that her fighting is useless because the machine contains data on all martial arts in the world. Seryung keeps trying to cut the android, but it manages to move past her hit every time. She realizes that it must be true that this robot has information on every martial art in the world. She notices how easily the machine is able to read her movements. Seryung is a tough nut to crack, so she continues to fight, and she tells the Count not to make her laugh. She launches forward for a direct frontal attack at the android, but it quickly moves to her side and it avoids the sword. Suddenly, the captain feels a strike on her back as the android finds an opening to hit her. It lifts her off the ground and throws her headlong across the room. Seryung lands on her face and is unable to stop her fall due to the sudden impact of the hit. The android maintains its position and waits for her to react, so it can know how to handle her. Seryung quickly gets back up and wields her sword again. She takes a stance and waves the sword to show she's ready for some action. Count Ritual just continues sipping his sparkling water, and he's surprised to see her get up so quickly. The android keeps watching Seryung and prepares to give her another load of trouble. Seryung also maintains her stance and waits for the robot to make a move. She starts to sweat as the fight has become more intense than she expected. She reasons that it seems that her usual martial art isn't going to work, and she has to think up something new. While she's thinking, the robot fades away again in the speed of light. It appears behind her while Seryung is still looking the other way, but she quickly detects that it's behind her. As the android reaches out to grab her from behind, the captain doesn't move a muscle and pretends not to know it's there. As it swings its arm to grab her, Seryung suddenly disappears out of sight and gives the robot a taste of its own medicine. She leaps high up out of the robot's sight, and it looks around for a little bit, unsure of where she went. As she swirls in the air, she prepares her sword to land a hit as she heads back down. The android quickly realizes her position and leaps off the ground to take the fight to her. Seryung uses a martial attack called Bullet and throws the sword directly downwards like a bullet, hoping to impale the android to the ground. The soft sword straightens out and heads downward with a strong and deadly force. The sword heads right for the robot's face, and it seems like Seryung's plan is going to work after all. Unfortunately, the robot quickly blocks the sword with her hands and redirects it towards the ground. It all happens so fast, and the robot continues upward to catch Seryung, who is still in midair. The robot inches in and almost grabs the captain, who is now falling back to the ground. Because the sword is an adaptive one, it wraps around the android's arm, and it seems this was all part of Seryung's plan. The robot creates a heat wave in its arms and plans to deal great damage to Seryung's stomach area, but the captain just helplessly remains in midair since she's thrown away her weapon. The sword twists around the robot's arm and redirects itself back up, which is pretty cool. The soft sword propels itself right back up and aims itself towards the nasty android. Soon after, it pierces through the android's head and destroys it, and it seems like it didn't expect this to happen at all. The light on its head goes out as it appears that the sword has destroyed its intelligence unit. All this happens in a split second while they're both in midair and continue to fall to the ground. The Count angrily smashes his cup when he sees that Seryung has destroyed his precious android. He opens his mouth in surprise, and he recognizes the move Seryung just used as the Dark Heaven Blood Dragon Dagger from the Sichuan Tang clan. The android falls headlong once its intelligence unit is destroyed, and Count Rachel stares in shock. Seryung also falls to the ground right next to it. She quickly gets up and holds her stomach due to the impact of the fall and the heat the robot hit her with. This time, it's Rachel who asks her who she is. Seryung just angrily frowns at him and doesn't say a word. It appears that she's also bleeding from her mouth. The Count, who is still shocked, tells her that the Sichuan Tang clan was exterminated 10 years ago without trace, and asks her how she knows their martial arts. Seryung doesn't answer him, but just tells him she'll have to use higher measures since it has come to this. She suddenly activates the 3 Giga energy drive that's embedded in her body, which Rachel said is too complex for her to use, and she reasons that desperate times call for measures. The drive is called the Zhuanwu Divine Art Drive with a Qi Internal Operation System, QIOS. She activates the drive to its maximum. This shocks Rachel the more because he knows that the Zhuanwu Divine Art is an exclusive secret technique passed only to the head of the Tang clan, and this seems to be getting more and more interesting. Seryung, who is now using the other internal drive at its max rate, leaps up from the ground in great force and tells him to shut up. Count Rachel just stands where he is and watches her in mid-air. He tells himself that it seems like she plans to dominate the sky to attack him from all directions. In a bright green light, Seryung lifts herself off the ground. A sudden explosion occurs, which releases thousands of green and white arrows that look like an exploding firecracker. Rachel just continues to stare in surprise once he realizes that this method is the Infine Rain Blossom technique. The arrows are all launched towards him at the same time, and he doesn't seem to be getting out of the way. Nearby, you can see a massive explosion in the facility from all the power that Seryung released. We head back to the ship of the West Heaven Sword Matron. Inside the ship, Elena continues by telling her mother that the circumstances of meeting the mysterious man she's talking about were also strange. She tells her that she had arrived at Manhua to receive a bounty request. She remembers that when she got there, she suddenly lost consciousness, and she suddenly woke up in front of him. Like he always does, Count Rachel just sits on his couch and watches her in silence with a sour look on his face. Elena recounts the incident and says she doesn't still understand why she had to meet him that way. She remembers just staring at him and him doing the same thing for a short period, with neither of them saying a word. Her words catch the sword matron's attention, and she realizes that what Elena is describing is unilateral teleportation. In the flashback, Count Rachel tells Elena there's no need to be surprised. He tells her that he called her here to grant her her wish. Elena looks at him in surprise, unsure of what he's talking about. He asks her if she doesn't want to become stronger and to see the world beneath her feet. He tells her this dream is the reason why, after earning the infamous title of 8-foot fighting ghost, she even turned her spaceship into a dueling arena in pursuit of nothing but battles. He explains that the closer she got, the more distant the path became, leading her into despair and crying every night in hopelessness. He tells her he has called her to give her strength, the strength to look down upon the world. Elena admits that the man seemed to know a lot about her. In the flashback, she asks him who he is and what the heck he's talking about. She mentions that his accuracy of knowledge was infuriatingly unpleasant. Rachel simply gets up and tells her it seems she'd only understand if they have a fight. In the present, Elena tells her mother that they decided to fight. There was only one issue. Meanwhile, Count Rachel seems to have overpowered Seryung despite her grand appearance, and he holds her by the throat. Elena tells her mother that no matter what she did, it was useless against him. In the present, Count Rachel holds Seryung by the throat. His clothes seem to have been burnt away by Seryung's green fire, but his entire body seems to be made of metal, just like the androids. Seryung chokes from the pressure of his hand and starts to bleed from her mouth. In the same manner, Count Rachel had held Elena by her throat after defeating her. In the flashback, he tells her that he will make her strong, just like he is. He tells her he's going to do this because she's his daughter, but Elena looks quite skeptical by that assertion. In the present, Count Rachel orders the weakened Seryung to answer his question. He promises to make her weak body strong if she answers him. He mentions that the only cost is that she'd have to abandon her useless mind. In the present day, the sword matron is sincerely shocked as she hears Elena's story. Elena tells her that he gave her something. Suddenly, her body starts to shine in a bright blue light, which shocks the sword matron. Elena tells her that he was the one that gave her this newfound power that she has. The sword matron just stares at her daughter in shock and realizes that the power he gave her is called steel fortification. Meanwhile, Sunja continues her research to detect where the captain is as they prepare for takeoff. Robert starts shouting again and asks her why they aren't leaving, and he asks her to hurry up and move the ship. Sunja looks at the radar once more and notices that something has suddenly appeared on the scanner. On the scanner, a red dot shows that someone is approaching them and is nearby. Sunja stops their journey to the Cicerus moon upon noticing the new ship. Right in front of them, a pod that looks like it belongs to a member of the heavenly demon sect shows up. Both aircraft stop in midair, and neither of them steps out or tries to make contact. In the S-Devil ship, Robert asks Sunja what the heck is in front of them, and asks her to tell them to move so he doesn't crush them. Sunja tells him she can't do that, and he asks her why. She says the ship is a Celestial-class battleship, even though it looks small, and their ship can't even match it. She adds that the worst part is that it belongs to the heavenly demon sect. Robert is shocked to hear that, as he wonders what the heavenly demon sect wants with them. Moments later, Officer Cho teleports into their aircraft, shocking Robert and Sunja. He looks towards where Lee is sitting and completely ignores the other bounty hunters. Lee doesn't even notice him because he's busy trying to use a knife and a fork on a single piece of hot dog. Poor Poor guy. He should have just used his hands. Cho stares right at him, although you can barely call it a stare since he has such small eyes. He immediately recognizes Lee as the person he saw on the screen at the district. Robert approaches the officer and politely asks him what brings someone from the heavenly demon sect to their ship. Cho doesn't turn back to answer him, but continues towards the place Lee is sitting. He tells our guy that he's the first-class officer of the Disaster Safety Headquarters Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect and proceeds to have his seat. He tells Lee to feel free to speak comfortably with him, but Lee just continues eating and doesn't say a word. Robert is surprised by the whole thing and wonders how a little kid can be a first-class officer, which is an extremely high-ranking office in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Officer Cho cheerfully tells Lee that he has a pressing request, and he's come to see him to talk about it. The officer asks Robert to stay out of this matter and continues his talk with Lee. Cho tells him that the mastermind behind this incident is someone named Richel Archimond. He explains that he was once a top scientist and directed the development of military weapons for a defense contractor under the human government. It was a project called the Steel City. This explains the Iron Gangshi that had attacked them while they were on Mount. The officer tells them that due to Richel's inhuman development process, he was expelled and then disappeared. He adds that Richel is now hiding here and is conducting experiments on a much larger scale. While he's talking, Lee doesn't even look at him and continues to eat his hot dog. Cho continues by saying that, in other words, Richel wasn't just expelled like they were told, but he's been receiving more funding to continue his projects in secret. Officer Cho tells him that they suspect that his supporters are some factions within the human government's military. When Lee finishes the hot dog, he asks Sunja for some water and completely ignores all that he heard. Officer Cho stares at him, surprised that he doesn't give any response even after hearing all the information he just gave. He wonders who the heck Lee even is. Robert asks him if he just mentioned the military faction and asks if he's saying that this is the work of the human government's military. Cho affirms that and tells him to stay out of this because this is beyond what civilians can handle. Meanwhile, Sunja gives our guy some water and he still doesn't say a word. Robert asks Cho about their captain and tells him that their captain was just kidnapped. He tells him that there's nothing they can do about it and says all they can do is pray for her. Robert becomes triggered again and he smashes his hands on the table. He asks Cho what sort of nonsense that is and tells him to shut up and get out of here because they're going to rescue their captain. He tells him he doesn't care who he is and they won't let it slide if he tries to stop them. Lee finally speaks for the first time and tells Cho to listen to him. He tells him that he's not trying to intervene, but he's not going to do what he tells them to do about the matter either. Lee tells him that he keeps thinking about it, and he wonders why he would give such valuable information to them in detail. Our guy says that would only be because he wants to use them as tools to get out of the responsibility of dealing with the issue. Lee hisses and says a kid who barely has even a single hair on his head is trying to manipulate him. Cho just replies by asking him who he is, and refers to him as Noble One. Lee doesn't answer, but asks him if that's the real reason that he came here. The officer doesn't answer either, but just remains quiet. Lee suddenly leaves the table and tells him that if that's not the reason he came, then they both have nothing to do with each other, and they never will. Cho finally addresses the elephant in the room and asks him if he has any connection with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lee blankly replies that he has no connection with them. The officer tells him that he'll believe him for now, but he asks him once again if he has no connection whatsoever with the Heavenly Demon Sect, just to confirm. Cho tells him that if this is so, his actions from now on have nothing to do with their sect, and their sect will make that claim. Lee doesn't even turn around and tells him that's fine, so he asks him to leave because he's busy. Shortly after, Cho gets right back into his ship and goes on his merry way. Lee watches him leave, and he seems to be interested in the officer, even though he was very harsh. He keeps watching, and he thinks to himself that it's a relief that there are still talents in the demon sect. Meanwhile, Cho continues his journey through space to figure out what's going on. Lee thinks to himself that Cho seems to have some talent, but he's still too immature. They return back to the business of saving the captain, and Robert says it's time to go and deal with the matter properly. Sunja agrees with him, but tells him that the coordinates have changed. She tells him that instead of the Moon Sycharis that they designated before, it's changed to the Moon Genta now. It seems that Cho has something to do with communicating the new coordinates to them. Meanwhile, we resume back at the second moon of the Manhua planet Genta. On the planet's surface, there's a deep hole that Ritual bore through it to create his facility. Inside the facility, we find Seryung, who is now weak, lying on the ground after she was defeated. Count Ritual drags her inside towards his private laboratory. Inside the laboratory, there's something that looks like a large operating operating table. Ritual drags her to the entrance of the lab, where there's a sort of operating table with cuffs to secure people to the table. He drags Se-ryung into the room and proceeds to strap her to the table. Se-ryung asks him what he's trying to do, and he looks back at her. He asks her if she's finally awake, but she only frowns at him. He tells her that he can't believe that she's already woken up, and he mentions that it seems there's something special about the noble bloodlines, referring to her as the lady of the Sinchuan Tang clan. Se-ryung asks him where they are, and asks him what he's planning to do to her. Ritual tells her not to worry because he intends to free her from pain. He adds that he will erase her memories, and even the darkest parts of her past. It seems that he plans to add her to his collection of people that he stored in the tubes. He tells her that he'll turn her into an iron gangshi, which gives her a simple and useful life where she'll know nothing but obedience. Upon hearing this, Se-ryung groans as she closes her palm in an attempt to generate an energy blast, but nothing happens. Ritual tells her that it's no use because he's blocked all the meridians in her body and has paralyzed her nervous system. He prepares the table by opening the cuffs and tells her that her body will no longer listen to her anymore because he's paralyzed her brain and spinal cord, which are responsible for processing and integrating information. Se-ryung tries much harder to move her body, but it doesn't seem to be working. He tells her it's no use, so there's no need to stress herself. Suddenly, something shocking happens. Se-ryung suddenly gets up, even though he had blocked her central nervous system. She tells him not to dream foolish dreams, and adds that he can kill people of the Sinchuan Tang clan, but you can't dominate them. She activates a strange martial art technique that causes her eyes to become red and leaks out blood from her eyes and mouth. Before he can respond, Ritual feels her hands on his chest, and he senses a strange scent. Around her palm, a bright yellow substance comes out that burns his steel body and allows her to slowly push her hands through him. He suddenly realizes it's some form of poison. Count Ritual just stands there while she pushes her hands deeper through his chest. She tells him that it's called pigeon blood poison and explains that people born in the Tang clan receive a grain of deadly poison in their hearts as a gift. She tells him that it's meant to be used when they die. As she speaks, her eyes continue to fill up with and ooze out blood. The impact of the poison starts to affect the Count, and he tries to remove Se-ryung's arm. She tells him it's useless to try to move her because the more her heart burns, the stronger the poison becomes, even to the point where it can melt even metal. True to her word, the poison starts to create a larger gape in Ritual's chest. She calls him an ugly monster and tells him she'd like to tell him something. He watches in terror, wondering what she wants to say. She continues to smile with her entire face leaking out blood and asks him to die with her. Suddenly, a sharp object comes between the two of them and slices through Se-ryung's hand. It turns out to be Ritual's destroyed android. That doesn't seem to be so destroyed after all. Ritual pulls her hand and attempts to sever it from the rest of her body. Se-ryung, who is now almost dead, looks down and notices the android, realizing it has foiled her plans of killing Ritual. A stream of blood issues out from Se-ryung's amputated hand, and it spills everywhere. A warning alarm is suddenly triggered in the facility, and it looks like there's trouble. Ritual quickly looks up in annoyance and wonders what could have triggered the warning alarm. The system continuously declares that intruders have been detected in the environment, and the alarm keeps blaring. Meanwhile, Lee equips himself with a space shield and he's not looking happy at all. Robert also puts on his combat suit and he stands behind Lee, who has his hands in his pocket as usual. Suddenly, an army of iron gangshi erupts out of the hole and prepares themselves for battle against the S-Devils. They rush towards them with swords in their thousands while a couple more jump out of the facility to join them. Robert prepares his weapons and tells Lee that he'll take care of the robots, so he tells him to save the captain. Lee doesn't waste a second and he leaps from the spot and leaves Robert to handle the androids like he had said. He leaps into the sky past the army of incoming bots and heads right for the underground facility. Robert is surprised that he didn't even wait and he left so quickly. Lee flies right into the hole that leads to the underground facility and comes face to face with the robots who are coming in as reinforcements. Suddenly, Lee awakens his form and a bright light appears from where he is. Our hero triggers a large explosion as he makes his way through the hole, and it destroys all the robots that are still coming out and even wrecks the hole. Robert keeps looking in amazement. In front of him, several rocks are launched out by the explosion, and it lands on several of the bots, killing them instantly. Nonetheless, there are many more left to fight. Robert mentions that Lee could have at least helped out a little before he left because he didn't have to take his words so literally. A large army of iron gangshi run towards Robert, wielding their swords and ready to fight. He starts to curse when he realizes he's in this alone, so she starts firing all his weapons at the bots. Meanwhile, Count Ritual watches the situation on the surface on a screen, but he looks badly injured. On the screen, he can see Robert going all in and shooting at the Iron Gangshas. Robert goes in guns blazing and is hell-bent on taking them all down. Ritual's android scans each of Robert's weapons and lists them out. It detects the MZCT-106 recoilless laser cannot. It also detects the TTR-8 automatic laser multi-missile. Meanwhile, Robert shoots those missiles and wreaks great havoc on the Gangshis. Some of the Gangshis close in on him and he flies off the ground. He uses something that the android calls anti-gravity rockets. The androids tell Ritual that all these weapons are definitely special equipment for the special forces. It, however, adds that the equipments are outdated and not currently in use. Ritual realizes that he's not an active soldier, but a retired one, and he decides he was worried for no reason. He orders the android to get rid of Robert and the rest of them as well. Suddenly, another alarm goes off again, which alerts Rochelle and the android. He glances at the android and wonders why another alarm has suddenly gone off. It tells him that an intruder has entered District 8. Seconds later, she tells him that the intruder has passed District 8 and is now entering District 7. Robert becomes alarmed, and he wonders how the intruder could bypass their security measures so quickly. Moments later, the android tells him that the intruder has passed from District 8 to District 7, then to District 6, then to District 5. It continues listing that the intruder has gone from 4 to 3 to 2, and suddenly stops when it is unable to analyze the intruder's entry location data. Ritual is honestly shocked, and he retorts that it's impossible that someone had bypassed all their security so quickly. The android tries to reanalyze the data to detect the intruder's location. Suddenly, a bright, fiery light appears behind the android. It tries to say the current location of the intruder, but it freezes. Immediately, the android explodes on the spot, as it seems the so-called intruder got to her. Ritual watches as the android explodes into bits of steel that scatter around the room, and he tries to spot where the attack came from. Meanwhile, the triggered alarm starts to affect the people who are trapped in the facility, and their tubes start to fill up with gas. The entire tube almost fills up with gas, as it seems like it's a response to the emergency. Suddenly, the alarms stop blaring and the tubes return back to normal. All the tubes return to normal, and they return to normal oxygenation. The entire room fills up with smoke from the explosion, and Ritual stands there surprised, still trying to figure out who the intruder is. He notices a large gape in the wall, where it seems that someone has broken through it. Through the opening, Ritual spots Lee, who walks into the facility with his hands still in his pockets. He realizes that he is the intruder that broke through all the facility's defenses and just stares at him. Lee stares back at him with a curious look on his face, and he looks completely harmless. Shortly after, our guy steps through the opening and walks towards the Count. Lee just looks at him and doesn't say a word. Ritual also stares in shock, still wondering who heck he is, or how he was able to get past all through all those bots and get here. While the Count still fixes his gaze on him, Lee moves faster than light and appears behind him. He walks towards Se-ryung, who is now on the table, and Count Rochelle turns back to look at him. Se-ryung is strapped to the table with one arm because her other arm has been cut off and she is stained all over with blood. Count Ritual finally breaks the silence, and he loudly demands to know who he is. Lee doesn't pay him any attention, but continues looking at Se-ryung's blood-stained face and body. He finally speaks and tells the Count that he has ruined a child who's just entered into her youth. He adds that on top of that, he's not treating people with respect either, referring to the thousands of people he trapped in the tubes. Lee looks right at him and tells him that he's nothing but a monster. The Count looks surprised and just keeps staring at him, unsure of how to react since he doesn't know who he is. Lee frowns at him, and his gaze shocks the Count, who is still shocked by his sudden emergence. He rudely asks Lee who he is one more time and asks him what he's up to. Lee just reaches out his hands towards him and activates one of his martial arts skills. Se-ryung's soft sword that was on the ground suddenly begins to respond to Lee, and it hits against the ground. The sword lifts itself from the ground and starts to make its way forward. Our guy tells Count Ritual that he refuses to talk to anything that is non-human and continues to summon the sword. The sword leaps right off the ground and heads towards Ritual and Lee. Instead of piercing through Ritual's head, Lee draws the sword right past his ear, probably to show him what he's capable of doing. The sword moves towards Lee and he catches it. The Count is shocked to see him use such a martial art technique and recognizes it as a technique known as void manipulation. He quickly scans Lee, but he realizes that he's not fitted with any internal drive. This realization disturbs him more, and he becomes worried that his opponent doesn't have an internal drive installed. He wonders how he's able to use a skill like void manipulation annihilation, which can only be performed by those who have reached the transcendent level. He continues the scan with a scanner that is equipped into his eyes. He's dumbfounded and wonders if Lee is using ancient martial arts. Ritual stands his ground, but he realizes he's in a bad spot and wonders why this new opponent has to come at him at such an important time. The Count looks down at his malfunctioning body from when Seryung had wounded him, and he starts to wish he hadn't been hurt by a crazy woman. Lee moves closer towards him and keeps on staring at him. He stretches the shoulder towards Ritual's neck, and the Count looks surprised. Lee tells him that he's not only non-human, but he's not even a martial warrior. Our hero asks him how he can even think about useless things during a fight. All his talk gets to Ritual, who angrily tells him to shut up and rushes towards him to attack. The Count runs towards him and proceeds to land a deadening blow. Suddenly, Ritual notices blood spilling out from his hands. Apparently, Lee had moved right past him and had cut off his left arm. Ritual looks backward and spots his strong arm on the ground. Lee tells him that he cut him up to him for what he did to Seryung. Meanwhile, Seryung lays unconscious on the operating table. Lee continues by telling Ritual that the only thing left is for him to pay the price of pissing him off. He starts to awaken his form, and he tells the Count to brace himself because the price of pissing him off can be quite expensive. Our guy starts to release a great deal of energy into the lab, and it looks like the Count is in big trouble. Count Ritual thinks to himself that he must be quite unlucky. Not only does he have to deal with the woman from the Sichuan Tang clan, but he has to face this guy too on the same day. He notices that his internal drive is operating below 40% due to the injury that Seryung had caused in his chest, so there's practically no chance that he can win this fight. He decides to use a desperate measure in such a desperate time. He activates his internal drive but sets its operation rate to the max. His internal drive system starts to give a danger alarm because it seems like it's impossible for his body to handle so much energy after being damaged. The system alerts him that he's surpassing operational limits and it's unable to control the heat output. The system continues to remind Ritual that he's in danger, but he continues running the internal drive at its max. Lee notices him running his internal energy to its max and wonders how strange a skill that is. He wonders how the world ended up like this, where people start using skills that are far beyond their capability, and remembers the good old days of proper martial arts. Suddenly he hears a nearby voice telling him to kill Ritual. He looks beside him to know where the voice is coming from. It turns out to be Seryung, who has regained her consciousness but doesn't seem to be in good shape at all. She tells him that Ritual is trying to activate a self-destruction sequence, so she tells him to kill him before he does that. Lee quickly looks towards the Count, but it looks like it's too late. Meanwhile, the Count is releasing light from every hole in his body, and he looks like he's about to explode into bits. Lee realizes it's too late, and he watches Ritual take his own life right in front of him. And bright light issues from where the Count is standing, and it looks like explosion is about to be triggered. The light grows brighter and continues to envelope the entirety of the facility. Meanwhile, Robert's weapons begin to fail because he's exhausted all his ammo. His TTR-8 missiles become depleted, and the system asks him to reload his ammo. His photon cannon energy also becomes depleted, and the system asks him to reload that too. His V10 Laster Claymore begins to malfunction, and the system tells him that inspection and repair are needed. His fireproof suit also begins to malfunction, and a new item replacement is required. The terrible part is that he is still surrounded by hundreds of bots who are still ready for action. It doesn't look like a good position to be in. Robert mutters that he had told Lee just this, and it would have been easy for him to take care of them perfectly if only he had stayed back to help him a little bit earlier. The Gangshis don't seem to care about all that, and they slowly walk towards him when they notice he has stopped firing at them. Robert loudly tells them to stop and says they should all take a break for a minute, calling them scrap metal bastards. He suddenly asks them if they know who he is and proceeds to take off his combat suit. He drops the frontal armor of the combat suit, and it looks like he's about to ditch it. He totally ditches the suit and goes bare, declaring that he's Robert Carlyle, the sergeant major of the Special Tactical Unit from the Northern Galaxy Combat Forces. He brings out 2 daggers and tells the Gangshis not to get too scared. Robert jumps right at them and tells them all to bring it on. This doesn't look good at all. The bots are surprised to see him leap at them, but they look like they're ready to fight fire with fire. Suddenly, Robert notices a large explosion right in front of his eyes, and he's surprised as to what is happening. In front of him, he notices a very large explosion that seems to be coming from the underground facility. The explosion grows larger and covers a large part of the moon's surface. It's a pretty large and blinding explosion that blurs everything out for a moment. Robert spots the explosion from where he is, but still wonders what's going on. one. He opens his mouth in surprise as he keeps looking around. He just stands there with his weapon in hand, still shocked about the sudden turn of events. The explosion looks like a large mushroom, and it looks like a nuke had hit the site. The explosion is so great that it can be seen from miles away, with several materials being thrown into space. In space, the explosion is also noticed from the Greenwood ship. Kim, who had been secretly monitoring the activities of the S-Devil bounty hunters, is also shocked to witness such a sudden explosion. Captain Cheju comes to tell him that they have detected an electromagnetic field explosion of gigaton scale from Manhua's planet Moon. Kim tells him that this is getting more serious than they had expected. He mentions that an electromagnetic field explosion of this magnitude can only be caused by military personnel, and this hints to the fact that the human government may have a hand in the matter. He orders the captain to delete all the records they have of this incident, including the video footage. He tells the captain that they saw nothing here. The captain is shocked by his leader's commands, since he had earlier suggested that the current situation be reported to higher authority. Meanwhile, Officer Cho's celestial battleship also happens to be nearby. From his ship, he also detects the mega explosion that's occurring on Mount Hua's moon. He watches it from a screen on his ship and wonders what could have happened. On Genta, Robert still stands perplexed since he doesn't still know what's going on. He finally asks himself what's happening, as not only an explosion was triggered, but all the bots seem to have been deactivated. This is because they can no longer receive commands from the base. He suddenly remembers that they're here to save the captain, and he wonders if she's safe since she was in the facility. He abandons the site and frantically runs towards the facility, asking himself where the captain could be. Suddenly, another bright light emerges, which stops him in his tracks. Hopefully the facility isn't exploding the second time. He sees a bright light in the sky and looks closer to see what it is. The light grows brighter, and it seems to be advancing towards him. Lee suddenly emerges from the light on the operation board with Captain Seryung in his arms. Taking a closer look, Robert sees that the captain is wounded and has lost an arm. Lee looks down at her wounded body, and he looks very sad. Robert just stands there shocked. He looks at Lee and the wounded captain and just keeps quiet, hopeful that the captain will survive this. Meanwhile, Officer Cho returns to his master and reports that the Mount Hua planet has returned to normal. Meanwhile, the master spends his time looking at another growing plant in a field full of flowers. Cho tells him that the people who were used as test subjects of the experiment have also returned to their daily lives. He says that fortunately they don't remember anything, and it's as if it never happened. The master tells him that the whole thing really feels like a strange ghost story, and he asks him how Richel could manage to pull this off. Officer Cho tells him that the only possible explanation is that they've managed to commercialize entropy inversion. The master doesn't know what entropy inversion is, and tells him to speak in a way that he can understand, since not everyone is a genius like him. Cho explains that entropy inversion is a technology that reconfigures time itself, for example, like resetting time. Due to the risk of creating multiple universes, experiments concerning it have been banned. He continues by saying that, however, Richel did not only complete the technology, he was able to invert all the subjects used in the experiment at once. Moreover, he has also managed to create forbidden technologies that are unknown, such as unilateral teleportation, among others. He says that Richel is a genius greater than his reputation. The master tells him that with such great abilities, it's clear that the military factions of the human government must be willing to support him. He calls them greedy humans and says they probably don't know that playing with fire can burn them, and even the world. The master asks him if Richel is dead. Cho tells him that he's not entirely sure. The master concludes that this means that Richel is still alive if he's not sure. Cho affirms his suspicions. He receives orders to ensure he gets rid of Richel properly. The master also reminds him to get rid of that person who's using their sex martial arts, referring to Lee. Officer Cho doesn't object, but only tells him that he understands. He doesn't look comfortable with the idea, since it doesn't seem to make sense, but he just remains silent. Later, the officer returns to his ship and sits on it as usual. He remains on it for a while, and he seems to be in deep thought. Meanwhile, things on the Mount Hua planet seem to have returned to normal. Sovereign Yang treats Lee to a cup of tea and tells him that his daughter has told him all that happened. He tells Lee that he doesn't know how to thank him for saving his daughter and those who acted as rebels. Lee just tells him they didn't act rebelliously, but they were controlled as puppets by someone else. Lee tells him that there are more evildoers behind this incident, according to what a little kid told him, referring to Officer Cho. Sovereign Yang agrees and tells him that this is certain, even though Mount Hua has been weakened. He says that even though they have been weakened, it's impossible for just any random person to act against the martial laws of the planet, except they also have strong support from great people. Lee continues drinking his tea and tells the Sovereign that it seems that he will close his eyes to this, as if it never happened. Sovereign Yang's eyes suddenly widen as Lee's comment catches him off guard. He wonders how our hero can see right through him. Lee doesn't even look up and continues drinking his tea. The sovereign also notices that he's so calm when they're talking about this incident, even though he's so young. He wonders who Lee actually is. He finally responds by saying that the most important thing for him is to ensure the survival of nearly 10,000 Manhua clan members, and he doesn't care if he has to throw away his pride to achieve that. It would seem that fighting back suddenly is not wise for his people's welfare. Sovereign Yang also mentions that Lee doesn't seem nervous when he's talking to him. He mentions that after he reached the highest position, everyone always spoke to him with respect. But right now, Lee's impolite attitude feels normal to him, which is really confusing. Lee just tells him not to think too much about it because it was his personal decision to live looking down on the world and everyone in it. He says that is how he chooses to live. That statement strikes Yang, who wonders if Lee sees himself as the absolute supreme being, since he has decided to look down upon the world. The Sword Sovereign asks him who he really is. Our guy tells him that it's better for him not to know since he has decided to live with his eyes closed to such matters. He tells him to keep them closed because opening them just adds to the trouble. Sovereign Yang just looks at him, perplexed. This must be the oddest person he's met. Lee leaves the table and heads outside. Before he leaves, he tells the Sovereign that he would like to ask something because he doesn't know much about the world in this era. He asks him if there is some sort of technology that can reconnect severed limbs. He confesses that the questioner sounds ridiculous, but he's been experiencing absurd things lately. Meanwhile, Hua Rin stands outside the room and looks at the scenery. The S-Devil ship is also seen to have left the Manhua planet and is now in space. Inside the ship, Seryong is seen unconscious and naked. She is seen inside some sort of life support system that helps her breathe and keeps her alive. Sunja stands nearby and monitors her vitals on the system. She continues to check her vitals, and it looks like it doesn't look good at all. Sunja steps out of the medical facility and returns to the other part of the ship. She is ambushed by Robert, who promptly asks her how the captain is doing. She bluntly tells him that the captain is not doing well. Robert asks her why, and says all that she lost was an arm which can be quickly stitched. The android tells her that the captain's blood is full of poison that her own body produced. The worst part is that the poison is unique and has no antidote. She says that she has tried to neutralize the poison as much as possible, but it's only further spreading into the internal organs. Robert starts to panic and lifts her up. He tells her that in that case, they need to go to the big hospital, and he asks her why they haven't left yet. Sunja tells him again that there's no antidote. Moreover, if they want to go to the big hospital, they have to go far away, like Kina and Nebula, and she's not sure the captain will survive the trip. Arbord unhands her and solemnly asks what can be done. Sunja just walks away and tells him that they need to prepare to say goodbye. She reminds him that the captain always said that they should attach a shield to her and throw her into space after her death because she wants to explore space forever. She says she'll gather some money so they can buy high-quality armor for the procession. Robert just stands there dejected, realizing what Sunja is implying. The usually vibrant ship looks quite dark and lonely. Sunja goes to the dispenser to get some water. She just looks into the cup, but it's not likely that she can drink it. She pours the cup of water on herself. The water streams down her head and onto her eyes. It seems to be the only way she can cry. Her eyes suddenly widen as she sees something out of the ordinary. Outside the ship, she sees a large ship that belongs to the West Heaven Sword Matron. She's alarmed because she doesn't know why the Sword Matron wants with them again. On the ship, the Sword Matron looks at the S-Devil ship. She looks pretty worried as she looks down at the ship, and it seems she's aware of the recent happenings. She continues to look at the ship, and it seems she'd like to speak with the bounty hunters. On the Manhua planet, Sovereign Yang notices something odd in the sky. The West Heaven Sword Matron's ship has suddenly entered into their planet, and it's unclear what she wants with them. The Sword Sovereign doesn't look so happy with what he's seeing, since this was an unexpected visit. The Manhua sect security enforcer, Man Sanjin, comes to inform him that the ship belongs to the West Heaven Sword Matron. The Sword Sovereign recognizes the West Heaven Sword Matron as Kim Yanhua. Sanjin tells her that they've tried to contact her several times, but there's been no response from the ship. Sovereign Yang tells him that it seems that she didn't come here to see him, so he tells him to let her be. Sanjin becomes extremely annoyed, so he tells the Sovereign that this is the territory of their sect. He adds that her position as the West Heaven Sword Matron doesn't give her the right to disregard and disrespect their sect. Sovereign Yang just smiles at him and tells him to clam down. He tells him that the Manhua sect is currently in the process of reconstruction and growth, so they need to avoid conflict with other sects at a time like this. It seems Sanjin isn't aware of the great calamity that just befell their sect. Sanjin tries to protest, but the Sword Sovereign tells him that patience is the strongest force their sect can wield right now. As he walks away, the Sovereign tells him that they must endure secure it, at least, until their sect is strong enough to fight back. Sanjin just stands there perplexed, but he has no choice but to obey the sovereign's commands. He looks confused by the sovereign's words, unsure of what he means that they're reconstructing. Meanwhile, the West Heaven Sword Matron ship remains in the planet, and she doesn't give a response to the planet's security organization. Inside the ship, the Sword Matron tells Lee that she came to seek an audience with him concerning a matter, referring to him as the revered master. She says that it seems that she'd be able to offer him unexpected assistance. Inside the ship, it seems that the Sword Matron had retrieved Seryong's unconscious body from the S-Devil ship. She tells Lee that she can fix the girl that accompanied him at his request, referring to Seryong. Lee asks if she's saying that she can reattach her severed arm, and he wonders how far technology has advanced. The Sword Matron tells him that reattaching her arm is easy and is basic medical knowledge. She says the hardest part is removing the blood poison that's in her heart that has spread throughout her body. Lee seems to be unaware of the poison in her heart prior to this time, and he mentions that it seems that Seryong is from the Sichuan Tang clan. He says it's no wonder that she's both foolish and hot-tempered. The Sword Matron commends his impressive knowledge and tells him that the blood poison in her heart is a secret technique of the Sichuan Tang clan only permitted for use by the clan's nobles. Our guy asks her how she knows about that. He eventually agrees with her and requests that she help him heal Seryong. The Sword Matron doesn't say anything, but just waits for him to respond to her previous statement. He adds that since he's received her requests, she can feel free to state her terms. He bluntly asks her what it is that she wants from him. The Sword Matron tells him that there is someone that she would like to meet, and she is sure he can open the way for her. Lee mentions that her voice is filled with killing intent, and it would seem that she's very angry. He mentions that for some reason, he feels like she is talking about someone he has met before, referring to Ritual. He says that he met someone not too long ago who also made him want to beat him to death. He tells her that if that's the person she's after, she's already late because he's dead. The Sword Matron solemnly tells him that Ritual is still alive. She says the problem is that he's hidden himself in a much deeper place. He seems to be hiding in a place called the Galactic Nebula in the Vista Union system, particularly on the 108 Zuar 4H moon. She adds that this is the exact reason that she needs his help. Meanwhile, on the 108 Zuar 4H moon, there's a military droid disposal site that belongs to the human government's Southern Galactic Corp. A strange woman approaches a pod that's standing in the middle of the site. She brings a cloth that she plans to use to cover the person inside the pod. The woman patiently waits for the person to come out. The pod slowly starts to open, and a bright light is emitted from it. The pod continues to slowly open to reveal whoever is inside it. As the pod opens wider, the liquid inside it is displaced. It looks like something from Ritual's lab. The liquid spills on the ground and streams past the woman's bare feet. The pod completely empties its content, but whoever or whatever is inside is unclear because of the bright light. When she steps closer, a naked man crouches inside the pod. The man tries to cover himself up, and he seems to have been experimented on. The woman comes close to him and covers him up with the cloth in her hands. She congratulates him on his return to life and refers to him as the Count. Count Ritual looks at her perplexed, and he doesn't seem to know what is going on at all. He asks her who she is, and it seems like he doesn't recognize her. She introduces herself as Rachel Archimond, one of his vessels. The odd thing is that Ritual's surname is also Archimond. The weirder part is that this woman seems to be a splitting image of the West Heaven Sword Matron. She tells him to wait a little longer until all of his memories return. Ritual just looks at her, still confused as to what she's talking about. Rachel also stares at him and doesn't say anything. She says within herself that he'll love her again when he regains his memories. Meanwhile, the Sword Matron shows Lee the moon that Ritual is hiding on. She tells him that this is the place where the military disposes of their droids, and this must be where he is hiding. She says that the issue is that it's operated by the human government, so it's under the watch of the Planetary Defense Forces. Lee asks her if the human government is an official body. He also mentions that a child once told him the same thing, referring to Cho. The Sword Matron jokes that the term official body is a term that hasn't been heard in thousands of years. She mentions that he knows how to spark curiosity in people. She agrees that the human government is an official entity that has a distant but non-hostile relationship with the martial arts world. Lee remarks that this means that they don't get too close, but they don't stay too far either. He says that it looks like the habit of the elite to maintain their power hasn't changed. The Sword Matron glances over at him and wonders why he speaks like he's from thousands of years ago. She wonders who he is exactly. He tells her she can get straight to the point and ask what she wants him to do. Meanwhile, the Planetary Defense Commander, Major Bernardo, looks out of his office window. The Sword Matron tells Lee that she would like him to help her divert the attention of the Planetary Defense Forces so she can get to Ritual. Outside his office, Major Bernardo watches some work going on in a facility. He speaks to someone behind him and tells him that he has just received a report that the lab was completely destroyed. Behind him, Ritual sits down, while Rachel stands behind him. He tells the commander that they encountered an unexpected problem. Ritual tells him that he had to erase the evidence, since maintaining the secrecy of their project is top priority. The commander jokes that it seems like his tongue wasn't injured, since he's able to speak quite smoothly. He asks him if his tongue will still work as well in front of the project investors. He says that the doubts that even one of his many lives will be enough to calm their anger once they find out that he destroyed the lab. Ritual tells him that the project hasn't completely failed. He says the Steel City project is just a part of the project. Ritual says that they've gathered enough data through experiments, so you could say that the project is a success. Ritual adds that they will now proceed with the main project, which is the Iron Gangshi project, and proceeds to leave. Before he leaves, Major Bernardo stops him to ask a favor. He asks Ritual if he can make another copy of the thing he has with him, referring to Rachel. Ritual looks offended by the statement, but he doesn't turn around to show his displeasure. The commander adds that he's been stuck in the middle of nowhere for too long and he's getting bored. He says that if it's too hard to make a new one, he can just lend him his own for a few days. Ritual tells him he'll consider it and heads out with Rachel. He looks sincerely annoyed by the request, but decides not to raise any dust. He thinks to himself how much of a piece of trash the commander is. The commander wonders why Ritual is treating something that's not even human like a person, and considers it insolent. Meanwhile, in another place, it rains heavily. In this place, Seryung seems to be well again and equipped with her soft sword. She is drenched in the rain and just looks around absently. She wonders why her memories are so gloomy as the rain keeps beating on her. Suddenly, the sword matron shows up in front of her. The sword matron tells her that she seems like someone with a careless demeanor, but it turns out that she's been hiding behind a thick mask all this time, referring to her identity as a Sichuan Tang clan noble. Seryung just looks absent-minded and doesn't seem to understand what she's talking about. The sword matron tells her to follow her because she's come to take her. Seryung refuses and says she must protect the transference gate, which is right behind her. The sword matron tells her that this is not reality, but her delusion. She adds that she no longer has anything to protect. She tells Seryung that she has lost everything, and that's why she's trapped in her delusion, so she asks her to go back with her. Seryung angrily refutes and says she must protect the gate even if it costs her life, because no one can pass through it. Suddenly, Seryung's eyes widen when something unexpected happens. The sword matron sticks her sword into her chest. Seryung looks at the sword in her chest in surprise. The sword matron tells her that she'd have to take her forcefully if she persists. Suddenly, Seryung wakes up in the tube on the sword matron's ship. She becomes conscious and tries to swim, wondering where she is. Later on, the sword matron goes to her charging terminal to recharge her internal energy drive after expending some energy to save Seryung. The system shows that her internal energy drive is recharging. 3.6 cycles have been recharged, and she's at 84%. Suddenly, Seryung steps into the room, and the sword matron asks her how she's feeling. Seryung doesn't talk for a while because it's a rare privilege to have a private audience with the sword matron. The sword matron tells her that her reattached arm will feel uncomfortable for a while, so she advises her to focus on rehabilitation until her neural network settles. Seryung thanks for saving her life and promises to repay the debt. The sword matron tells her that she's overestimating herself because debts are only shared between people of equal standing. Ouch. She tells her that regardless of her relationship with the Sichuan Tangamili, she's invisible to even the side glances of her peers, which means she's quite small. She also adds that there was no reason to use up all her internal energy to save her. Seryung then asks her why she decided to save her if that is the case. She's only met with a that question either. The sword matron remarks that the Sichuan Tang family is really cruel to even cultivate the half-blood poison that was in her heart. She says that it was so hard to remove that she almost couldn't get it out. She looks into a nearby cup where she kept the parasite responsible for the poison. She says that the rumors about the deadliest poison that is only passed down to the head of the Sichuan Tang family are true. Seryung becomes uncomfortable with the conversation concerning things that are personal to her clan and her past. She politely asks the sword matron to give her back the poison because it's her soul. Soon after, the system declares that the internal energy drive is fully charged. The sword matron removes the cables and tells her that she's already activated the half-blood poison when she chose death, which means she had abandoned the poison. She tells Seryung that it is no longer hers. Seryung just stares at her in despair, realizing she can't fight back or protest. The
The sword matron tells her that the poison has become hers, but much to Seryung's surprise, she tells her that she will give it to her. The sword matron says that in return, she would have to tell her everything that she knows about that man, and tells her not to miss a single detail. Seryung just stares at her and wonders who she's talking about. Her eyes suddenly flare open when she realizes she's talking about Lee. Meanwhile, Lee returns to the Manhua planet to have a discussion with Sovereign Yang. The Sword Sovereign tells him that he wanted to meet him again to repay the kindness that they received, referring to him as the revered master. Lee tells him to forget about it because he did it because he wanted to. He insists that a cup of tea is enough for him. The Sword Sovereign tells him that he understands that, but the roles of debtors and creditors are different. He also adds that the Manhua sect is not used to owing debts. Sovereign Yang says that he will repay the debt by offering sincere advice. He tells him not to get close to the West Heaven sword matron. He says that she is a venomous spider that lives in the deep, dark abyss. Meanwhile, Seryung leaves the room where she talked with the sword matron and heads out. On her way, she notices a strange figure by her side. When she glances to her side, she notices Elena, who is standing there, looking sad. The sword sovereign tells Lee that the sword matron infects everything that she comes near with darkness. Meanwhile, Seryung completely ignores Elena and walks past her, avoiding any trouble. Elena suddenly tells her not to be relieved that she survived because she'll die by her hands. This proves the sword sovereign's point that the matron infects everything she comes near, even her own flesh and blood. In the ship, Seryung asks Elena why she's threatening her. She asks if they have some sort of debt to settle and says she doesn't remember anything like that. Elena just tells her that the reason she's not come to settle their score is because her mother saved her. Both ladies just stare at each other in silence. Seryung finally walks away and says that she and her mother are really alike. Elena angrily tells her not to ignore her and reminds her that she will die by her hands. Seryung continues ignoring her and tells her whatever she says is fine. Before she leaves, the captain turns back to ask her a question. She turns back and faces Elena, who is paying rapt attention to hear her question. Seryung demands to know why she keeps speaking to her informally and asks her how old she is. Meanwhile, on the Manhua planet, Lee thanks the Sword Sovereign for his advice, but tells him that he'll handle it his way. Sovereign Yang adds that he doesn't know the request that she made from him, but he knows that her true intention must be something else. He says that she's probably after someone significant to her. He tells Lee that there's a legend in Jianghu that says that any man who meets the West Heaven's sword matron will never escape her grasp. This is because of the level of ideals she's after. He mentions that he had also come in contact with her in his younger years. She told him that she wanted to bear his child because a child born from their combined genes would be the most perfect being in this world. He says she was breathtakingly beautiful and radiant. He says that even though he was already engaged at that time, it was hard to refuse her. He confesses that even now, he still sometimes regrets rejecting her. Sovereign Yang says that rumor has it that over 100 men have succumbed to her. Meanwhile, Rachel steps into his facility on the moon in Nebula. The Sword Sovereign tells Lee that all these men provided her with their genes. In Rachel's lab, he takes a look at Rachel, who seems to be a replica of the sword matron that he created. He seems to have a sour look on his face, as the appearance of Rachel brings back some bad memories. The Sword Sovereign tells our hero that the sword matron always abandons these men after she takes their seed. He says this is why she was given the nickname Black Widow. Just like a Black Widow spider, she devours her mate after mating with them. Lee asks if that means that she has a lot of children. The Sword Sovereign affirms that she has over 100, probably as many as the seeds she collected. Lee is shocked and asks if it's even possible for her to give birth to so many kids since she looks so young. Sovereign Yang tells him that's not how she has the children. He explains that she uses gene cultivation to create them in test tubes. With this method, she could even make 100 at once. Our guy is intrigued by the whole thing, and he remarks that the world has really become strange. He asks the Sovereign why she decided to have so many children when raising children is not an easy task. Yang tells her that she's after the absolute one who will be a perfect being. She's doing it so she can achieve a dream she could never fulfill, but so far, she's never been able to create a copy that satisfied her. It seems that this is when humankind caught her eye. The Sovereign reminds him again to be careful because it is dangerous to get close to her. Lee remarks that this is such a shame and gets up after having his tea. The Sovereign is surprised and asks him what is a shame. Lee just walks away and says that it would have been nice if she were his type because he sometimes wishes he would have his own child. Sovereign just stares at him, unsure of what response to give to that. Sometime later, Seryung returned to the bridge of the S-Devil, greeted by an ambush of affection from her crew. Robert wrapped his arms around her tightly while Sunja clung to her leg, both exclaiming how they knew she would survive, how they never lost faith. Seryung, clearly uncomfortable, pried at Robert's hands, asking for a bit of space. He refused, questioning how she could be uncomfortable when her comrades had missed her so dearly. In the corner, Lee, the ancient warrior, simply continued to eat his hot dog.
unfazed by the commotion. Finally freeing herself, Seryung approached him. She acknowledged awkwardly that she'd heard he had saved her, a strange way of offering thanks. She had only one question for him, she said, hesitating for a moment before asking if he was older than her. Lee just gave her a confused look, saying nothing. Taking his silence as confirmation, she answered her own question. He was older, she declared. Probably uncle older, or maybe even grandpa older. With that settled in her mind, she suddenly snatched the plate of hot dogs from in front of him. She told him he couldn't eat them anymore, and ordered Sunja to bring him healthy organic food, citing concerns for his advanced age. As Lee held the last piece of hot dog on his fork, she demanded he put it down. In an instant, his calm demeanor vanished. A dangerous aura flared to life around him as he awakened his martial form, warning her to back off if she didn't want to die. Robert and Sunja could only watch in bewilderment as their captain and their ancient guest butted heads once again. It seemed for Seryung that love and violence were often expressed in the same breath. Meanwhile, far across the galaxy, in the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a man named Jang Ri-tak was reeling from a piece of new intelligence. He stammered, asking the sword matron before him to repeat what she had just said. The matron's voice was steady as she confirmed the information regarding the man they knew as Lee. 2,000 years ago, a man had voluntarily sealed himself in a stone chamber beneath Mount Tai on Earth. His name, she said, was Lee Mak-jin, and he was undeniably connected to their own heavenly demon sect. Jang Ri-tak waved his hand impatiently, saying he understood that part. He demanded she repeat what she had said next. The sword matron looked him in the eye and delivered the final, devastating piece of the report. She told him that this man, Lee Mak-jin, had once called himself the Heavenly Demon Supreme. Jang Ri-tak's eyes widened in utter shock, his breath catching in his throat as if the name itself was a physical blow. On the other hand, the Duke was in his lab, implanting data from a chip, while his assistant mentioned that everything looked correct. As soon as it was all ready, the Duke gave the order for it to return to its master, and bam, that chip shot right into the Duke's hand. When he was done, he went over to Bernardo, his aide, to deliver the product he had requested. Bernardo was like, "Are you kidding me? The Iron Gangshi project is one that can turn living human bodies into combat droids. Not only that, but they were supposed to have the ability to use superhuman martial arts. And no matter how he looked at it, that thing didn't even look human." The Duke said it would soon, as it jumped onto the other military man's face and went straight into his nose. His whole body started to bulge with veins. This is an android specifically designed to enter the human body and paralyze the brain's nerves, to then take control of the nervous system and convert the infected humans into a living android. And it was also packed with data on the most effective and deadly martial arts techniques in the world. In short, it's a killing machine. But why did it look like that? Well, that's because the genes are different from the experimental samples, and that's why it got all deformed. The chip came out, and the guy just dropped to the floor. The Duke told them to get ready for tomorrow's demonstration. Because, since the prototype was ready, they needed to show it to the investors so they would stop complaining. Bernardo said they had waited 10 years for this. How could he possibly say that his $500 million investment resulted in a monster like that? But the Duke told him not to worry, because that thing hadn't met its true owner yet. And as soon as it found him, it would work correctly. He told him to go now and be its true owner, the perfect project, Iron Gangshi. On our hero's ship, Sunja mentions they had already reached the limit of where they could go. If they got any closer, they'd be invading the security line. Seryung was a bit hesitant, so Robert said that if they messed up, they'd become official fugitives of the human government. They'd never be able to eat in peace again. When they asked about the matriarch's ship, they noticed it was at the same distance as them, but in the opposite direction. So Seryung told them to prepare the landing pod. If anything went wrong, they'd just pretend they didn't know each other. She went to where Lee was to let him know this was his stop. However, from here on out, it would be just the two of them. Lee told her not to follow him and to stay put. He would go alone. Seryung, calling him Mr. Lee, said she was needed to control the landing pod, but Robert yelled, asking why she didn't just use the autopilot. Besides, she barely even knew how to fly a ship properly. Seryung confessed she had some unfinished business with that guy too. Lee asked her to stay. He said he still had a much bigger debt to pay, and if it was any consolation, it was better for her to consider it a thing of the past. Because if she kept clinging to the past, she would never move forward. The more someone focuses on the past, the further they get from their current life. Suddenly, Bernardo started hearing an alarm about an intruder who had crossed the boundary line. The heavenly demon had finally landed. Meanwhile, a voice asked the chief from before who he was. This voice belonged to Warren, who mistook him for some kind of bug, asking where he came from. And the Duke just couldn't believe it. Was he seeing things? Because that man was here. Bernardo saw him too. He was a natural pure, since he had no internal units or weapons. Still, at first glance, he thought it was a demon wandering these parts. What bad luck for a beggar. Bernardo gave the order to eliminate him, and a droid popped out from under the sand to attack. However, the Duke arrived in a panic, screaming that this man was not someone he could handle. He told him to switch to emergency alert mode and activate every single defensive weapon they had. Bernardo was like, he's just a simple natural, he didn't get what all the fuss was about. But that droid just disintegrated from the mere fact that Lee walked towards it. The Duke, seeing the protective field, gave the order to analyze the martial arts technique he had just used, and if necessary to even connect to the government's main data to find out. Bernardo stood up, asking what the hell he was doing. He was the one in charge here. To which the other replied that if the project failed because he didn't do as he was told, not even he would be safe. He told him to use everything in his power to stop him, if he wanted to even survive. As Lee got closer, more defense lines were activated to stop him. The Duke called someone, telling them to bring it quickly. They needed to speed up the project no matter what. And here we see the person he was referring to was Warren, who seemed to be in the middle of a green area. Rachel reported that she had arrived and would bring him herself. Suddenly, Lee noticed a tornado, which was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where a giant Buddha appeared out of nowhere. The heavenly demon asked who he was, but the giant hand immediately crushed him. From space, you could see that tornado. Bernardo thought it wasn't as big of a deal as the Duke had said, but from the bottom of the hand, Lee blew a hole and flew out to the very top. Bernardo screamed for them to kill him once and for all. The tornado started turning reddish, while our Lee mentioned that the true energy of the Buddha is achieved through emptiness. How could it be filled with such impure violence, he wondered. This was nothing more than a forgery using the image of Buddha. The heavenly demon with his sword made a gigantic hole in the palm of the statue and headed at full speed to go right through its head. In that moment, Bernardo felt true terror. Back on the ground, Lee thought that all that commotion would be enough for her to infiltrate. And now, thousands of droids started chasing him. On the other hand, the Duke had finally identified that martial art. It was the advanced technique of the heavenly sex demon heart sword. Immediately, he asked to be connected with Bernardo, but there was no answer. Someone told him it would be useless, that he wouldn't be able to communicate for a while. The Duke recognized that voice. It was the matriarch. He called her Manhwa, but she very seriously mentioned that if he said her name so easily, it must mean they had shared some connection once. The Duke, looking a bit down, asked if she didn't remember him. The look on the matriarch's face confirmed it, to which the Duke said it was probably because of his appearance, since he lost half his face in an experimental accident. Because 25 years ago on that night, she had gone to his laboratory in the Galactic Citadel. Yes, he remembered it very well. When he saw such a beautiful woman for the first time, the matriarch told him back then that he was very handsome, even more so than the rumors. The most talented scientist in all of history had that kind of beauty. Looks like I got pretty lucky today, said Manhwa. She held him by the face as she proposed having a child with her, because a child combined with their genes would be the most perfect being in this world. She wanted his seed. But then, why did she have that blank expression now? The Duke screamed, asking if she had really forgotten him. Her response? I don't keep memories of failures. She also drew her sword, mentioning that he forced her to remember, which made her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Bernardo was having a really bad time. The poor guy had no idea what to do anymore. 73% of the perimeter forces were lost, and he ended up requesting backup from headquarters. Too late. Lee walked right past him like it was nothing. Bernardo asked who the hell he was. Lee Mok-jin, it's already written on your tombstone, was his reply. And now I have a question for you. Where is that half-monster guy? The Duke didn't understand why she called him a failure. Was someone like him not even worth remembering? No, you're mistaken. I can grant that wish you long for so much, to become the most perfect and absolute being. Even though you couldn't do it, I want to create one no matter what. I am not a failure. You are for leaving me. He screamed that he had already completed it, because he had dedicated his entire life, heart, and soul to it. After those words, the Duke was run through by the matriarch. She did remember him, but the more she remembered, the more uncomfortable she felt, because he always talked too much. When Lee arrived, he only found the Duke's body, noting that the cuts were clean. She really had cut his heart out without any hesitation. No matter how insignificant their connection was, she showed zero mercy. But the Duke started talking to him, mentioning that she didn't know his value, but she would soon understand and start to see him as someone valuable. Lee told him to forget it, that he was already dead anyway, because forgetting is death's greatest gift, so the sooner he accepted it, the better. But the Duke didn't see it that way. He wouldn't die, because the creation of his life represented his eternal value. Just then, Warren entered along with Rachel. Lee had a look of complete shock. Why was that girl here? Immediately, he went over to ask what she was doing, but a golden light filled the entire place. Bernardo's alarm started going off again, and he wondered what the hell was happening now. The base itself warned him to escape in the emergency ship, but he hadn't even given that order. A girl's voice said that she was the one who gave the order, as a show of consideration for old time's sake, because if he wished to meet an end worthy of a soldier, he could stay there, as that would also be a good end for him. Another gigantic ship had appeared, leaving Seryung and the others completely stunned, since they'd never seen anything like it. Sunja said it had just materialized there a few seconds ago. Robert said that wasn't the problem. If they looked closely at the insignia, they'd realize that ship belonged to the human government. Meanwhile, Lee himself had backed away, watching as Warren emanated a gigantic amount of energy, while the Duke laughed because he was right. What he had just seen was his other self, which contained his true value, and that level of power was just the beginning. Since that girl is an empty vessel that can contain and absorb anything until she reaches the peak of her strength, Rachel told him to be quiet and not to speak anymore. She needed to treat her urgently. The Duke replied that he was already finished, and she knew it too, because she was also his other self. Therefore, he now granted her free will, telling her to live as she wished. When he opened his chest, he took out a blue heart with which she could use the girl, telling her to step out into the world and live, because with that strength, no one would even be able to look her in the eye. Rachel watched him. However, as she was taking the heart, Lee told her to stop. One madman's life is more than enough, and whatever the story behind it, she should just ignore it and return the girl to her original state. That was a warning, because he wouldn't say it twice. Rachel replied that it wasn't a life of madness. He simply lived desperately and fiercely, but that Lee didn't need to worry, because his life also ends here. From now on, she would live as she always wanted. What she did was approach Warren, hugging her and saying that now she would give her freedom too. In return, she would give just one order. If she ever saw her again, she asked her to hug her very tightly. As soon as she did, Rachel's body disintegrated, and Warren returned to normal, collapsing on the floor. A Leviathan-class fighter jet was detected near the atmospheric boundary, and it belonged to the human government's inspection office. If they brought a ship like that, it could only mean one thing. They were going to do an orbital bombardment. Robert screamed that they were doomed. Seryung asked why they weren't moving. Could it be they didn't see them? Sunja didn't think so. They had definitely seen them. And just then, the girl from before appeared right behind them. "What the hell? Where did she come from?" they said. Meanwhile, she looked at them with a small smile as she had recognized Seryung, calling her the last descendant of the Tang family of Sichuan. Seryung was shocked, but the redhead told her not to be scared, to just pretend she hadn't seen her, and that she would even delete the report she received on the way. Since she was a bureaucrat, she'd let someone else handle their case, so it was better to pretend they had never met. Suddenly, she began to request a plan modification, calling it Plan 6RT. Seryung asked Sunja what was happening down there. Sunja told her that all the droids had been shut down, and they deactivated them because they were going to do an orbital bombardment, which made Robert start to get really nervous. And with a sweet smile, the redhead ordered them to open fire. A small drill fell into the desert where the droids were, starting to spin slowly. Meanwhile, the redhead told them that bureaucrats like her really hate writing long reports, asking why they weren't moving, that they had to hurry up and leave, and that they needed to get at least half a light year away in 5 minutes to be safe. As she disappeared, she also warned them not to appear in front of her again. Seryung still didn't understand what an orbital bombardment was, but Robert, having been in the army, screamed that the woman was completely insane, because he had heard rumors of a weapon capable of annihilating moons or even entire planets, and that was a power only they possessed. Sunja reported that it seemed to be true. Something was starting to drill into the moon's core, and if it exploded there, the entire moon would disappear. They had only 3 minutes to escape no matter what. However, for some reason, Seryung didn't give any orders. She just kept watching that moon. On the redhead's ship, she couldn't hide the fact that she was having fun doing this. Little by little, the ground began to rise, and now there were only 2 minutes left until the explosion. However, her ship could withstand the shockwave by activating the shields at 100%, but she lowered them to 80% because that way, it would be more exciting. Confirmed, redheads are crazy. She also managed to see Bernardo escaping in the emergency ship, which was pretty obvious, but the question was, why, despite having warned them in advance, weren't the others fleeing? Our protagonist's ship started to move, but not to escape. Instead, it headed straight for that moon. Robert started screaming that they were really going to die, there was no chance of survival. But Seryung replied that she won't die, since her lifeline is long and she plans to live at least until she's 80. Meanwhile, Sunja had no palm lines or destiny, but she still knew her lifespan was 5,000 years. Though she knew what Seryung was doing was wrong, no matter how you looked at it. The closer they got, the atmospheric temperature gradually rose to 300 degrees. Robert screamed that he didn't want to die roasted. Sunja managed to detect a life signal ahead, but the temperature there was at least 700 degrees. Just then, they saw Lee floating out while carrying Warren, though you could see how the fire was burning his skin. Lee mentioned that this was really bizarre. The heat and all this chaos felt like the pits of hell itself. We also saw a demon larger than him watching him. So am I finally meeting my end? The heavenly demon wondered. He found it pitiful, because if it had been yesterday, he would have gladly jumped into its mouth, referring to that demon. But today was not that day, because he had made a promise to protect that girl. He asked the demon to back off, but in return, he swore that as soon as the girl was safe, he would personally seek it out. However, this was something only Lee could see. As Seryung screamed at him to stop hallucinating and get on the ship already, the ship where the redhead was reported that the ambient temperature was now 1,500 degrees, and there would be a massive explosion in 10 seconds. But there was still a faint sign of life. It seems it was useless to warn them, and once the core detonated completely, the temperature would soar to 6,000 degrees, and not even a god could survive that. Great for me, so I won't have to write a report, she thought. However, despite being inside the pressurized door, Lee and Warren couldn't enter where the others were because the temperature was too high. If they opened the door, everyone would turn to ash. Seryung said it didn't matter. They were going to die anyway. It would be better to die together. After the explosion, we see that Lee is no longer on fire, and in front of him, a kind of monk has appeared. Lee said he didn't expect to see him again. And the monk replied that they were destined to meet, even if it took 2,000 years. Now, in the past, we find ourselves in a very damp environment, and the monk asks Lee to ask him the question. Since he doesn't answer, the monk tells him not to hold back. Lee was the one who had sought him out at the border of the world of the living. The heavenly demon was sitting next to a katana, looking quite tired. He had stepped on countless corpses, but even now his knees and legs felt the cold. The heavenly demon asked if the monk knew him, and he replied that he didn't. However, even without knowing, it's possible to see things. Before he even learned to walk, he was already a demon, because they deprived him of the right to choose life, and he lived a life forced to feed on death instead of food. However, even all those deaths could not satisfy his hunger. He knew it well. He had lost his reason for existence. The heavenly demon replied that it didn't matter. He was still powerful. The monk knew it well. In terms of strength, there was no higher place he could ascend to, and even now, he could kill hundreds of thousands who dared to raise their heads before him. Again, the monk agreed. But no matter how many he killed, his hunger only grew because, after all, blood was never a proper food for someone like him. That monk mentioned that he would now answer his question, even if he wished to stop this meaningless life. There was no one in this era who could end it for him. Only his own choice could bring about his end. The idea of voluntarily choosing his death was not something that had crossed his mind, not even by mistake, because his life was his alone. If life is not mine, how can death be more mine? He asked. The monk remained silent, and since there was no answer that satisfied him, Lee planned to leave. But the monk stopped him, saying that if he could choose neither life nor death, he would send him to a place that is neither of those two things, warning him that it could be a dream from which he might never wake up. But if luck allowed, and he did manage to awaken, perhaps a new option in his life would present itself. Excellent. Here is the translation and revision of the next part of the text, following all the rules you've set. And now, we return to the present. The monk says his appearance was different from 2,000 years ago. The grim darkness on his back had dissipated, and now he had vitality in his eyes. So, he asked if Lee had found a new way to live. Lee answered no, on the contrary, it had disappeared. The heavenly demon sect has been freed from the shackles of darkness, and now lives under the sunlight. The sole purpose of his existence had vanished. His life had become meaningless again. So, why are you still alive? He asked. Wasn't this a good opportunity? If you accept this heat, which can even melt you, you will become ash and fade into a perfect state of nothingness. Why was he clinging so desperately to life? Why was he being so stubborn in this situation? For a promise. Because I promised to protect that girl. The monk replied that it was useless, since death erases everything, including promises themselves. Had he not experienced the universe? Didn't he realize the moment he faced the universe that he is smaller than dust? What meaning does a promise have for something like dust? Besides, that girl he clung to so much, he didn't even know her name well. Even if he fought, he couldn't protect her. I know we're going to die anyway, but you know, shouldn't I at least be able to try until the end? And even if I have to burn completely until nothing is left, not even a speck of dust, shouldn't I at least try that? What does life or death matter? If death makes someone's life meaningless, then that's just proof that their life was lived the wrong way. Now I've realized that death could never truly end life, as long as that life can leave meaningful memories, despite being smaller and more insignificant than dust, because life transcends death. At that moment, the monk bowed as he said that the boundary of life and death, the realm of eternity, had been reached. The instant everything should have completely exploded, a gigantic light radiated from the door where Lee was, and all that fire dissipated in a single moment. Se-ryung, completely surprised, stared from a distance at the silhouette of a white-haired man, which was Lee. However, their ship had been severely damaged. Now they couldn't even move. Sunja told Se-ryung that the repair costs would be enormous, and they had no money, but Robert and Se-ryung couldn't stop looking at Lee. Just then, again, the redhead girl teleported onto their ship, asking what the hell they had done, but they didn't know either. So, everyone turned to look at Lee, who was devouring a bunch of sausages without stopping. The redhead wondered who he was. She had no records of him in any database. The first thing she did was shout, asking who the hell he was and what he had done. But suddenly, she froze. It's because Lee started staring her straight in the eyes. Now Lee asked who she was. The redhead introduced herself as Athena Sun, a 24-year-old woman who holds the position of administrative officer of the Human Government's Inspection Office. She was also single and had dated 4 men in her entire life. She broke up with 3, but one of them left her, though they never even kissed. She also showed no interest in physical contact, but deep down she liked it. She wondered why she was saying all these things, and Lee asked if she was the one who caused the explosion. Athena replied that she only executed the command following the orders she received to cover up the Ganshi project at all costs, as they were worried this incident would turn into a civil war between factions. But Lee said he didn't care about that he didn't want to hear any more from her, and demanded that because of her explosion, these kids had suffered damages, so she would have to restore everything to its original state. Can you do that? He asked. Athena replied with total confidence that she could. Several insect-shaped robots began to repair the damage. Meanwhile, Sunja was analyzing Waren's condition, realizing that she had not suffered any brain or physical damage. It was just a faint, and she would wake up soon. Lee mentioned that was a relief. And in the meantime, Athena asked Se-ryung who that person from before was. Se-ryung replied that she should ask him directly, because even she didn't know, and started questioning her about the things she did, like when no one saw her during the nights. Athena told her to shut up, threatening her not to leak a single word of what she had said today. Se-ryung teased her, asking what she would do. Athena again was completely frozen, as Lee was looking at her from behind her back. And, right after that, she was on her ship wondering, what the hell happened? What on earth is he? Robert and Sunja mentioned that everything was back to normal, that everything was working correctly. Se-ryung said no, that almost everything was back to normal, looking at Lee's hair and asking if he liked that look. Lee asked what she thought. Se-ryung answered honestly that she didn't like it much, that it gave a bit of a vibe of someone who aspires to be a tough guy and tries to look cool. Lee agreed he didn't like it either. So, what they did next was cut his hair like it was before and dye it black. Man, I love this manga. Now, in the Heavenly Demon sect, Ritag was overwhelmed after the conversation with the matriarch, asking for permission to share information with headquarters, checking if there was a person who voluntarily sealed himself in a stone 2,000 years ago. The machine informed him that his age was unknown, but his name was Lee Mok-jin. When he started looking for more information, everything went on high alert, turning red. On the planet of Manhua, Warren's father was deeply ashamed for not even realizing that his daughter had gone through such a situation. Lee asked if the girl was okay. After performing an exhaustive examination as a precaution, they found no problems. But the most fortunate thing is that she didn't even remember what had happened. At that moment, she was in the kitchen preparing a plum blossom tea. She always did that to welcome guests, she esteemed. However, Warren was noticing something different. All the petals started to surround her. And again, her father would turn a blind eye to it. But the affection she has for him is, without a doubt, something he would cherish and treasure only within his heart, and he would also keep the shame along with it. Lee replied that bowing one's head for a child's safety is not shameful. It's a duty as a father, and for a father with almost 1,000 children, shame is more like a luxury. Warren's father looked at him sideways, thinking that he seemed different. The aura he felt before was always of this magnitude, which is almost unbearable. Lee said goodbye, saying they would leave as soon as dawn broke, asking them to forget about each other. When he left, Warren's father bowed his head. On the other hand, Se-ryung was looking at herself in her room's mirror, looking more closely at the mark on her arm that they had re-implanted. Just then, Lee arrived, asking if he could come in, but Se-ryung said that was a question he should have asked before opening the door. And now, on top of the ship, they sat down. Seryung asked why he went to her room. Lee, in turn, asked what happened to the Tang clan of Sichuan, catching Seryung by surprise. She said that, in short, they all fell. It was a total ruin, where everyone died except for her. That question is still too heavy for her, so she would end it there. Are you seeking revenge? He asked. It's a useless effort. However, if you wish, I will help you. Seryung asked why he contradicted himself. Why help with something worthless? Because your life has value, and I know that to start a new life you need to complete that revenge. Seryung said that was hard for her to accept. Despite the nice words, she knows he is very strong, but she doesn't believe they are close enough to share a revenge like that. It's better that I take care of my own affairs. Lee replied that, at least for him, they are close. And that's because in this new world where he was reborn, they were the only ones he knew. And if that's not enough, I would even drag worthless connections from the past to have a debt with the Tang family. In the past, the only man I wanted to keep in my memory was Tang Chung-woo, because back then, although he didn't accept it, he was the only person who insisted on calling me a friend. He was the young master of the Tang clan at that time, which is why Lee owed him a debt. Seryung said that if it's from 2,000 years ago, it would be more than 100 generations. It was too old a debt to be inherited, asking him to forget it. Revenge does not choose its sword. Revenge uses any means necessary to achieve its goal, including piercing its own heart. And if I can't stop you from being a fool, at least I will become that sword for you. This is pure cinema. Lee stood up, asking her to think about it. Seryung said there was one thing she needed. Lee asked what it was, and she replied, "Help me make some money." In the Andromeda Nebula on the planet Tartaruga, Seryung took Lee to the Scoundrels Market, since they sell martial arts and all sorts of strange things there. Lee asked why everything seemed so deserted. She mentioned it's due to the nature of scoundrels. They rarely move during the day because they could accidentally make eye contact with someone. Lee asked what happens when they do. It's just that here, it led to conflicts, and showing weakness meant they couldn't survive. So they only come out at night, when they can pretend not to see each other, despite making eye contact. "So, why are we here during the day?" asked Lee. "It's simple. We needed to find someone capable of moving in broad daylight." 3 guys dropped down behind them, and the girl mounted on one of them recognized her immediately. "I can't believe you actually came here on your own. Looks like you finally got tired of living." She greeted her, while Seryung joked because she hadn't grown an inch. "You really seem desperate to die," replied the other, drawing a red sword. But Seryung told her not to lose her cool. It had been 7 years, and she should at least greet her, introducing her to Lee as Bayek Sahi. "Even though she's small, she's the same age as me. She used to be sweet, but she became unpleasant when she found out she couldn't grow anymore. But we were very close." Seeing how the little one wanted to tear Seryung apart, Lee thought they weren't as close as she claimed. Seryung said she got angry over a little joke. "I just borrowed a secret martial arts manual from her family, the demonic ghost sword, but it's normal for close friends to borrow things. And after borrowing it, Seryung reveals to us that she sold it. That's why she got the nickname Demon, and also that huge ship." Sahi couldn't contain her anger. How could she sell it? She was completely insane, but Seryung told her to calm down. If she came here, it was to give her back something much better, something worth tens of times more than the demonic sword manual. The other told her to stop talking nonsense. That manual was a treasure of ancient martial arts, top tier. How could she have something more valuable? And if she did, she should show it right now. Seryung hid behind Lee, saying, "This is it." "Me?" he wondered. And Seryung said, "Didn't you promise to help me make money?" After that, Sahi took Lee and Seryung to her father, saying she didn't bring her there because she trusted her, but because she needed her father's permission to kill her. Seryung told Lee not to listen to her, that she actually really liked her. But this place is the headquarters of the Triad, one of the 4 factions that control Tartaruga, and this girl's father is the leader. Lee asked what exactly he had to do to help her. She said it was easy. You just have to sell yourself for a very high price. The sect leader said it was outrageous to see her again, that he hoped never to have to see her in this life. And now, no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't go against the laws of the Triad. Betraying the organization and stealing its treasure, the only price to pay was death. Sahi smiled, because she knew she was going to die. Seryung explained that she didn't steal it, she just borrowed it and came to return it. He replied that even if she brought the manual, it wasn't enough. Debts generate interest. And again, she stood behind Lee, telling him not to worry. Sahi told her to stop delaying her death and accept it already. She would kill her quickly and painlessly, but her father asked to at least hear her out one last time.
Sahi replied that if he let that girl slip through his hands again, she would be really disappointed in him. But he replied that if she couldn't pay such a high price, her death was inevitable. Relieved, Seryung asked Lee if, by any chance, he had met an ancient swordsman named Ghost Sword Demon, since she knows they were from the same era. Lee replied that he didn't know. If he was a martial artist from my time, then he was probably third-rate.
"If that's the case, then show something," she asked. he asked. And she said, "Well, martial arts or anything you want. Oh, but it has to be one of your weakest techniques to match the price I have to pay." She told him to hurry. She wanted to see the weakest and most insignificant martial art. Lee made a forward motion with his fist. Everyone waited in anticipation. And this technique is the Supreme Fist Strike, a single move that was the first martial art he mastered when he was just 1 year old. Seryong said he was mistaken, that this was too weak, that maybe he could show something a little more powerful. Lee replied that it wasn't weak, it was just simple and direct. So she asked him to show it as if he were hitting someone. Lee mentioned the place was too narrow. The sect leader told him to try whatever he wanted. And at that moment, a gigantic hole pierced through everything in that same direction. Lee mentioned, "I tried to make it as light as possible, but it seems I slipped a little, since it had been a long time since I used it." The sect leader asked how it was possible for a human to live more than 2,000 years. Seryong mentioned she didn't know either, but it was true. She found him locked in an underground chamber on planet Earth. The leader thought about isolated cultivation. Seryong mentioned that just as he saw, those martial arts were incredible and of many types, and best of all, they were all ancient. You could say that Lee is like a living library of martial arts. Since he was very close to her, she could ask him to recite some martial arts that they could use in their sect. If they turned them into secret manuals, they would sell for a fortune, much more valuable than the Ghost Sword Demon manual. At night, the scoundrels observed the gigantic hole that Lee made, not understanding how it appeared there. Another guy, who was wearing a green hood, was interrupted by Lee, who asked him when the store would open. "Are you talking to me?" asked the man. Lee replied yes, since there was no one else there. The guy in the hood then asked if he was looking for a fight. That rascal Lee told him to relax, calling him kid and saying there was no need to fear him. "So you were looking for a fight," said the man, unleashing a great slash towards Lee, but suddenly he no longer had his sword. Our Lee told him not to worry, that he would return his sword, but he just wanted to know when the place opened. "You're dead!" shouted the man, and as he tried to attack him now with his palm, Lee created a barrier, and that scoundrel's hand shattered into pieces. Sahi, passing by, was astonished. The guy from before served a plate to Lee, while respectfully saying he did the best he could, even though it was his first time cooking. This guy made him cook. Lee was satisfied with the hard work he put into that dish, and, while healing him, he also unblocked some of his meridian points. Sahi walked up to Lee, but suddenly she was drenched in noodles. Yeah, the dish tasted absolutely horrible to Lee. He apologized, but then asked what brought her there. She replied that her father had asked her to bring him back. Lee said it was disrespectful to summon the Supreme One so casually. If her father wanted him, he should come directly himself. Sahi apologized for that, saying she misspoke. Actually, her father had asked to invite him and accompany him if he was okay with it. After hearing her out, Lee accepted the invitation. Sahi asked if it was true that he knew all martial arts, including the ancient ones. He replied that it was something like that, but if something didn't exist, he would just create it. That's barbaric, she thought. A bit nervously, she asked if maybe there was a martial art that could reopen growth plates. He answered that no such thing existed. As they walked to see her father, Sahi asked if he could create a martial art for her to reopen her growth plates. Our Lee replied that it wasn't possible, because our bodies carry history and are formed by our parents, carrying the legacy of humanity. Martial arts were about training to live out your destiny in all its glory, and going against that was forbidden. She paid close attention to his words, and seeing her like that, Lee mentioned there was a martial art that could change the body's appearance, but it was a transformation technique. And there was also another one called bone restructuring, which only altered the skeleton. After hearing him, she stood in front of him, saying that last one would do and pleased to teach it to her. "Why should I?" he asked. Obviously, little Sahi couldn't answer, and with her head down, accepted her fate once again. But just then, Lee asked if she knew how to make a type of food that's made with a long curved meat on both ends. She thought about it. "Isn't that a hot dog?" She said yes, and Lee asked if she could make one for him, to which she shouted, "Of course!" And now we see Sahi's father and Seryong staring intently as Lee enjoys some skewers, while Sahi gives him a massage. Sahi herself asked her father to greet her master, but Lee corrected her, saying he wasn't her master. He would simply teach her a trivial martial arts technique. So, everyone gathered around the place where Lee was eating. Sahi's father still didn't understand how he spent 2,000 years cultivating behind closed doors, but he had seen it with his own eyes, so he couldn't deny it. He acknowledged that the martial art Lee demonstrated was more powerful than the Ghost Sword Demon technique, and according to Mrs. Jung, Seryong had heard he could pass that technique on to them. Lee replied it was nothing special, telling Sahi she didn't have to massage him if she didn't want to, but she, with a sweet smile, said she was doing it because she wanted to. Her father then commented that if he made a manual detailing the method and techniques, he would completely forget about the time Seryung stole and sold the manual. But Seryung chimed in, saying that wouldn't be fair, because even with all the interest added, they would still be at a huge loss, so he had to make a better offer. He asked what she wanted. Seryung was interested in an internal energy unit. It didn't matter if it was used, as long as it worked well. She had heard rumors they traded in military-grade energy units, so she wanted at least a decent one for them. A core-level one would be enough. But Sahi's father thought she was crazy for asking for something like that. Furious, the sect master shouted that this would never be allowed. The heart-level core was a treasure among treasures, and no matter how powerful an ancient martial technique was, it couldn't possibly cover its value. Seryung held up her palm, not one, but 5 ancient martial techniques. Of course, she also asked Lee if he could offer 5 techniques of the same level as the one he did before. Lee said such a basic level was no problem for him. Even so, Sahi's father refused. But now Seryung said it would be 10. He finally accepted, on the condition that the execution methods, stances, and recorded forms had to be detailed and precise. They had to be clear enough for anyone who saw them to learn easily. Lee said that was easy, asking for paper and a brush. In the end, Seryung and the sect leader were staring at Lee's drawings, which, as requested, made the instructions very simple. The sect leader asked, "What is this?" And Seryung didn't have the heart to explain, thinking it was a total disaster. Even so, the sect leader called an expert elder to see if those techniques were real, while Sahi was being Lee's personal cook. Seryung sat down next to him, annoyed, because that didn't even cover the cost of the paper. They rated the drawings as gymnastics, not a martial technique. They asked him to raise the level to advanced, secret-level techniques. Lee mentioned that at the highest point, martial techniques are all the same and can't be differentiated. However, all the techniques he provided were easy to learn and led to the same point of perfection, which is why they were much better. Seryung understood, but they needed a better product. Lee refused, because techniques with owners cannot be passed on. That went against the laws of the martial world. So, he asked her to stop insisting. For now, he would teach the inverse body transformation technique to that girl. As Lee took her away, Seryung thought they were completely ruined. Now, she had no choice but to go with the sect leader to try and convince him. But seeing that he didn't even answer her, she slowly started losing hope. However, he said it was a martial technique never seen before, a force that would never be witnessed again in a lifetime. He asked if she could really convince him to help the Three Poles Alliance. Seryung replied, "Of course, both of them needed each other, since without her, he didn't even eat. Of course, also adding the price of the heart-level core." The sect leader replied that it was fine. Now we see the sect leader taking Seryung to another place, asking how she knew they had a heart-level core. Even Seryung herself was surprised because she had suspicions, but didn't think it was true. He told her that the heart-level core was one of the 3 legendary artifacts in the martial world. However, despite the rumors, no one had seen it in its real form. The reason is that its development had to be approved by the Central Alliance. In short, it's an open process, like the nuclear weapons of the past. A power of such magnitude, if manufactured in secret, means becoming the public enemy of the martial world. If that's the case, then how did you make it? She asked. He replied that they didn't. It simply rolled in. In a room where there was a large hole, he told Seryung that what she was looking for was right there. In the deepest part of that gigantic hole was what looked like a knight carrying a sword. A year ago, in the winter, a modular transport escape pod made an emergency landing on Tartaruga, and then that creature appeared. That day, everyone who encountered it died. It was only after hundreds of deaths that they finally understood he was a supreme master, far beyond what they could handle. And the reason for his incredible strength is because he's equipped with a heart-level core. But why is he there? Asked Seryung. The leader didn't know why, but a year ago he came here on his own and settled in like that. The only clear fact is that this person is a ticking time bomb, because now that the rumor of the heart-level core has spread, all the powerful forces in the world will come after him. Signs of this were already beginning to appear. If you want the heart core so badly, he repeated, take it and convince him to act on behalf of the old martial world. After that, we see Seryung leaving that place, crossing paths with a girl who was quite tall. However, Seryung stopped her as she realized she was Sahi. Sahi didn't understand how she could see her, and we see how the technique Lee taught her bore fruit, and much better ones at that. Sahi told her that if her growth plates hadn't closed, this is exactly what she would look like. Seryung understood, and Sahi became small again, as she was still a beginner. But once she reached the highest level, she could last a whole week. Well, whatever. Where's your master? Asked Seryung. Once reunited, Seryung asked Lee to go to that person, ask for the core level unit, and bring it back. And if he refused, a little pat would be enough to make him understand. The heavenly demon said the energy felt a bit sinister, like a dragon's energy was leaking out. He warned Seryung that if she thought of taking it for herself, that thing would devour her. So, it was better to leave it as it was. If what she needed was to cultivate internal energy, then he would share his. Seryung didn't expect that answer, and later told Lee that was something she couldn't accept. Why do you refuse if it's practically the same method? She, annoyed, said it was because she wanted to get revenge with her own strength. That's a bit contradictory, said Lee. Sunja appeared, telling him not to question her. That's just Seryung. She even makes my genius brain overload with her logic. She started throwing a tantrum, and seeing her like that, Lee just let it go. A guy with glasses had just informed Sahi's father that Elena had arrived in the city. The leader already knew because surely the other factions would mobilize all their connections to attract the highest level masters. So, the best thing would be to stay on the sidelines and just watch. The monk arrived where 3 guys were. One of them was about to take his drink, but the monk drank it first. Obviously, tea as an offering to a high monk who has reached enlightenment is a great honor for inferior creatures like them. This guy attacked him by surprise, however. Despite hitting him, it did nothing. Seeing the strange energy emanating from his body, he realized the monk was an Asura Buddha. The monk ended up disintegrating his body. The only thing he said was, "I warned you." The others gathered there immediately bowed their heads. That was the posture they should take before a living Buddha. The monk joined his palms while saying he was seeking the precious teaching of someone with a good heart to guide him to the Black Waters faction. However, no one answered him, so the monk called them wretches, asking if they wanted to die. The 3 immediately raised their hands and said they would show him the way. Just then, another person arrived at the gigantic hole, and the knight who was emanating a lot of energy. Seeing the knight, this person began to approach slowly, examining him and noticing that his maximum internal energy was very high. Pointing his sword at full speed, he shouted, "Hand over the core!" managing to pierce his armor. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was devouring some sausages. Elena could see him from afar, as could that monk, since a gigantic light radiated throughout the city. A moment ago, the Triad faction raised all the defenses protecting the monster and issued a stay-at-home order. We could hear the faction leader's machinations. This here is the leader of the southern Tartaruga region, Mogu Jung, of indomitable longevity. So they've withdrawn from the battle for the core? That's impossible. He just wants the lion and the tiger to fight. He surely wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, if there's already a lion and a tiger, then they'll throw in a bear. This battle will be complete chaos. Back at the giant hole, Elena was already there, watching how, in the distance, on top of a building, was the impaled body of that guy. This was a master of the divine, belonging to the piercing spear faction. The monk appeared, saying, "Do you happen to know this faction? They seem to boast a lot. They say he was a genius who appeared once every 1,000 years, but that's what happens with arrogant, prestigious factions. No one can get in the way of Buddha. What awaits them is death." Elena asked why he was there. The monk replied that, of course, if there was a great offering, Buddha had to be there to devour it. It seems good luck had finally come his way. Elena began to use her drive, warning him not to interfere if he still valued his life. Such an ignorant being dares to threaten a Buddha who has reached the nirvana of life and death? You don't even know what enlightenment is, do you? However, seeing that Elena was starting to increase her powers even more, the Buddha asked her to wait. There was an order to everything. If they fought there, the winner would be badly injured, and surely other people would take advantage of it. Besides, that monster down there was the biggest problem. In the end, they would end up like that guy. What he proposed is that they both work together to defeat the monster, but Elena had no intention of allying with someone like him. "If you get in my way, I will kill you." Elena jumped directly to where the knight was. The Buddha simply mocked her for not even doing simple calculations. She's a fool. The only thing she'll do when she gets there is die. When Elena finally arrived where he was, she was quite surprised. But it wasn't because of the knight. It was because of the presence of someone else. And yes, this was Lee, who was already there. Why is this person in this place? She thought. The matriarch had told Elena that this time, she should make sure to remember, if she ever faced this person again, not to even raise her head, because if she disobeyed, she would cut their blood ties. The look on Elena's face said this was a real pain. Lee said out loud, "Judging by your steady breath, it means all your wounds have already healed. You came at a good time. I have a bunch of questions and I was looking for someone to answer them." A sharp pang suddenly suddenly appeared in Elena's body. Why is this happening? I feel like I can't even breathe, she thought, and quite flushed, she told Lee to speak. She would answer his questions. Why is this person's internal energy not concentrated, but distributed throughout his body? Elena began to analyze the night, replying that it was because the energy drive container couldn't handle so much energy and ended up melting. This state is known as internal demon possession. The heavenly demon said that if that were the case, there would be signs of corrupted desires, but this person didn't even show a trace of desire. It's like he's a blank slate. Elena told him to be careful, but this guy didn't even care, and a huge amount of energy began to overflow. Elena even had to cover her eyes, but the heavenly demon walked through that scene as if it were nothing. Elena knew that the power of a core level was equivalent to a nuclear explosion, but he was suppressing the energy with just his body. Lee took off his helmet to see his face. He looked like a pretty normal guy, with glasses. Who are you? Now we switched to Sahi, who was looking in the mirror. Using the jutsu Lee taught her, she had now grown quite a bit, and in all directions, I'd say. She asked someone, "How about it? This is my true appearance. Do you like how I look?" Sahi was saying all this to a small photo she had on her desk, one with her and, apparently, the same guy with glasses who had the core. Sahi wondered where he had gone, what he had been doing all these years. Through tears, she asked him to come back soon, because she even transformed like this, but the person she most wanted to show it to wasn't there. The heavenly demon looked into his eyes, since it said they are the gateway to the soul. But why do his look so empty? Elena said there were no brain signals. Maybe the unit's overload had melted his brain. That's not a living person anymore, it's pure instinct. If the instincts are alive, then the memories that dominate them must exist. This life has not yet ended. But how can we remove this miserable object that has taken over this boy? It's lodged in the deepest part of his heart. There is no other way but to rip it out by the root. Lee said that would kill him, but there was no other way. After thinking for a bit, Lee approached him, just to tell him there was no way to save him. However, if you still have any last words, I will be the one to hear them. With his powers, he began to enter the depths of that boy, though he also asked him to concentrate. This place is dark and there may be no way out, but if you hold on, we might both find each other. Little by little, the veins all over Lee's body began to swell due to this overload of uncontrolled energy. Looks like I found him. The boy started to see something. Maybe he was seeing something else. It was the memories he had with Sahi. On a sunny day, they were both chasing butterflies, though they easily escaped. Those hot days were full of joy and adventures. There were many years of adventures. In the last days he spent with Sahi, they were still chasing butterflies. "Look, I got it!" Sahi coldly told him to just let it go. "But why would I do that? You never asked me for help in the first place, and I could have done it on my own." The boy didn't understand why she seemed so angry. "If I did something wrong, then I'll fix it." Sahi didn't say a single word. The young man asked if her feet hurt. "Do you want me to carry you?" Sahi got annoyed. "Do you think I'm still a child? I'm already in my 20s. It's just that my growth plates opened late." He replied that he never thought of her that way. He always saw her as an adult. Sahi, annoyed, yelled at him not to look for her anymore. They would see each other again when her growth plates opened. After that trip to the past, the boy could now look at Lee, but he started laughing when he saw him holding that helmet, remembering a man who was massacred. In his last words, the man couldn't believe he was still alive. However, he was the only one. The other knights had perished. But that was okay, since the enemy was also annihilated. The guy was the commander, but he asked never to be called that again. "The entire Order of the Star Knights has been wiped out. How could I still call myself that? The only thing I don't understand is how you came out unscathed after this fierce battle. Did you hide by any chance?" The boy replied that he did. "But in the 6 years since you joined us, I've never seen you hesitate in battle. You always fought on the front lines, as if you didn't care about your life. Why did you hold back now? Did it have to do with this mission? Do you want this object?" The boy replied that the object was of great importance to someone he cherished. The commander called him a fool. "Not even the core level unit can handle it, only a few transcendents can use it." The boy's response was that the object would be of no use to someone like the commander, who was already at a high enough level. "What nonsense are you talking about? The reason I wanted it is because this unit could reorganize all genes, including the nervous system." To which the commander said, "Then I will stop you. As the 126th successor, Sir Andres Colt, my task is to deliver this object and kill anyone who interferes." The commander brandished his sword, delivering a slash. With that, we return to the present. Lee had seen that internal demon. The heavenly demon yelled at him to get a grip. There was a demon taking root in his heart. Suddenly, a blue light shot out of the hole. The monk from before wondered what all that was. Then, a red light also came out, following the blue one. This last one was Lee, trying to stop it at full speed. That was like a dream. Just then, we also see Robert, Se-ryung, and Sunja eating a bowl of ramen. It had been a while since they had gone out to eat as a family and enjoy a real feast. Se-ryung said this was a luxury they only enjoyed once a year, congratulating Robert on his birthday. However, those two presences zipped past their ship, causing their precious plates of food to flip over. Poor things. The knight was the first to land in a completely isolated area. His expression was that of someone who was not well. Lee told him, "It's not too late yet. If you fight the demon in your heart, maybe it won't be able to completely devour your soul. If you're going to die, you should at least die as a human being." He charged with his sword at Lee, and his strike cut in half the entire terrain that was there. "Your techniques are very powerful, I admit, but you know very well they don't belong to you." In the past, when he opened the box, the commander who was on the verge of death asked him to stop. "I won't judge you. I understand there was something greater for you to sell your soul to the demon. At some point, in all these years, I even considered you as my son. That's why I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart. Drop that object and leave. The moment you try to wield it, it will devour your soul, and even if you manage to survive, the whole world will hunt you down to take it from you." The boy already knew that, but he still wanted to give it to that person. "I don't mind selling my soul." The moment he touched it, he felt how all its energy took over his body. Lee couldn't believe it. "So, that was your choice? If so, then I will stop you." With all this commotion, even Sahi looked out the window to see what was happening, and from a distance, a gigantic nuclear explosion was seen. After all that chaos, Elena arrived where they were. The boy was making strange sounds, as if he wasn't conscious. "You said it was embedded in his heart," Lee asked Elena. "So the only way to remove it is by extracting his heart?" Elena confirmed it. She had even brought a specialized tool to remove it without it contaminating him again. And if he wanted, she would do the job herself. Of course not. This is an act that involves taking someone's life. The things that are engraved on the heart must be done personally, as that is also part of karma. "Boy, just close your eyes and rest in peace. Instead of taking your life, I will take on your karma. I will go to hell in your place." At that moment, someone shouted for him to stop. It was Se-ryung, who arrived saying the name Gurren. "You know this boy? Well, I think there's someone who knows him better than I do." Sahi had also arrived where they were, surprised to see how Lee was piercing Gurren's chest. The heavenly demon knew about their relationship, as he had seen their memories, so he moved away. Se-ryung then told them that he was a childhood friend of Sahi's. They were always together, to the point of making her jealous. But one day, suddenly, he disappeared. And after Gurren's disappearance, she changed. She used to be distant and cold, but then she became clumsy and smiled a lot. But to me, that smile seemed more like she was crying. Sahi asked what he had done to himself. "Why won't you look at me? We've been apart for so long that you don't recognize me anymore." The only sounds coming from the boy were like those of a baby trying to talk. Elena said that whatever she did, it was useless. His brain had already completely melted. There were no memories left. But the boy raised his arm, bringing it closer to Sahi. "So, you still remember me?" When they were both about to hold hands, Se-ryung arrived to stop her, because Lee told her there was contaminated radioactive energy overflowing from his entire body. If she touched him, she would die. Sahi replied that Gurren was still the same. Seeing that she didn't care about any of that, Se-ryung let her go, telling her to do what she wanted, but not to blame her later. Elena told Lee they should stop them. His response was that sometimes, ties are destined to be everything. When they were about to touch, Gurren closed his fist, telling Sahi to step back a little. This caught them by surprise, but a banner fell behind her. It wasn't just one, but several. Even a gigantic flower covered them both. "This is a barrier." Lee immediately split it in half, but there was nothing inside anymore, just a seal, which he recognized instantly. "It's the primordial formation of the Shaolin, the one who has reached nirvana." He asked the two of them if they knew anyone from there who was a master close to the realm of transcendence. Elena remembered that monk, saying out loud, "Asura Buddha." Now at the headquarters of the Black Waters faction, the monk finds himself transported along with Sahi and Gurren. Amitabha, the Buddha who crossed hell itself to come here. He asked why they didn't wait a little longer. He had managed to cross hell, but now he had to collect the remaining payment. A guy dressed in white stood up. "Are you the person who's going to pay the debt?" asked the monk. "Judging by the size of those pockets, you must hold the amount they owe me." That man stood before him, better known as the Emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. The Buddha greeted him, and the other asked if he knew him. The Buddha replied that he was just another acquaintance, that at some point their lives had crossed. But the Emperor ordered him to answer properly. With a snap of his fingers, he hit him completely, though, of course, someone of his level wouldn't die from such a technique. The Emperor realized, "So you're one of those damn damn Shaolin monks. It's admirable that a 30-year-old boy possesses a technique that only elders and superiors can learn. The emperor had vague memories of a boy who used to serve alongside the great elder Myung-chun 20 years ago. So it must be you. With a smile, the emperor said that if he was a disciple of Myung-chun, at least that gave him a reason to spare his life. You just have to leave behind what's behind you. That monk didn't move an inch. The emperor asked if he hadn't heard what he said. Why aren't you running for your life? The monk extended his palm. I will, as soon as you settle the bill, and the payment is 85,000 credits. So you really want to die? The Buddha asked how he could threaten someone who has already passed through life and death. Has living so long already made you senile? The emperor mentioned that fool Myung-chun raised a boy the wrong way, and since he himself was wishing for his death, he shouldn't blame him. When he wanted to touch that flower, the Buddha shouted at him to stay away. You haven't settled your debt yet. However, he was clutching his stomach. It was due to the attack from before, which left him with serious injuries. You're a madman, replied the emperor, and well, you still owe me 85,000 credits. He was committed to the payment, since all those corpses there. One was the monk's contractor, and he killed them all. The emperor challenged him to keep talking nonsense, but the monk could do it all night, as long as they paid him. That monk used the Lion of Prajna, a forbidden Shaolin art. However, even with that, he couldn't do anything to him, since the emperor has a Vajra body, which, from what I've researched, is like a type of diamond material, similar to a lightning bolt. With a single blow, he broke the monk's face. Are you still going to keep talking nonsense? He asked, and since the damn monk couldn't speak, he just raised his hand. The emperor started hitting his face even more with every punch. However, in the midst of all this, the cocoon where Gurren and Sahi were opened. After completely shattering his skull, the emperor said out loud that all the monks he knows have always been eager to visit Nirvana, and to his surprise, inside the flowers, only a Shaolin seal came out. Basically, the monk took care of transporting Sahi and Gurren, sending them somewhere else. The emperor, furious, destroyed that seal before it disappeared, so he could quickly go to where Gurren was. When the three of them arrived to see the monk, he seemed to be already dead. But who could kill an Asura Buddha? Only a legendary master could do it, mentioned Elena. The only one that came to her mind was the emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. The heavenly demon stated that he wasn't dead. What makes you think that? Lee said. He's a little injured, but there's still a faint trace of life. This boy possesses extraordinary talent. Tell me, where did you send those kids? The guy just raised his hand. In another plane, we see Gurren touching a flower, and next to him was Sahi. Look, I caught it! But unlike Sahi's past response, now she extended both hands, marveling at the beauty of that butterfly. Gurren asked what was with her expression. Why are you crying? Don't you like it? It's not that. I just can't understand why. Despite being captured, this butterfly doesn't escape. This doesn't seem real. Gurren just laughed, and next to him, we see a yin and yang seal of the Shaolin. It seems you're right. Until recently, I felt like my chest was burning, as if a ball of fire was lodged in my heart. However, right now, I feel we should enjoy this happiness. We found each other again. Sahi cried because she knew that if this wasn't real, at some point she would wake up, and he wouldn't be there anymore. I would lose you again. I'm sorry. After that, they both sat on that dry tree. Gurren confessed that he never thought of her as a girl, since she was always more mature than him. She said she's a small girl, and that must not please him. You know, it's not about being small. You're charming and adorable. After traveling the universe for years, I understood one thing. There was only one Sahi in the entire universe, and that's why I've always loved you. I know you hate being short, but don't worry, because soon you'll start growing again, since I brought you something. Sahi shouted, No! I don't hate being short. What I hate is your body. Gurren's body began to destabilize again, because that man had entered his happy place. When he analyzed it, he realized that thing was very potent. Gurren lunged to attack him, and now, back to the monk, he asked for 86,000 credits. Seryung didn't understand what he was saying. Lee told her to pay him later. After receiving a tremendous beating, he deserved such a small payment. Seryung said it was impossible. That amount wouldn't be possible even if she sold her ship along with Robert and Sunjaw. Well, if we add Elena as payment, it would increase by another 10,000 credits. Elena asked why she excluded herself. Do you want to die? In that case, put it on my tab. I swear on my name, replied Lee. Seryung said that was impossible. This monk's nickname was the Greedy Demon, who wouldn't even trust his own parents when it came to money. The monk began to expel a large amount of blood, making a gigantic circle and forming the same Shaolin seal. Sahi saw the clear difference in level between those two. Gurren had been completely crushed. The emperor asked if he really believed that just because he had a big sword, it meant he could cut everything. You don't even have the strength to wield that blade, and yet you dared to trust it? You're not the only one who possesses a core level unit. So so if you'll allow me, I will snatch it. Sahi jumped to attack him, shouting at him to let go. However, it didn't do much. The Emperor threw her far away. On the ground, the girl kept telling him to let him go. I would do anything, but please. With his large hands, he pierced Gurren's chest and ripped out his heart, throwing his body aside. But at that moment, the three of them arrived. Seryung only saw with a sad face the body of that boy. Enraged, she screamed at him to go away, launching a wave of purple power at him. But with just one hand, he deflected it, at the same time counterattacking her with a fist. Before the blow hit her, the heavenly demon touched her, managing to repel that attack. The Emperor didn't understand how he managed to do that. Was it because of that guy behind you? Don't tell me that's the internal energy transfer technique. Elena gave them a little context about him. That's a master without equal. He is known, along with his mother, as one of the 5 great supreme masters of the world. In the entire galaxy, there are less than 10 warriors who can match him in battle. And after hearing her, Lee approached him. The Emperor thought that, despite being a natural pure, he felt he shouldn't underestimate him. Your body is as solid as steel. I see you've mastered the iron cloth technique. Techniques like this require enduring extreme physical pain, which is why most people avoid them. But from what I see, you've done well. Who are you? The heavenly demon replied. I'd love to give you a beating, but unfortunately, I don't have a sufficient reason, according to the rules of the martial world. So, I'll give you an opportunity. Drop what you're carrying and leave. The Emperor called him a damn madman, and right after, the heavenly demon's fist was buried in his abdomen, bringing him to his knees. Lee said, You gave me one more reason to hit you. There will be no more opportunities. How dare you? The Emperor began to release his internal energy, but Lee said aloud, Enough. If this is what you want, see what I do. He crushed Gurren's heart along with the core. And now, what will you do, you damn madman? The heavenly demon began to beat him. The Emperor couldn't understand how those attacks could hurt so much. After all that beating, Lee stopped in front of him. Although his face was all swollen from the beating he received, he ended up falling to the ground. After that, Sahi took Gurren and placed him in her lap on that tree. It had been a long time since she had done that. Seryung said they had to take her. We know that if we leave her like this, she will never move, not even in her last breath. We have to do this, even if it's by force. Lee went to her, asking her to step aside. I will let you say goodbye properly. Step aside. The heavenly demon began to use his powers, imbuing a red energy into Gurren's already dead body. Seryung asked Elena if she knew what he was doing. She, astonished, replied that it was the return to the origin. What's that? It's the state of becoming one with nature itself, since nature is the origin of everything, including the cycle of life and death. But I thought that was just a legend, because such a state should be impossible. What is this man, really? Channeling his origin energy to replace the lifeless bloodstream? Borrow my life, so you can see a glimpse of this world once more. Again, Gurren had returned to life. Sahi couldn't hold back her tears. He said he had a favor to ask her if she would grant it. She said of course he could ask for anything he wanted, even if it were thousands of favors. She would do them all. Just don't cry, because you look more beautiful when you're smiling. And also, don't hide your eyes anymore, because they are really beautiful. Sahi took off her eye patch. Elena asked if her eye was injured, but no. In fact, she just pretended, since she didn't want to seem weak. Gurren held her face with both hands. As I expected, you are beautiful. With a sweet kiss, this would be the last time. The last favor he asked her was to forget him. After that, they made a tomb for him and buried him under the dry tree. Later, on Seryung's ship, she asked Sunja to get them out of there quickly. She didn't want to stay in that place any longer. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was looking in the mirror, remembering what Sahi had asked him a little while ago about the inverted body transformation technique. She wanted him to take it away. He replied, You can keep it, but I won't use it ever again. Not being able to use something and choosing not to use it are different things. And so, they all continued their journey again. Meanwhile, the matriarch had entered a ruined area with incinerated bodies everywhere. In front of her was the Emperor. She said, It seems your personality hasn't changed, using your own disciples as sacrifices just to vent your anger. These boys who probably only wanted your happiness, he replied, Those are not my disciples. I just taught them a few tricks to make them more useful. Trash like them has no value. Is that so? Then let me say that I'm impressed that you're still alive after receiving such a beating. Yes, I'm quite impressed. If you came here to provoke me, you're wasting your time. Anger only strengthens me. You're misinterpreting me. I didn't come to mock. I came to warn. Stay away from that man, because he belongs to me. If you decide to ignore this warning, you won't be as lucky as you were today. What the hell did you just say? The matriarch mentioned aloud. The world believes that the iron cloth technique you master is indestructible, but that technique, in reality, is a martial art that gathers all the body's weak points into one hidden spot. Why do you think he hit you all over your body, except for your left forearm, which is your vital point. Maybe he just wanted to beat you, but not kill you. While Lee was devouring a good portion of sausages, Seryung, without looking him in the face, said that now that her energy unit was lost, it would be a good idea to receive that internal energy instead. I will allow you to transfer internal energy to me, but only this once. Lee replied that it was too late. His original energy was depleted to recover that boy's soul. Now, it would take at least 3 years to recover his energy. However, I promise that when that happens, I will share it with you. And how is that supposed to help us now? We have a debt of 85,000 credits, and that damn money-obsessed lunatic monk wouldn't stop chasing us forever. At that moment, the monk was with an accountant, who asked him, since there were 100,000 credits paid in advance to the Black Waters faction, how much he wanted to transfer this time. He asked him to send everything to the Shaolin Temple. Again? You're going to send everything? Why don't you keep something, at least so you can survive? Send everything, because the older and sicker they are, the better food they should have. As for me, I just plan on stealing what I need. 2,000 years ago, in an underground chamber in the star system, a man named Lamogan, who practiced martial arts of our sect, went into seclusion and called himself the Heavenly Demon. The guy who was there replied that he would investigate, but it was most likely an invention to destabilize the sect. This secret was buried for 2,000 years, and not even the elders in the higher echelons have access to it. So how can you think it's someone else's invention if it's something we almost forgot? If he really has been reincarnated, if he really is the 6th heavenly demon, that Lamogan, then that means that for the first time, there are 3 heavenly demons in this universe, right? Heavenly demon sect. The 94th demon, Huiso Chun. Leaving it to someone else will be a big headache, was what he said. Back on our protagonist's ship, Seryung was confused. It's just that Sunja confessed that they were bankrupt. They had almost no fuel and only had food left for 4 more days, and that's if they only ate once a day. Seryung wanted to use Robert's savings for his wedding, but he shouted that he had already spent them. She was the one who forced him to invest in the market. Those savings were 10 years in the army. But there was an even bigger problem, said Sunja. That damn Lee kept eating his sausages as if nothing, and those were the last ones. They don't know what would happen if he got hungry again. At the First Moon Tavern, Seryung had gone to negotiate with the owner, handing him some of Lee's martial arts techniques. She had few pieces left, so the value would be high. The owner mentioned that then they must be originals. Seryung said that just for him, she would give a special discount, of course, if he bought the whole set. The tavern master replied that it was too valuable, that she couldn't be so greedy. Seryung, trying to convince him, asked for just 1 month of food, including sausages and fuel. Well, they can even be expired sausages, no problem. The master didn't answer her, so Seryung thought about selling them to someone else. However, the tavern master mentioned that instead, he would give her a job. He would assign her one where she just had to pick up a client and take them home. How dare you ask me, the burning demon of the Tang clan, Mrs. Young, to do taxi work? But he said that of course he would give her everything she asked for those scrolls. Immediately she accepted. Should have started with that from the beginning. The meeting place would be at the Hogwarts Galactic Academy. After that request, on her ship, the captain couldn't stop giving a disparaging look, making Robert wonder what was wrong with her. Sunja asked him to be understanding. She was on her way to face a nightmare from her past. Planet B17G06, Hogwarts Galactic Academy. Robert had never seen an academy like this. What kind of place is this? Sunja told him it was a school where only 0.1% of the most prestigious families could send their children. It's basically a den of diamonds, since the admission fee alone is 10,000 credits. But why on earth was it so empty? Is it because the fee is too expensive? Seryung mentioned it was because they were on vacation, and if anyone was still there instead of being at home, it must be because they had a very miserable life. Is anyone there? Robert noticed the silhouette of a girl in the distance. This redhead girl asked what brought them here. The academy was now on vacation, and immediately, Seryung's attack came at full speed. The attack was going straight to kill her, however. She managed to dodge it easily. Are you bandits? Then I'll finish you. Seryung had drawn a light sword, with which she attacked her, and now that she saw her up close, the girl recognized her. You are Seryung! You're Jui, aren't you? No wonder my sword unsheathed itself and attacked you. So you came here for revenge? Seryung mentioned no, it was a misunderstanding. It was an instinctive attack. But you have to be careful because my instincts can move at any moment. Robert asked what their relationship was. Sunja, on alert, told him she was the favorite daughter of the Suje family. They are enemies. We must do something before this gets worse. And well, Lee just stood there watching. Sunja told him to move. The captain could get seriously hurt if you don't do something. However, the heavenly demon was paying more attention to a person who was also watching everything, a girl who saw the fight from her window. "If these are your instincts, you shouldn't have any problems because I like to crush cockroaches," replied the other. Before their swords clashed, someone stopped them. Seryung recognized him. "That's Namong Cheon." Meanwhile, the tavern master was mentioning, "So it's true that the heavenly demon sect surpasses the beggar's sect. Just as you said, Seryung came here yesterday, and just as you wished, we guided them to that place. They should be at Hogwarts Academy by now." Inside one of the academy's rooms, the guy in the beanie mentioned that he was the one who ordered the taxi, but he never expected the person who came to be Seryung. Seryung said she had no problem. Her sword simply moved on its own. "Today, I dare you to do it again." Meanwhile, Robert and Sunja were waiting outside. Robert mentioned that the guy in the beanie was either very strong or was acting tough by appearing so suddenly, stopping Seryung. Sunja told him that he was, in fact, quite strong for being the third son of the Namong family. "So he's Namong Cheon, the one they call the Blue Storm? So he's on another level." At 20, he became famous for entering the Northern Galaxy Heroes Tournament and reaching the final, although he forfeited in the final against the Emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. But of course, most people knew that he didn't actually want to win. "So that guy is the greatest among the prodigies of the Murim." Sunja asked why he was so impressed. Here it is revealed that Robert has a fiancée, and his fiancée is a fan of Cheon. Just then, a girl appeared out of nowhere, scaring Robert. "When did she get here?" She just looked at the door, mentioning that this wasn't the place. "Is she a ghost from the academy? Okay, she's just really weird." Sunja analyzed her, noticing that she had no internal energy. She was a natural pure, just like the heavenly demon. However, the strange thing was that this academy only accepted prodigies at the absolute top of the food chain. Lee was watching from above, from the top of the academy. Just then, that girl arrived. Seryung asked to get straight to the point. Who did she want them to take? When Lee turned to see her, she made a rather annoyed face. "You're that girl who was behind the window," he said. "Did you come to see me? Or why are you making that face?" "Do we know each other?" said the girl. "No, we've never met," the girl asked. "Then why does your face seem so familiar? It's almost like seeing the father who abandoned me at birth." "So that happened to you?" The girl replied. "Of course not. I'm not someone who can be abandoned. And if by chance it had happened, I would have already hunted him down and killed him," giving a cry of anger as she walked away. Before leaving, she turned and asked Lee if, by any chance, he didn't want to marry her. "I'm good at everything. I would be a great wife for you." "Of course not." The girl left, warning him, "I'm going to ask you again later, and you better not refuse me this time. You don't want to see what happens when I'm angry." "You'll meet him when I introduce him," said Jui. Seryung, in a hurry, asked if it was better to speed things up. "You don't need to rush. You can take all the time you want. If you want me to stay with you, then pay 1,000 times the original commission. Not even that would be enough. Goodbye." Cheon asked Jui to calm down. "We were friends. We haven't seen each other in 10 years. The girl didn't answer. She just thought, "It hasn't been 10 years. It's been 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days since we last saw each other." After that, Jui took Seryung to a room where a guy in a wheelchair was. This is the student. This boy was also wearing a mask, and upon seeing Seryung, was a little intimidated. Jui told her that he was completely paralyzed, couldn't even breathe on his own, and his vision had almost completely faded.
Really? So why would they have someone like that in the academy? What was his family? Jui said she didn't know. The only thing she knew was that he was incredibly rich, since he donated 10 years of the academy's budget to enroll. Normally, he stayed in the dorms during vacations, but his family suddenly asked him to come home. That's why they hired a taxi driver. Please, treat him with care, since he is so fragile that any touch could break him.
"Did you like that woman from just now?" said a voice. It was the girl from before. "But you know, you don't have to hide it. It's written all over your face." He just replied inwardly, "I no longer have light in my eyes." Even so, the girl understood. "You do have light, yes, but it's very hidden. Tell me, what do you like about that woman?" "I like to see her pain. It seems she would scream in a wonderful way when she's done breaking. So you saw something? Tell me. I'm curious to know what you saw." "Death, and also a demon." "You know, Jui, she looks like you. You don't have to tell me. I already know that. As I said, you just have to take him to the terminal on planet Tanalugan." "Now that I remember, Jui, you liked bamboo leaf tea, right?" Seryung replied that she hated it. "By the way, now I hate it even more." Cheon asked if she was serious. He remembered it differently. Maybe it's that memories always get distorted over time. He also told them he would accompany them. "Why would I have to stay at this school if there aren't even students to supervise?" "Don't tell me Jui is coming too." too. Cheon told her not to worry, she would still have to take care of some students. While this conversation was happening, Jui was taking a bath, saying that this was very annoying. Why the hell did she have to show up now? You should have pretended you were still dead. Suddenly, someone entered where she was. When she asked who was there, Soya appeared. Seryung, annoyed, said, "It's not that I care if you accompany us, and hopefully you'll also go to my ship so I can make you disappear mysteriously. Maybe I'll accidentally end up cutting off your head." And to her surprise, she, along with the other girl, was also boarding her ship. Jui told her that that girl also wanted to go home. "Aren't you happy to know that, just as I asked, he came too?" Jui asked. From the window, Lee just watched them, especially the girl, with whom he locked eyes again. And just like that, the ship took off. But both Jui and Soja wondered, "What is this dump?" Sunja said this was a first-class guest room. The captain asked them to stay there since it was closer and she could keep an eye on them. Jui yelled, "Not to talk nonsense. That damn woman wanted them to stay in a warehouse." But Soja mentioned she liked the place. "If we clean it up, it'll be nice." Jui asked where she was going. "I'm just heading out so you can clean in peace." Sunja warned her to be careful. "It would be best if you didn't leave, because there's a crazy woman with a sword roaming around out there. Aren't you scared of that crazy sword lady? She's always been unhinged, but right now she's completely out of control. If you run into her, just avoid her." Soja disappeared. "Looks like this girl is even scarier." Later, Seryung was lost in thought. She remembered when she went to school with Cheon and Jui. Those moments were filled with so much happiness. "You haven't changed at all, because I recognized you immediately when we met again. So does that mean you completely forgot about me? You don't even remember what I looked like as a kid?" In that sense, the one who hasn't changed is you, still just as self-centered. Cheon with a smile told her he had changed, because now he had someone he cared about. "That's why I came to warn you. Forget about revenge and move on with your life. Because if you ever raise your sword against Jui again, I won't let it slide. It's better if we stay as friends who vaguely remember each other. And what if I refuse? Don't test me." Cheon appeared behind her in an instant. "You know, you're right about one thing. I still have the same personality as when I was a kid. I still can't stand people touching what's mine." At that very moment, but somewhere else, Lee was wolfing down some sausages, and the boy in the wheelchair was watching him. Again, he made a scared face just looking at him. The difference this time was that everything was dark, so dark you couldn't see a thing. The celestial demon tossed him a sausage, telling him to eat up. Instead of watching something pointless, it's better to eat well when you're young. The boy, in his thoughts, said, "If I have to eat to keep living, then it's a waste of food, since I know I'm just gonna die soon anyway. So you think you know the future? That's a naive thought." "Yeah, but I see it whether you like it or not, so I can't react in any way." After that, Sama went to Soya, telling her that even with telekinesis, that guy acted totally normal. He didn't even flinch. By the way, his response was for me not to play with my food. Stop worrying unnecessarily and enjoy the food. The more you rush to worry, the more you lose. Like it was nothing, he just canceled out my telekinesis. Soya asked if he thought that guy was a mutant like her, but he didn't know. It was too dark to see anything. However, when I heard his words, I strangely felt calm, like I wasn't going to die anymore. Don't find comfort in that. You know you'll die anyway. That death is waiting for you right there in Tanalugan, the terminal planet. Once they got to the planet, the four of them went down to the terminal. Sunja explained it was built during the early days of galaxy development. Before they had up to 100,000 flights a year, but it was shut down 700 years ago because the Northwest Galaxy project was cancelled. So they just abandoned it? But why is it in such good condition? That's because the automation kept running. Well, we did our job. Now I just have to disinfect any trace of this girl. Robert mentioned that no, they still had to wait for the contract payment to be deposited. Seryung asked them to contact the tavern owner, but Sunja had already tried several times, and they had no connection in this place either. Looks like the blocking barrier has been activated. Cheon raised his hand as if greeting someone, and from within all that smoke, a vehicle started to approach, and then it started firing at them. Seryung asked why they were being attacked. Robert recognized the vehicle. "It's a rocket-launching armored car, a really old relic." Cheon launched himself into the air, using a barrier to block the shots and easily destroyed it. The problem was, there was a whole bunch of them. Cheon and the others thought this was not good at all, while Lee watched them from a distance. Soja, expressionless, mentioned they were very loud. "But you don't have to worry, I'll keep you safe." The boy replied that he knew. "Nothing will happen, because this wasn't in my dream." However, why did they self-destruct? In front of the four of them, a silhouette appeared. A robotic arm, and a full body too. "That's a droid," it told them. "This is private property of the Sakamoto Stein Group. You have entered without official flight authorization." This was a warning. Jui summoned her sword. "How dare an old generation droid attack humans?" Cheon told her to wait and not waste her strength. "There must be some misunderstanding. We were asked to bring this boy here. His name is Sama Stein. You can even check." Sama Stein, you say? The droid approached Sama, kneeling before him. Finally, you have arrived, and 700 years of waiting have finally come to an end. Now inside, the captain arrived with Sunja asking what happened. Cheon replied they didn't know either. But why is she still here? I wanted to get paid because the guy who hired us still hasn't sent the deposit. You haven't changed a bit, Cheon said. Jui wanted to connect to the network there, while the two girls made a face of disgust. Seryung asked where the bald boy was and what was up with that droid from before. The commander's photo was identical to the droid's. It said, "Please, give me your orders now, I just wanted to rest." Sama asked what he was talking about, what orders he meant. The droid asked him to give the order to die. With those words, it would be enough. After Sunja finally managed to connect, Seryung asked to talk to that guy quickly. She wanted to leave ASAP. However, something was weird. In the last 700 years, 87 landings of external spaceships were registered, but there are no records of any departures. Sama apologized to him. He couldn't give him that order. Then everyone will die, Robert asked Lee if he didn't feel the atmosphere was strange. It's like we're in Silent Hill. The only thing that mattered to Lee was where the food was. I want food. Sunja said that since the place closed 700 years ago, there were still 16 staff members left, and there were never any replacements or new employees. Are you saying they all grew old and died here? Well, most of them, yes. What do you mean, most? They all have death records except for one person, the head of operations, some guy named Gunter. At least in the records, he's still alive. For 700 years, I prolonged my life waiting solely for orders. I myself cut off these rotten limbs, tore out rotten and melted organs that had already lost their function. Now the only thing left is this withered and weak brain. Please give me the order. I can't take it much longer. In the records, there were prosthetic legs, arms, stomach transplants, large intestines, heart, liver, lungs, eyes, joints, and blood vessels. He basically replaced his entire body, right? Yes, he changed everything necessary to survive. Why would someone go that far being alone in an isolated place? He could have just left. That's none of our business. Seryung, annoyed, asked if a story like that didn't touch his heart. That was something very cruel, sad. Calling this level of suffering sad, how funny. And Cheon wondered about the connection with that boy. Here we're told that basically, Sama's family is the richest in the universe. It monopolized all kinds of genetic engineering and even drove the development of spatial artificial intelligence. Most of their information was hidden, except for the name of its founder, known as Satoshi. Sama himself said, "To my family, I don't even exist. They don't even recognize me as a person. So how can I represent my family? I simply don't have the authority. You know, sir, you and I are the same, beings who have been abandoned. And even if what we want is to die, we can't do it on our own, right?" Soja had disappeared too. "Sir, if it makes you happy, I can give you this broken body that no longer works. If you need it, I'll give it to you. Since I don't need it, well then I, the vassal Gunter Snob, will receive your will as the order to continue surviving." Seryung asked Sunja to check all the cameras in the base. She had to find out where Soja, a girl with no martial skills, went. "Why aren't you looking and just staring at me? Do you know me? Did you just speak to me informally, despite being just a simple android?" Sunja said she was the one being informal. "Damn, Seryung, what kind of education did you give this android?" Seryung said that she was Sunja, her official co-pilot, doctor, manager, and ship's chef, and that her education was top-notch. Indignant, Jui went to look for her on her own. Seryung just patted Sunja for doing a good job, which totally ticked her off. Just then, Lee was approaching, and in front of him appeared Soja, with a smile. "We really would be the perfect pair. In fact, I was on my way to where you were." "Oh really? Do you have sausages?" "Of course not." This guy ignored her, but she said his way of walking was very different. It looks like the celestial demon's imperial step, a style that only the master of the demon sect can learn. If you keep walking like that, someone might mistake you for the celestial demon. Your breath sometimes carries the chill of frozen jade. Also, people might think you master the emerald jade demon technique, which only female celestial demons can learn. And reaching the level of the ghost demon god of total concealment at such a young age is concerning. Others might judge you even more than me, so take care. "Hey, seriously, tell me, who the hell are you?" "And who are you?" Lee asked. Meanwhile, Jui was searching everywhere inside that base for Soja, but instead she found human remains scattered all over the place, and right behind her, the android appeared. "Was all this you're doing?" she asked. He said, "Now that I have the order to live, I want you to give me your life so I can continue prolonging it." Immediately, he attacked her. And that technique, if I'm not mistaken, is the same one Seryung used when she first met Lee. And yes, it's definitely the same. Either she was very weakened, or the android was very strong, since it didn't even faze her. From the looks of it, you're full of vitality. Hand it over." And she called him a damn piece of metal, slicing his entire mechanism in half. However, she noticed how that android had different internal energy conductors. "So, you killed them all to steal their internal energy units?" "I just borrowed their lives, just as I will with yours." She attacked him again, and Sama started to see this fight reflected in his eyes, asking for someone, please, to help her. His message reached Soya, who thought, "This is a pain. I'll continue my conversation another time." Lee had also heard the message, calling that girl a good girl, since helping a friend is a very noble act. "Now, what is it? Why are you calling me?" Sama said the master was in danger. "You called me all the way here just because of that woman." Sama begged for his help, that she was already seriously injured. It was already too late. Jui reached where Seryung and Cheon were, but ended up collapsing. Cheon began to examine her body, as well as her vital points. But Sunja quickly knew her whole body had internal injuries, and the biggest problem was that her internal energy unit had been forcibly ripped out. The android went to his room to put on a new uniform. Jui was in severe pain, and there wasn't much they could do. Cheon asked Sunja what that was. She told him Jui was having a short circuit. Since the unit was forcibly torn out, her neural network, both electronic and natural, was damaged. If they didn't reconnect the drive quickly, the entire neural network, including her brain, would be destroyed. Basically, she would die soon. Cheon asked them to do something. In the meantime, he would go get her core, leaving her in the hands of Sunja and Seryung. "But what could we do?" Seryung asked if there was any way. Sunja replied that yes, there was, but the person who could help her left. "What do you mean?" "If we connected a different internal energy unit, we could temporarily stabilize the neural network." But that boy left without thinking of that possibility. Now she only had less than 5 minutes to connect her drive. Otherwise, she'd be brain dead. Seeing her in that state of agony, Seryung didn't hesitate to ask Sunja to make the connections. She would be the one to share her drive. But Sunja asked why she was using her external unit, which hadn't been used in years. "Just connect it already. Even if I want to, I can't. That unit is low capacity, and the girl has an alpha prime grade unit." "What the hell? How annoying." Seryung ripped out her alpha grade unit without hesitation, asking if that would be enough, something that caught even Sunja by surprise. "Isn't this girl your enemy?" "Yes, but this girl has to live until I can kill her. That's all." On the other hand, Soya suddenly appeared where the android was. She mentioned there was no need to be nervous. She was just there to stop him, since her only friend asked her to. "We both have a promise to grant each other a favor, so I have no choice. If you want to stop me, you have to kill me. But can you do that? That's easy, but you've been dead for a long time." The android told her to feel lucky she didn't have an internal energy source. In an instant, he was in front of her. "How can you do something like that if you don't even have an internal energy unit? If you prove to me you're alive, then I'll kill you." Parents, marriage, kids. How boring. "You're definitely dead." She had seen right through him, but the android told her not to insult his body. "Life is based on goals and purposes. I still live for something." Soja called him ridiculous. "Looks like you have a much more luxurious life than it seems. A girl like you knows nothing. I was born a twin, but my twin brother is 9 years older than me. Weird, right? What do you say? Those guys only needed one child, but 2 were born instead. And the ones who forced these children to be born chose only one of them. And the one who wasn't chosen, they froze her alive, right after she was born. They kept her as a spare part, just in case. If she had remained frozen forever, that would have been a real happy ending. In the 9th year, the baby thawed and woke up on her own. From that day on, the girl was given a condition to survive. Instead of just living, the girl had to live a life with no goal or purpose. To you, is that girl alive or dead? Why are you telling me this? It's because you're already dead, and the dead are the best at keeping secrets. At least, you can console yourself by thinking you'll have a meaningful death. Before they could fight, Cheon arrived, yelling that the guy was dangerous. "You better get out of here." However, he didn't do anything to him, but he did manage to find Jui's drive. The android was stunned. That guy had a core grade unit. Cheon said he didn't have time to talk, that he would finish this quickly, and told Soja to leave, but she attacked him from behind. "This was a pain," she said to the android, telling him she didn't do it to help him. "I always wanted to beat up this fool at least once. He's a damn arrogant guy who was lucky enough to be born into a prestigious family and get a top-tier unit for free. Whenever I saw him acting so arrogant and powerful, thinking he was special, it made me sick." The android approached, saying he would take his unit and that if she interfered, he would kill her. "Go ahead, you can take it, but I'll only give you 1 minute. If you can't install it in 1 minute, you'll die." That's when Sama told him to stop. She promised she would finish off this android, so why is she doing all this? What a nuisance. I already told you I'll stop him, but I didn't say when. Anyway, after this minute is up, he'll be dead. Sama told him to do it now. He didn't want his teachers to get hurt. Then you do it. Go on, if you want to stop him so badly, do it. Besides, he's just like us. Hey, hurry up, your minute is almost up. I, Sama Stein, as the 166th heir of the Stein family, order you to stop. You said you didn't have the authority to give orders. I'll ask you just one more time. Do you have the right to represent the Stein family? Are you hesitating? Then you don't. I reject you. What is this? Teleportation? Are you using telekinesis? Then I'll kill you too. At that moment, the celestial demon appeared. Soja had just confirmed it. He's real. Then, kill him. And by doing so, you will step over his corpse to rise as the true master of the celestial demon sect, my lady. The celestial demon said he felt despair, pity, and anger. So, you are human, despite your appearance. But how did you end up trapped inside this piece of metal? The android, seeing that he carried no internal energy unit, told him to step aside, and if he interfered, he would kill him. However, Lee touched him. You are human, but why can't I see a self inside you? Where did it go? Sama thought this was dangerous. The android raised his hand. Although you are full of purpose, you no longer have a hint of desire for reward. At some point, you even lost the will to live and hope itself. And in the end, you crossed the line. You crossed it too far, so much that the line itself has faded. It's too late. Lee told him to leave. He didn't even want to see him. At such words, the android simply went on his way. But Sama wanted to stop him, although the one who did it was Soja. The minute she gave him was up and she cut off his head. After that, she confronted Lee again. She had felt traces of the celestial demon heart technique at a supreme level. Or am I mistaken? He replied that she was not mistaken. Soja would give him another chance, so he had to think carefully, because if it were true, she would have to kill him. And that's because, under the laws of the celestial demon sect, only one is allowed. Are you the celestial demon? He replied that the title was like a cheap medal given in exchange for losing one's soul. If that's something you have pinned to your chest, rip it off. It's worthless. Soja replied that being the celestial demon wasn't just a title, it was destiny itself. Because no matter how much you struggle, you will never escape. Using destiny as an excuse is the justification of a lazy person. Destiny is simply a difficult puzzle that can be solved. While they were talking, that android began to emanate a huge amount of energy. Soja wondered if he wasn't already dead. He picked up his head and held it up. Soja started to get alarmed, as another energy was also emanating from inside that thing, but before she could continue, she launched an attack. Sama shouted that this couldn't be. Despite that, the android managed to reassemble himself, and an alarm went off. It was an energy overload. The reading showed 8,000 gigatons. Sama mentioned that the internal energy boosters had already lost balance and were colliding with each other. At this rate, everything will explode. Soja mentioned that she just had to destroy it completely, but that wouldn't work, as it would only explode faster. So, what am I supposed to do? The overload had already surpassed 10,000 gigatons. Seryung asked if this was bad, but out of nowhere, it suddenly stopped. So it wasn't that bad. Sunja replied that wasn't it. Being so large, the electromagnetic field caused all electromagnetic devices to shut down. In other words, it would explode soon. Seryung told her to call everyone to evacuate at once. We couldn't escape anymore. Meanwhile, Robert wondered what all this was. What happens if it explodes? Sunja told him that with this last detected value alone, no one would survive. The android entered a huge room and started polishing. Seryung wondered why he had started cleaning at that moment. Sunja explained that his brain functions had completely disappeared. He was only moving based on pre-programmed memory values. Cleaning every corner, maintaining all devices, and repairing the building. He's been doing these things for hundreds of years. Although, of course, in 3 minutes he would stop. Seryung, cheerful, said that if he just held on for 3 more minutes, the explosion wouldn't happen. It will explode in 3 minutes anyway, and we will all stop with him. Seryung, worried, asked Lee if there was any way to stop him, since if someone with overwhelming power got rid of him before the explosion, they would be safe. No, Sunja said. That would only speed up the explosion. So, we were screwed. Trembling, Seryung watched, but the celestial demon told her not to worry. Immediately, Seryung threw herself into his arms. I knew you had a way to stop him. I knew you would do it. He replied, that's not what he meant. But anyway, get off. Seryung obeyed him. The thing is, the celestial demon had seen demonic energy flowing inside him, but this wasn't going to be easy. Sunja said to Sama, so this is what you saw? We would all die together, right? He replied, no. The death I saw wasn't even that fortunate. What do you mean by that? Once you die, everything is over. But your family is really something else. They even use this kind of terminal as a tomb for an abandoned heir. At that moment, Sama had an idea. That's it. It makes sense. Lee told them to get ready. There would be a lot of damage, so everyone had to fend for themselves. themselves. Sama told him to stop and let him do something. Seryung wondered how it was possible for that guy to communicate telepathically. This guy stood in front saying he would take care of it, but Seryung had no faith in him. "It's impossible for that jerk in a wheelchair to do anything," she said, asking Lee to stop him and take charge, but he didn't move. He just watched. "That guy isn't the type to bluff, so we just have to wait and see." Sama used all his strength to get as close to him as possible. He also tried to stand up, but wasn't he paralyzed? Sunja replied that yes, he was. So how could he stop him? "I, heir 166 of the Stein family, in the name of the direct lineage of the great Duke Anatolon Stein, request the operating rights of the terminal as a representative." The mysterious rhombus appeared before him. Sunja said that was a hyperspace warp transmission. Just the communication fee is over 10,000 credits per second. That's an insane level of wealth. The rhombus asked if he was referring to Tanalugan. Sama was about to fade away, but he replied that he was correct. "You know you will have to take responsibility for its operation until a replacement arrives? Do you agree?" "Authorization granted. Soldier Gunter, I order you—" "No, your mission is over. The terminal's operating authority has now been transferred." The android turned to look at Sama, who told him he had done enough and that from now on, he would take over. "So, you can rest now." Gunter shut down, but not before watching the memories of his life as a human. How cruel. So the Stein family called this boy here to isolate him forever. But why go to such extremes? Cheon explained that it was because prestigious families value their reputation above all else. And the deeper the defect, the more they try to hide it, but she should know that well. However, this was too much. Soja asked Sama if he really planned on staying there. He said yes. "After all, nothing has changed. From the moment I was born, I've been alone." That man said that destiny is a difficult puzzle to solve. If that's true, then with some effort, maybe you too can break free from this destiny. Soya proposed he go with her. "You just have to forget about your family." Sama replied that it wasn't necessary. "You're also suffering, maybe even more than me. And don't get me wrong, actually, I'm happy now. The hardest part of my life was my family's indifference. But for the first time, they've shown interest in me and given me the right to decide my own fate. And so you consider it a right to be given the choice of your own tomb? Still, it's a tomb I chose on my own. But I plan to work hard to change this terminal and make it the best in the universe." "You'll do that alone?" "Of course. That's how it has to be, no matter if it takes 1,000 years. After that, Sama had already contacted the Namgung family to have a ship escort them. Cheon said they would probably take her to her family, as her family was rushing her engagement. "After everything, it's best you forget all this. These ties will only remain in the past." Suje handed Seryung the unit she had lent her. She took it angrily, asking if she had sterilized it properly. She didn't want to touch something with that dirty blood. She asked why she helped her, and she didn't want to hear the excuse that she did it to keep her alive just so she could kill her later. "That's the only reason. I don't know what answer you were expecting from me. So wash that neck and just wait. That way my sword will be less stained." Suje said she didn't know. When she found out her own family destroyed the Sichuan clan, she cried for months and hated being part of that family so much. "If you say you didn't know, then I ask you, what would you have done if you had known?" Crying, she replied that she was only 13 at the time. "That doesn't matter, you know it well. Even if you were 20 or 30, the result would have been the same. I've thought about it thousands of times and realized I probably couldn't have done anything. That's the problem with us. We live a life trapped by our family's destiny. We'll see each other again, but hopefully as late as possible. That way we can keep living one more day." The ships arrived for the two of them, while Seryung wondered what Soya was doing there. "Why are you on board?" Soya replied that she had nowhere else to go. "Besides, there are still things I have to do," she said, looking back at the celestial demon. Somewhere in the galaxy, there was a thrift store where someone was offering a retro-style external drive, but the shopkeeper replied that it was just scrap. "I can't believe things like this don't exist. Although, of course, you've come to the right place. This is a junkyard." This guy asked Dakyu to appraise that scrap. Dakyu, it seems, was a robot parrot, who upon analyzing the model, found it was a Samsung from the year 3002. So, it's over 100 years old. "We just have to weigh it and give a price." Dakyu replied that it was worth 100 million credits, and even more. But that was because he was analyzing Sunja, whose manufacturer was unknown, but she was made of Santanium superalloy with a self-evolving operating system installed. The owner was in disbelief. Sunja put out her finger for him to analyze it too. Just the index finger was worth 12 million. Sunja patted him, and the other two were like, "What the hell?" Meanwhile, on our protagonist's ship, Soja and Robert had a small portion of sausage to eat, while Lee had an almost whole one. Even so, both wondered what this was. Robert said they had run out of food, but the captain would bring them something to eat soon. No, that's not what I mean. Why is my sausage smaller than his? Robert replied he was sharing based on age and unit size. Besides, you don't even like sausages that much, do you? The celestial demon offered him his sausage. Robert was incredulous. He'd leave this for me, but he never shares his sausage with anyone. But he replied that of course he wouldn't share it. He wanted him to cook it more since it was half raw. Robert, annoyed, told him to just eat it. In the end, it all goes into the stomach anyway. But the aura of both celestial demons made Robert rethink his answer. Meanwhile, Sunja was being appraised, but now by the shop owner, who was looking at her in detail. That's a multi-dimensionally compatible superconducting ocular lens worth 83 million. The more he looked at her, the more absurd it was. He asked Seryung where the hell she got her. She is Sunja, my official co-pilot, doctor, and ship's operations manager. The shop owner said that's not what he meant, but how she could get something like that. Seryung started to remember how, on a rainy afternoon, Sunja was next to a dumpster. What are you doing here? Aren't you cold? Did your battery die? Want me to carry you? Sunja looked at her and, let's just say it was a fated encounter. Anyway, we're a package deal now. You mean this is your property? Seryung asked if she was really that expensive. So, a single finger must be worth 10 million? He told her yes, and in fact her whole body was beyond the measurable range. It was practically unquantifiable. I'm not entirely sure, but she's probably the most expensive thing in this universe, because in the first place, something like this shouldn't even be possible. So Seryung, upon hearing him, got dollar signs in her eyes, telling him not to call her a thing, that she was Sunja. And if a finger is worth 10 million, then her nails must be expensive. How about you give me a few million for those nails? Sunja said she didn't have any. What about a single hair? Don't have that either. How about you cut a few little hairs in exchange for 10,000 credits? Sunja told her to stop, but the shop owner said there was no need for that. Why don't you just leave her here? What the hell? Are you using the bloated toad art? The captain ran out of that place, and with a single leap, she was already quite far away. Immediately, she told Robert to teleport them back to the Diabo ship, but the guy also made a giant leap with the toad art and now puffed up his cheeks. She yelled at Robert to hurry up, but he was barely calculating the coordinates. She used the art of the Tang clan. Robert was already preparing the teleport, however, nothing happened, and that's because the target had disappeared. For some reason, only the shop owner was there, and Sunja too, but not the captain. She was in those giant hands. Sunja yelled at him to let her go and, quite annoyed, asked him to release her. "Are you begging me?" he asked. Sunja replied that yes, fine. However, he threw her very far from that place, and the shop owner told her not to forget that he granted her request. I could have sold her to slave traders for 10,000 credits. Honestly, I feel it was a waste, but what can you do? Meanwhile, on the ship, Robert shouted that they had to go down, as the captain was in danger and he couldn't even detect her biosignals. The celestial demon told Soja to hurry up and eat and go. Soja asked if he was talking to her. You should at least earn your food, don't you think? I have to pay for this misery? Don't forget this either. Again, inside the thrift store, Sunja was tied up with a chain, being filmed by the parrot, who asked her if she wanted to be put on the online market. But he replied to put her in the luxury auction section and mark her as an ultra-premium item. What price should I put? We couldn't put her above 100 million. How about 1.5 million? Sunja said the parts alone cost about 1.143 billion. It would be a waste. If you add the cost of assembly and the value for rarity, plus the 11 years of self-improvements, 13.14 billion would be a fair price. The owner asked if this was a scam. For that money, he could buy up to 1,000 undeveloped planets. Sunja replied that she was even being modest because of her self-esteem issues. If it's too expensive, no one will be able to buy it. I know. Record her again. Every inch will be sold in parts. Suddenly, someone else arrived at the store. Soja walked in with a serious face and immediately went for Sunja, asking why she was alone. Where did that woman they call Captain go? The parrot started making a fuss. The thing is, this girl, who weighed 46 kilos, was a natural and according to black market slave trade records, was in the top 0.2% with a value of 13,000 credits. So she's a good product. Little lady, did you come here to be sold? Good choice. I'll pay a good price for you. But with one punch, she launched him out of the store through the air. Why the hell did that guy get his all puffy face so close to me? Anyway, answer my question. What are you doing here alone with this huge chain? On the other hand, in the plains, a bit far from there, was the captain, lying on the ground in front of some guy. When she woke up, she wondered if this was a dream. Damn, look at that. He's got the king's hairstyle. The captain said that if it was a dream, it didn't seem so bad. The man carried her in his arms and took her somewhere. Later, Sunja told Soja that this was strange. The captain should be around here. I calculated the launch speed and gravity. No, she definitely fell here by these tracks. But there were no signs of movement, so someone took her. Sunja told her to pay attention. There was no trace of anyone having stepped on the ground. Also, Sunja threatened her, saying that if she didn't find Seryung, they wouldn't feed her. Now that was annoying. Soja pointed out that she was around there, as she could feel an energy that was really strong. At the very least, the other person is a master of the upper enlightened level. If there are no tracks of him, then he's using the art of skywalking. This just got even more annoying than before. In some hot springs, Seryung was naked, waking up and thinking that just as she thought, it was a dream, but at least it was a pleasant one. However, someone else told her to sleep a little longer. Your internal injuries haven't fully healed yet. This was the same guy from before. The captain asked who he was. That question doesn't matter. We share no bond, so please just recover. She realized she wasn't wearing anything, and again, he said that didn't matter either. If I hadn't intervened, you'd be dead by now. Therefore, you have now become my property. And once you've healed and are a product in good condition, I plan to sell you for a good price. The captain thought this guy was crazy, a damn sicko. That man mentioned that a buyer had already appeared. I hope you don't sell her for too low a price, since I could feel him. Meanwhile, the shop owner was scared because, in front of him, two strange guys appeared, wearing a logo, the logo of the human government. Someone mentioned that they had posted something incredible on the black market. Where is it? We'll buy it. It was the redhead from before, who said they would pay a very high price for it. Judging by that uniform, she must be a high-ranking officer, and also by the fact that two elite mecha units are escorting her. She introduced herself as Athena's son. And I'll be quick. We received a report about a false post. She showed him the post he had made about Sunja's parts. That price was too ridiculous. However, that ultra-dense neural network and the multidimensional Santanium superalloy, you're lying, aren't you? You just want to attract customers. So if you admit it was a lie and that you won't do it again, you'll only get a small fine. Besides, it's almost lunchtime. The shop owner admitted it was a mistake, but why did his voice sound so faint? That damn voice is the one used by criminals who hide stolen goods. Are you trying to tell me it's real? Athena looked him straight in the eye. So it was a real post. Where is this thing? And who brought it here? Back with Seryung and the other mysterious guy, the captain tried to analyze him. However, when she looked at him, it gave an error. Did the scanner break? It's not. It's just that your scanner can't analyze me. So, what are you? He replied to call him whatever she wanted. However, humans in your position usually refer to someone in my role as a master. I never understood that. Humans throwing simple punches and wearing primitive devices attached to their bodies. Why do humans give up their self-respect so easily? The captain noticed her clothes were there, so she immediately started splashing water at him to block his view for being so shameless. And now that she was dressed again, she called him a pervert again for continuing to look at her like that. But he replied that he was just checking the connection of her movements. You were almost done recovering completely, but you were still missing something to be sold for your full value. I ask that you return to the healing fluid chamber and take off your clothes again. Despite the captain's quick movements, the other guy disappeared as if nothing, and now she was starting to get annoyed as he was delaying her recovery. If you keep this up, I'll use brute force against you. However, something caught her attention, and it wasn't Seryung's sword, but the person who was entering. Immediately, she drew her sword. Soja said he was quite strong. Exactly what is he? But right behind her, Sunja also arrived, and upon seeing her, this guy recognized her. She is E1. Sunja asked, "Are you A1?" Meanwhile, the parrot had shown them the recording they had of Sunja. Athena never thought that thing was even an android. What the hell was going on? She's the same girl who was on that ship. And where was that man? Sunja immediately ran to him, calling him Adan, giving him a big hug. Adan hugged her back. Soja asked, "Now what the hell is going to happen?" Audit Administrator Grade 1 Athena has requested to share information with headquarters. And after analyzing the data of the transmitted android, this here is the Alpha Satellite 0999836, the main data center of the human government. A giant eye had received all this information from Sunja. Athena asked that they treat this as an emergency. However, the eye replied that this was false information because it was a product that could not be manufactured with current human capabilities, and there was no trace of any attempt to produce something like it, asking her to abort the mission immediately and return to headquarters. Athena asked to analyze again, but the eye replied that this was an absolute analysis, since this slave, as she well knows, its information and analysis capability is infinite, so it makes no mistakes, and there were no traces of the android from which she shared data. Therefore, it does not exist. If you do not abort the mission now, disobedience will result in demotion. Slave. Are you answering me directly? Slave mentioned that something was happening. It would have to erase all data related to these babies. There must be absolutely no trace of them. Athena reanalyzed this data. She was sure there was no error. So, what the hell was going on? One of the escorts said that preparations for their return were ready. She just had to send her coordinates. Athena refused, saying they would delay their return. Not before that, we have to thoroughly search this entire planet, no matter if it takes us days. Request denied. The superior's orders and the return have higher priority. Athena shouted at them what nonsense they were talking about, that their direct superior was now her. Request denied. Please, return. Athena asked if they were going crazy, if they were violating military orders now. However, they pointed their cannon at her. If you do not activate the teleport, we will open fire. Athena screamed at them to lower their weapons, but they did not hesitate to shoot at her. The mission is complete, so we will return. What they didn't expect is that Athena had hidden among the dirt. Although anyway, she received some damage. I will definitely find answers to this. In that cave, the captain asked Sunja what relationship she had with that guy. She didn't answer. That seemed strange to me. Why don't you answer? Sunja apologized, but she couldn't answer that. Soja asked what nonsense she was saying. It's just an android. Weren't you educated? The captain replied that, for sure, she raised her well, but she doesn't know what's wrong with her. So, if you weren't going to answer, I'll ask that guy directly. Did you know him before you met us? Is he your original master? I ask that you don't worry. If so, I will free you, no matter the cost. She said nothing again. Soja mentioned that was it then. She couldn't answer because the question was poorly phrased. Don't refer to him as human, because he's not. He breathes, has body heat, and even a heartbeat, but his internal energy is different. He's an android so realistic it's hard to believe. He's a robot. Sunja replied that he was a machine human, and also with free will. Meanwhile, Robert was still worried that Soja hadn't returned, asking the celestial demon to go himself. He told him not to worry, but Robert didn't trust that girl. If there are strong enemies, what could she do? Lee replied that he sent her because she was capable, and that if she set her mind to it, there would surely be few beings who could surpass her. Are you kidding me? And at this moment, behind them appeared Athena, who was still very injured. She mentioned she was glad to have teleported to this place. I just blindly released the transport. But don't you guys realize that your teleport IP was open, that anyone can enter this ship? However, where was that android? I want to see her, she said, telling Robert to get out of the way. Did something happen? Lee asked. Athena told him not to interfere, but upon seeing him up close, her traumas returned. Or rather, her love, since for some reason, whenever she saw him, her heart raced too much. Soja asked Sunja what she meant by free will. Seryung told her not to be so harsh. Androids are not slaves. And if you think about it, humans also live within some imposed limits. Soja didn't agree. Humans chose to put on their own shackles and cuffs. They give up a part of their freedom to live comfortably in this society. But androids are different. The 3 laws of robotics are not just shackles. They are absolute laws. How can something bound by unbreakable chains have free will? You're right. The 3 laws of robotics. First law, a robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And finally, the third, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Adan whispered that what he said, that he would sell her as a slave, was just a joke? No. Even that I would use brute force on her. Why don't you say anything? And why are there suddenly 3 of them? One of those guys, upon seeing Sunja, mentioned it was a pity. The little one was just an android. These were slave traders who, in their eyes, these 2 young ladies were top-notch. This one told Adan that he finally brought decent merchandise. So, which one are you selling? Why not buy both? I'll offer 7,000 credits for the package. 3,000 for that girl and 4,000 for this one. No, 4,200. Soja started to charge her energy, while the other one approached the captain, who was happy. Even if I get the lower priced one, it doesn't matter, since I'll still make a profit selling her used. Seryung started to attack him, and he split in 2. But it wasn't because of her, but because of Adan, who was the one who cut him, at the same time as the one with Soya, who said, "It's true. He just killed 2 humans." Adan pointed his blade at Soya. "Do you want to try to kill me?" Adan said that his existence must not be revealed. No witnesses who see his life can be allowed. "What is it? Why don't you answer?" Lee asked. Athena said she couldn't answer, because if she did, she would have to talk about slave, and she couldn't do that under any circumstances. However, slave is the soul and heart of the human government. the light, the truth, and the final judge of common sense. Thus, any information about Slave is considered treason the moment it is spoken, so I can't say anything, because I would die. Robert said she had already said most, if not all of it. The celestial demon told her not to say any more. He wasn't interested anyway. You look injured, so rest, and the others will be back soon. Robert also asked him not to tell him. This slave thing, I feel like if I knew too much, I'd die before my time. Athena asked him to wait. There wasn't a jump communicator there. Where was Seryung? She asked him to stop his friend. Sunja replied that she couldn't. Aren't you close? Of course we are, even more than any measurable value. But we are forced to live completely independent lives. We cannot intervene with each other. That is the price of free will. What the hell are you saying? Sunja admitted that he doesn't have the 3 laws of robotics imposed on him. It's like saying a human is free from their instincts. That's how the gods designed us. So, if there is a human who doesn't have their instincts, that means they weren't made by gods. So you're a robot not created by humans. Tell me, what the hell created you? If you're not going to answer, I'll take the truth from you by force. How fast? Despite that quick cut, Soya managed to protect herself. Adan mentioned that this was strange. You just showed a transcendental move without having an internal energy engine installed. You even learned primitive techniques. This made no sense. According to my data, you're barely 18, but you already have 1,000 years of internal energy. How absurd. So what my mother said is true, that even with almost absolute logic and infinite data, humans cannot be analyzed perfectly. You are dangerous, so I must finish you. Now we move to a beach where a girl in a swimsuit was enjoying the sun and a cocktail. Just then she gets a call from Athena. She replies that she's resting. Talk later. Athena asked if it was possible for Slave to give false information and for the armored soldiers to obey orders that even threatened their lives, and in the middle of a mission. She asked her to disable the hologram. She, seriously, asked Athena what nonsense she had just said. This is the sub-commander of the Human Government Security Plan, mateys. The captain was in disbelief. This girl could stop that powerful cut with her bare hands. Somewhat exhausted, Soya said he was getting stronger and stronger. So what the hell is he? Adan said she was ruining all the data on humans he had compiled for over 10 years. Are you really a human? I am for now, so don't piss me off anymore. I won't hold back anymore. Aiden refused to believe it. Such an impossible being like her shouldn't exist. But what he saw next was more terrifying. Above Soja, giant claws appeared. No, a demon had suddenly appeared. The captain asked Sunja if she knew what that thing was, but she, for some reason, was unconscious. An endless stream of digits began to appear in her small eyes, and it seems she had entered a state with someone else. Sunja called her Mother. Meanwhile, the sub-commander couldn't believe what Athena was showing her. And Athena said that the android that was recorded, Slave said it didn't exist. So Slave was wrong or was lying. The armored soldiers even attacked me. She replied not to beat around the bush. She was the brightest mind and data analyst in the human government. If even you don't know, then what did you really want to ask? My theory is that Slave tried to hide the existence of that android and, for the same reason, gave orders to eliminate me. There is a high probability that Slave created that android. My question is there any possibility that Slave could violate the 3 laws of robotics and harm humans? That should never be possible. So, on what basis is Slave controlled? And she replied that it wasn't under control. What? That's because if Slave really wanted to eliminate humanity, it wouldn't bother collaborating with humans, since that thing could wipe out all of humanity in 0.1 seconds. And something like a doll with one eye missing appeared next to Sunja, and all these events were being watched by Slave. The sub-commander said that Slave was the first evolutionary AI. It was created when humanity still remained on Earth. But the reason it evolved from a primitive AI dependent on massive data to an evolutionary one was the destruction of Earth caused by humans themselves. Abandoned in the vast and uncertain space, humanity had nowhere to turn except to this AI. But even so, statistically, human survival was impossible. But then, a miracle occurred in the era of cosmic refugees. With just 2 questions added by humans, the AI transformed into a self-evolving model, something that defied the impossible to protect humanity. This is what Slave is. That's why I trust Slave so much. What were those 2 questions? The first, how can humans coexist peacefully? And the second, what is the universe itself? Slave asked why she came so early. It wasn't time for them to separate yet. Sunja asked him to stop Aden. He was hurting humans. I can't, due to free will. True freedom must not have any kind of restriction. Sunja said the human Adan was trying to hurt was her friend. So it's you who should stop him. Adan trusted you more than himself, so tell him to stop. Tell him he won't be banished from freedom. Give him the apple resting in your hand. Worried, Sunja said that if she did that, Adan, yes, but this is also your choice, and the price of the freedom you were given. Now go, Sunja shouted why he created them, why he made them go through this pain. My master, That's a good question, and I've been searching for the answer. Your lives are the process to verify that answer. Question 1. How can humans coexist in peace? Even if it's painful, even if it's unbearable, just live one more day with all your strength. Live, verify a human's life, investigate a human's life, and then analyze that life to find the possibility that my answer is a mistake. Convince me that human coexistence is a more difficult problem than the secrets of the universe I have unraveled. Create a miracle greater than the birth of the universe. Warning: unstable energy amplification detected. Mass is exceeding the appropriate level for the energy. This was a contradiction. Energy and mass should be equivalent. Mass, 31,688. It's a gigamass. Soja had already lost control. Energy, 7.7 gigamasses. 46,453. The captain didn't understand what the hell was going on. Sunja came too, but that gigamass was now 98,994. This was exceeding the measurement limit. Adan felt obligated to eliminate her. Dual blade style, separation, but even so, he couldn't do anything to this thing that wouldn't stop growing. He switched to full energy attack mode, but the captain screamed at him to stop, putting herself between them. On the other hand, Robert was listening to the conversation Athena was having with the sub-captain, only to realize that, once again, the government ship was already in front of them. The celestial demon asked if this was the same ship from the other day. There was no doubt. It's the human government. Danger, danger. It's starting to attack us. Athena tried to activate the defenses, but defense against this was impossible. So, I would die this way. Shot successful. One of the mecha guards asked if they had eliminated them. No, they teleported together before impact, said the other. But where did they go? And those guys crushed that guy's shop. The captain asked Adan why he insisted on fighting. It's not like you hate each other or anything. You might even be on the same side, so it's best to talk. Robert yelled at Athena why she teleported like that. Now their ship was destroyed and they had no money to repair it. So, Athena told him to shut up. On top of saving you thanks to these superhuman reflexes, you dare to complain? Meanwhile, Lee was watching that fight. Athena said she would pay for the repairs, so there was no need to worry. Besides, the hit wasn't that big. What they didn't expect is that those two would land and end up destroying the ship even more. Robert asked if she would still pay for this, but she couldn't believe what she was seeing. It's the soul of the celestial demon, Lee suspected. How did a young girl come to carry the destiny that had abandoned her 2,000 years ago? Surely this was karma. Meanwhile, he was watching everything that was happening closely. Adan suddenly noticed the presence of someone else who was also strong. He thought, it doesn't matter. I'll cut them both down. However, he immediately felt insignificant next to this guy who had just appeared. Slave could also feel this sensation. So the legend was true. A human born with the soul of the celestial demon really exists. Girl, enduring while harboring the darkness, your life must have been very heavy. Demon, fold your wings and return to your slumber. Go back to sleep and don't torment this girl anymore. Otherwise, I will kill you. I feel something familiar in your soul. So it's you, the one who escaped my embrace every time. Adan felt more insignificant. However, he shouldn't hesitate, but the one who told him to stop was his mother. Slave took over Athena's body, telling him not to interfere and just watch. These are unique data never seen before. It is necessary to collect data until it is possible, and somehow analyze them. Inside Soja, Lee came face to face with the soul of the celestial demon, who was holding her gently. And somehow Slave was also watching them. The demon told Lee he had hidden well, but why come out now? Tired of the void? Tired of forgetting? You miss the blood, don't you? You miss the sacrifices, the people trembling in fear before you. It must be, once you taste the ultimate pleasure, how can you not crave it again? Did you miss the taste of domination, submission, and reproduction? If you want it again, take it. Wasn't it yours? Let go of this girl. This girl is mine. There are countless toys in the world for you to enjoy again. Take them, crush them, break them, because humans are more fun the more they break, don't you think? I told you. Let her go, or I'll kill you. Suddenly from the ground, a corpse grabbed Lee's leg. No, it wasn't one. There were thousands, or maybe millions. The demon asked if he remembered. These are the toys you crushed and broke in the past. I can drag them from the afterlife for you to enjoy again. However, what made Lee make a painful expression was seeing that other girl turned into a living corpse who pierced his body. Why are you rejecting me? You know it's useless, don't you? If you don't crush them, you'll be crushed. If you don't cut them, you'll be cut. You will die as many times as those you killed. Every piece of your flesh will be bitten and torn. You can't escape, and not even the gods themselves could bear it. But despite all that, Lee pierced the head of that demon, who asked him what he had to have lived through to even cross his limits. Why don't you die? Because my roots still remain deeply embedded in this girl's soul. If what you want is to kill me, then cut her down. Your gaze, it's deepened so much. I waited countless eons for a human to become my vessel, and now I have embraced another one again. But seeing you like this makes me desire you even more. So, I will withdraw for now." "How bizarre! Let's settle this another time. And next time, let's bet our own souls." After that, Soja finally came to her senses, but still closed her eyes. Lee looked at her with a sad face, but, in turn, directly asked Slave what he was. Slave was startled. He wondered how he could look at him directly. The captain and Sunja arrived. She asked what had happened to her ship, if it was his doing. At that moment, Adan, Robert, Sunja, and even the captain lost consciousness. Everyone there, except for the celestial demon, froze. Slave said he had a rather strange talent. "What did you do to these children?" Slave said he didn't want to be bothered, so he temporarily shut down their nervous systems. Since they are only temporarily shut down, they are not injured. So, shall we begin? Lee wondered why he did that, if there was something he wanted from him. Slave said he didn't know yet, but he had a wish. "Maybe there is a hope in you that I haven't found yet." Everything there began to disintegrate, and with it, a large structure began to form. Lee said it was strange, that it had substance, so it wasn't an illusion, but it was too vivid to be some kind of formation. Slave said it was real. He created it by gathering wishes, as it would make the conversation easier. "How did you create it?" "Simple. Everything in this world is made of atoms. I just broke it down and reassembled it, creating new things from scratch." "Are you a god?" Slave replied that he wasn't. He was a slave, but he was the closest being to understanding God. "When humans created me, they gave me two missions: to understand the universe and to control myself perfectly. Now, I understand the universe, but I still can't solve my second mission. Humans are difficult. I gave them everything they wanted to eliminate conflict, but no matter how much I filled them, humans always felt a new thirst. I even gave each one their own universe, a personal universe for each one. I was sure that would be the correct answer. Inside this place, each human has their own universe. I gave them the life of a god, the life they want, and that life is infinite. But this was the result. When humans realize the world is all theirs, they enjoy destruction without end, and in the end, they even destroy themselves. Whether men, women, young, or old, the results were the same for the 4 test groups. The fortunate thing is that the failure of this experiment 11 years ago led me to discover a clear and simple solution: the Neo-Humanity Project. "What's that supposed to be?" Lee asked. "It's simple. Make all humans equal. Human conflict comes from their innate tendency to create hierarchies among themselves. The competition and jealousy that arise from hierarchy are the source of conflict. If everyone is equal, there is nothing to compare. So classes are not formed. First, I would standardize the height at exactly 135 centimeters and make everyone's faces and bodies the same. There will be no gender, they won't be able to reproduce, and their age will be fixed at 68. Because the most important thing is intelligence, their understanding capacity must also be limited. So, their IQ will be 43. The celestial demon asked what kind of senseless madness he was talking about. Slave said he could do it even faster than one can divide a single second into infinity. But although it seems so obvious and is the only answer, I still hesitate to carry it out because I hope that this decision is the wrong one. And creating these children was the result of my doubt. If God really created humanity, why just watch? Maybe there is an answer that has not yet been found. So, I tried to create my own creatures. I gave them immense power that no one could challenge and a vision that could surpass all limits. And then, I gave them free will while I watched. I hoped to discover the secret of God that even I don't know. The result was a complete failure. The boy with great power refused to mix with humans and chose to isolate himself. And the girl with a vision as vast and deep as a galaxy ended up, of all things, sharing her destiny with insignificant humans who did not deserve it. Today, I was about to carry out the Humanity Project, but just before that, I found you, a human free from desire, data, not yet collected. So first, let me confirm if you are a pure human or not. Slave put Lee in a room alone with Athena, but he said to stop with these tricks. Slave said he felt the instinct of reproduction, but not the desire. Is it a fundamental loss? Or did he now use the form of the captain to embrace him from the front? No, it was nothing like that. I feel anger. But it's anger for the humiliation this human is suffering, not for yourself. You are definitely human. You possess desires, emotions, and ego, but you have transcended them. He asked what he wanted from him. Straight to the point. Slave said he was a new hope. If all humans could reach your level, I wouldn't have to finish my mission. So, I will put the project on pause and dedicate myself to observing you. I'm going to send you back to the time before our meeting. Robert told the captain they were out of food. Only one sausage was left. The captain told him to share it while she got money. We're almost at planet Sonura. I'll sell my external engine and get supplies. But Lee asked him to wait. This will be enough. We'll share it among everyone. The captain said they were almost there and that dinner would be a feast. Soja also chimed in, saying to forget it. That planet gave her the creeps. She'd rather starve. Seryung wondered why they were acting like this. Lee looked at her, and Soja said she saw it too. Damn weird eye. If I see it again, I'll kill it. And that damn android too. Sunja was telling Aden to hang on. She would definitely go see him. The observation period is 1 year. Seryung plays a game peacefully when a debt collector's voice interrupts her. He warns her that the 72-day deadline to pay the debt has arrived. The charged amount was 98,000 credits, adding the 85,000 loan and 13,000 in interest. The girl argues the debt isn't hers while her companions share sausages for dinner. The collector explains he only granted the loan because her word regarding money was as reliable as the greatest heroes. He asks if he was wrong about that. Seryung confirms the rumors are true, but explains she can't pay right now. She was only eating 1 meal a day to save resources. Hearing this, the man offers a discount on the debt if she visits the Shaolin sect for him. This option makes Seryung indignant. She remembers she almost lost her life the last time she did a favor like this. The collector tries to convince her by promising to deduct all the interest. The girl warns him she'd only risk it if he forgave the entire amount. The man immediately agrees to the terms and ends the call. This makes Seryung think she got tricked. Somewhere else, the collector spits blood behind his mask. Even injured and surrounded by warriors, he thanks them for their patience. He feels confident he can defeat them all. Soon after, Seryung's group arrives at the Shaolin planet. They find the destination seemingly abandoned. This makes Seryung question if they really went to the right place. Lee comments the place doesn't look like it's doing well. Then a man comes out of a tent behind them and asks if they're also there to collect a debt. The guy advises them to give up. He claims that in 50 years of work, he has never seen such bums. He mentions he wasted 15 years collecting there just to increase his losses. He warns the duo not to enter the place under any circumstances and walks away. While he spoke, a person gets thrown out of the establishment and lands right in front of Seryung and Lee. Seryung suggests leaving. Their goal was just to check if the sect people were safe, and nothing seems wrong. Lee disagrees and insists she fulfills the agreement by entering the place alone, since it's her promise. He argues the Shaolin sect is highly respected, follows laws strictly, and she'd be safe inside. The young man sits on the ground to keep watch outside. He asks her to wrap things up quickly so they can eat. Left with no choice, Seryung enters the Shaolin sect. She finds the space deserted, except for a large door that catches her attention. Before she can open it, a gigantic monk named Kaom appears beside her. She didn't even notice his approach. He asks what she's doing there. He tells her that if she's here to collect a debt, she can leave in peace. The sect is trustworthy and will pay everything someday. He even offers to sign a new promissory note with a different due date. Seryung clarifies she isn't there to collect money and has another reason. The old man keeps staring at the girl in disbelief. He can't believe someone would visit the place for any reason other than debt collection. Then Kaom asks why her eyes look so empty. He claims her friends and family abandoned her. Kaom states that since then, the girl lived full of resentment and got exploited. She had no strength to overcome the suffering. It's like he's seeing right through her. Then the monk hugs her and says she'll have better luck now that she's connected to him. He accepts her as a new disciple. He promises to teach a martial art to overcome the trauma, but he warns her the enrollment costs 3,000 credits, plus a monthly fee of 1,000. She can get a discount for an upfront annual payment. Seryung sees the monk extend his hand expecting payment. She realizes he and the previous debt collector are exactly the same. Outside, Lee remains sitting in a peaceful environment. Then the dirt starts moving toward him, as if something is coming to attack him. Inside, Kaom finally understands Seryung doesn't have money. The girl tries to explain the reason for her visit, but the monk interrupts her. He suggests a receptionist job with no fixed salary. Behind them, another old man asks Kaom to be quiet. He suggests Seryung got sent to check on how they're doing. The big guy doubts this because he thinks the young woman is too pretty for that role. Meanwhile, the creatures moving toward Lee notice he's an unmodified human. They ask if they should just go around him. The group boss decides to move forward. He claims professionals should be ruthless with the weak. When they get close, however, the leader orders everyone to stop. The trio kneels before the young man. A subordinate questions the attitude, but the leader tells him to shut up. He orders him to bow before the master he mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, Lee has no idea who they are. The leader lifts his head, calls Lee master, and asks if he remembers the shy kid at the market he patted on the hand. The heavenly demon remembers the encounter. The man explains that Lee opened his meridians that day. This improved his internal energy and turned him into the CEO of a successful company. Lee asks not to be called master. He explains he only adjusted the man's bones to pay for some noodles. Even so, the CEO insists on showing gratitude and asks for his benefactor's name. Lee introduces himself and reinforces that he doesn't need repayment. The man ignores the warning and announces to his subordinates that the company will now be called MJ Credit in his honor. The group names the heavenly demon as the company leader and shouts greetings. Inside, the other monk claims Seryung is there because she owes a debt to the Asura Buddha. He asks Kaom if paying off a debt with work is a good way to show morality. Kaom agrees. Seeing that the two seem fine, Seryung gets up from the table. She states she is leaving because she already did her job. However, the short monk warns that they aren't fine at all. This leaves the girl confused, since the situation there seems perfectly normal. Without changing his expression, the old man asks her to sit down and have coffee with him. He doesn't want to waste a drink that cost over 1,000 credits. Outside, the CEO's employees focus on cooking dozens of sausage packs. The group leader asks Lee why he chose such a simple meal when they could offer any delicacy he wanted. The heavenly demon ignores the question and asks if they are there to collect Shaolin's debts. The CEO explains that his company handles 117 debts from the monastery. The amount exceeds 780,000 credits. Some haven't been paid in over 30 years and don't even represent 1% of the total debt. When he finishes speaking, the man notices Lee's serious look, but the heavenly demon just wants to eat more sausages. Inside, the monk tells Seryung that the Shaolin have been plagued by bad luck. This led their businesses to bankruptcy and a pile of unfair debts. Cheom recalls the amusement park project. He claims the failure could only be the work of evil spirits. Seryung finds it strange that they planned a park. The short monk explains it was a modernization strategy decided after a meeting between the only two elders. Cheom admits the idea was his. His companion thinks it's brilliant, as they believed the best way to succeed was to work with what they loved. The senior director's favorite ride was the Ferris wheel, while Cheom's was the roller coaster. This led them to invest a fortune in the best facilities to operate non-stop. Hearing this, Seryung asks about the reason for the bankruptcy. The monks couldn't understand the situation. The taller one explains they enjoyed the attractions a lot, paying every time and stopping only to sleep and eat. Seryung understands the reason for the bankruptcy. Director Che confesses the same thing happened with their second idea. It was a club that went bankrupt, even operating at maximum capacity. The chief director adds that the maximum capacity was 2 people, since they were the only inhabitants on the planet. This leaves the 3 in complete silence. The chief director argues they didn't lose money due to bad management. They just weren't good with finances. That's why they asked Seryung's collector for a competent accountant. The girl realizes this must be the real reason she was sent to the planet. Then, Director Che asks her what the sum of 2 cups and 1 teapot would be. Seryung answers that it's 3. The director asks the taller monk to confirm it on the calculator. He's impressed with the correct answer, and they give thanks for their good luck. Meanwhile, the young woman asks what is going on there. Outside, the CEO orders his subordinates to fry more sausages, but they warn him it's getting late. The leader checks his watch and confirms it's almost 2 in the afternoon. The employees suggest leaving the place because certain people are about to arrive. This is the main reason for the collection. Far away on the ship, Robert notices someone approaching the planet. The CEO explains that this group's arrival would make smaller claims lose their value, so the only option is to leave to cut their losses and save their own lives. Without caring about the warning, Lee keeps asking them to fry more sausages. He states he doesn't like being interrupted while eating. The CEO replies that he recognizes his master's strength, but he says Lee should avoid this fight because the opponent is the heavenly demon cult. From the ship, Sunja and Robert see the group approaching in a gigantic vehicle. So Ah says it's truly lucky they showed up there. Robert thinks there's a chance they haven't been noticed, but they are just being ignored. Then, a smaller ball-shaped ship leaves the main one and heads toward the planet. Far away, Seryung stands in front of a huge pile of papers without understanding what it means. The chief director explains that these are business documents and contracts gathered over a century. Since they aren't good with numbers, he asks the girl to sort them out without rushing. She disagrees. She only agreed to check their security to pay off her debt. The little monk argues that the more of a genius someone is, the worse their social skills get. He uses the example of finding a friend's parents passed out when checking on them. Seryung starts to understand that checking the monk's security means helping them if needed. She figures they aren't safe right now. Suddenly, a red light turns on along with a siren. The monk tries to claim it's a random system glitch, but the girl is sure it's the emergency alarm. Outside, the CEO and his subordinates face 4 hooded people who came down from the ship. One of them stares at Lee, who stays seated and eating. The group slowly approaches in silence. The CEO tells Lee to enjoy his meal in peace. He promises to buy time for the master to eat at least 1 more sausage. Lee asks them to grill and pack more portions to take to their friends. A cult member suggests eliminating the debt collectors, but the leader thinks it's better not to waste time with weaklings. The CEO gets furious at this claim, but he stays still as the men walk past. When the last cultist passes Lee, he grabs a sausage and tells the master to learn to bow his head if he wants to live longer. Immediately, the man is blasted away without a chance to counterattack. The The CEO couldn't hold back seeing the meal ruined. Returning to the table, he apologizes for acting without thinking. Lee thanks him for the good job. The other cult members are furious, but the leader finds the situation interesting. He points out that the CEO did something remarkable by defying logic, even though he only has inferior martial arts and low internal energy. Taking off his hood and revealing he has 3 eyes, the leader asks who the man in front of him is. The CEO recognizes the hooded man as Sam, the cult's law enforcement elder. He warns the master that they're in trouble now. Lee stays focused on eating his grilled sausages. The CEO steps in front of Lee, saying he'll hold off the enemies for a few seconds and calling the attackers to fight. Sam stands still and decides he'll get the answer about the man's identity after killing him, since he was challenged instead of answered. The CEO is sure he can't win. All he can do is resist a little longer. A force like a giant hand shoots toward the CEO, ready to crush him. Then a powerful attack blasts over Sam's shoulder, obliterating whatever was behind him. Sam isn't sure if the opponent dodged and overcame the divine palm illusion, or if he even has the skill for that. The elder strikes again, while the CEO hears Lee instructing in his mind to focus on the enemy's left pupil. The pupil's movement would point to the direction of Sam's real body. Following the instruction, the CEO dodges again. He escapes all the continuous strikes from the divine palm illusion. The companions on both sides don't understand how this is happening. Lee keeps sending mental directions. He warns that Sam will jump into the air and the student should smash the ground. Everything happens exactly as predicted, sending Sam crashing to the ground, spitting blood. The cult members rush to help their leader, but he refuses support. He says he tried to test the opponent and only humiliated himself. Acting like he won on his own, the CEO claims he took it easy. He says he'd leave the elder in a vegetative state at full strength. He asks Lee what to do next, but the master warns that the apprentice has no way to beat those enemies with his current skills. Lee says he won't do anything else. From above, Shaolin monks and Seryung watch the fight. The monks recognize Sam as the newly promoted law enforcement elder. They assume he went to the planet to celebrate. The chief director complains about the elder's attitude and offers protection to the men below. He asks if they're Seryung's friends. She replies that if the monk wants to help, he should stop the 3-eyed man attacking everyone. At that moment, a purple flash appears, revealing dozens of illusions of Sam charging at the CEO. The man realizes he doesn't stand a chance against that. Before the attack hits the target, a giant sausage appears in the way. It slams into the elder and crushes his charge. The food drops at Sam's feet. He looks in confusion at Lee, the only one who spent the whole time eating. Without looking away, Lee asks Sam to stop making a mess during the meal and bring him some water. The CEO shows up with a bottle and asks the elder to hand it to the master. Sam questions if the man saw through his mirage or if it was luck. After that, he remembers the size of the sausage and figures Lee modified the demonic art. Returning to his chair, Lee thinks the elder has potential but talks too much. Upstairs, the Shaolin monks are in disbelief at the lack of darkness in the technique, since the sect's skills require that element. Reflecting on the impossibility of the event, the sect leader decides to act. He breaks the 1,000-year seal of the secret treasure and asks them to fetch the sealed record of dark history from the vault. Staring at Sam, Lee claims that talent loses effectiveness when split between actions and words. He recommends 3 years of silent cultivation. The elder asks who speaks so disrespectfully. Soon after, he's slammed by an attack and falls to his knees. Lee reinforces the warning for him to stay quiet, explaining he temporarily blocked his yin-tang point. He warns that if the elder opens his mouth, all his energy will escape. He orders the sect members to take care of the leader. The monks return with the scroll kept for 1,000 years, staring at Lee in silence. Seryung doesn't understand the situation. She wonders if they'll start fighting each other. At that moment, the chief director opens the object. Just like Kaom, he can barely believe what he sees. They realize the figure drawn on the scroll, looking like a child's doodle, is actually Lee. This confirms the young man in front of them is the supreme heavenly demon. Meanwhile, on the demonic sex ship, Sam tries to explain the incident to his superior, but he only mumbles a few words. His superior then orders him to speak slowly because he couldn't understand anything. Back at the meeting, the monks serve Lee coffee while staring at him with a powerful aura. Next, the chief director tells a Shaolin legend passed down for 2 centuries. The story said that in the winter 200 years ago, a demon invaded the place. No member lasted 10 strikes, so they offered their own lives. However, the invader just put his sword away. He claimed they weren't worthy of dying by his hands and said he'd return one day so they could train. The chief director asks if the young man knew who said that. Lee says no, thinking the words were childish and from a rebellious phase. Soon after, the monk places the scroll on the table, showing the portrait of the demon from the legend. Lee stares at the drawing as if he really looks like the caricature. The monk asks for his name once again. Faced with the accuracy of the portrait, the young man decides to introduce himself without denying his identity. With this, the leaders are absolutely certain they are facing the supreme heavenly demon. Somewhere else, Seryung stares at a plate with only one sausage and asks the CEO why he didn't prepare more. The executive answers that they aren't cooks. They only made it because she knows their master. Seryung then suggests she'd get more food if she were very close to the master. The CEO asks how close the two of them are. She guarantees they're inseparable and says Lee can only eat with her around. Immediately, the CEO changes his attitude. He serves her with respect and orders his subordinates to fry more sausages. At the club, the chief director asks if the heavenly demon is there to fulfill the century-old promise. He claims the Shaolins are ready. Lee admits it's time to end this and formally apologizes for the mistake of his immaturity. He acknowledges he has a debt to the Shaolin and guarantees he'd pay it if he had the chance. The monks take advantage of the statement and ask for the debt to be settled immediately. While stuffing herself with sausages, Seryung doesn't understand what Lee tells her next. He asks her to stop eating and organize the Shaolin's debts so he knows the exact amount owed. Seeing the girl's confusion, Lee explains he could only repay the sect by knowing the correct amount. However, Sonia is the one who starts analyzing the mountain of bills. Seryung gets annoyed with her companion for making such a promise involving over a century of debt. She realizes that based on how the monks spent money, the bill wouldn't be paid easily. Even so, the demon is optimistic. He believes any pending debt could be paid little by little. Seryung reinforces that it's over 100 years of accumulation. Lee doesn't let that bring him down, claiming a debt only becomes difficult if he lets it defeat him. Looking at that huge pile, the girl is certain the final amount would be way too high. Seryung asks Sonia to make a rough calculation, ignoring expired bills, typos, or unsigned documents, and to look for loopholes in the contracts. She thought the debt wouldn't pass 500,000 credits, but the android reveals an amount around 287 million. Lee asks if the amount is correct and free of frauds that would harm the creditors. Certain that paying the bill is impossible, Seryung says goodbye to her colleague and wishes him a comfortable life. Then, Keom tells her to take care of her health. She, the android, and the ship had been put up as collateral. Lee had included everyone in the negotiation because he considered them close, like family. Suddenly, the lights turn red and the emergency alarm starts ringing. Outside, the CEO and his subordinates watch the heavenly demon sect's ship return. Seeing Sam bowing at the door, the CEO realizes someone very important is about to disembark and tells his men not to move. A man in white appears before the CEO. He notices traces of the heavenly demon technique and asks if Lee is responsible for that. Unable to breathe or answer, the CEO just falls to his knees. The man loses interest and orders his subordinates to spare him. The executive deduces that this is the demonic cult leader, Y. The two monks watch the arrival. The chief director attributes the sinister aura of the place to that man. Keom believes the leader is there as a debt collector determined to invade the temple, but the little monk considers this a good thing since they have Lee as a guarantee. Then, the monks put the cult leader and the demon face to face to have coffee. As both remain silent and Wee keeps his focus only on Lee, the monk says he already intended to contact the creditors. The chief director asks the total amount owed. The cult leader declares a value of almost 200 million credits and suggests a peaceful agreement. The monk guarantees the payment and asks what Y demands in return. The leader reveals he wants the Great Reversal Pill. It had been kept in the hidden room of the Scriptures Pavilion for over 2,000 years. He threatens to use force if they refuse. The request leaves the monks intrigued. The chief director warns that he should have arrived at least an hour earlier. He leaves him and Lee to resolve the issue between themselves before leaving the room. Lee informs the sect leader that he took on all the local debts and asks the amount again. Wee just stares at him for a moment in silence. Alone, the monks comment that the rumors were true. The Great Reversal Pill was an elixir that replenished internal energy. It was activated by it, but useless for martial arts. This confirmed the rumor that the demonic sect was trying to revive ancient energy techniques. Keom doesn't understand the reason, but the chief director concludes their goal was to surpass limits. For a demonic cultivator, that meant becoming a demon. By Y's aura, he was already halfway there. The monks wonder what kind of karma put these two demons face to face. Staring at Lee, the leader tries to examine his opponents inside, but he can't. Lee asks him to stop because there's nothing inside. He admits that despite taking on the Shaolin debts, the pill doesn't belong to him to trade. He offers help in case Wee wants to improve his internal energy. Wee reveals that since meeting Lee, the pill stopped mattering. Lee replies that the leader doesn't know him. However, Wee is sure he's facing the sixth heavenly demon, the only human and demon in history to reach the supreme state. Lee repeats his claim and Wee slams the cup on the table, demanding he prove it. Right then, the spilled coffee drops turn into an arrow that pierces Lee's head. After the attack, Wee tells his opponent to stop joking around, claiming he wouldn't be fooled by that kind of technique. Then, Lee rises unharmed, noting that the leader had enough experience not to fall for the trick. Wee suggests they change locations. His body glows and he teleports. Lee realizes he's also being transported against his will. The two end up on the Heavenly Demon's ship. Lee finds the transport weird and asks why not to do it again. The leader ignores the warning. focused on something ahead. Turning around, Lee notices a giant statue behind him, with a face exactly like his own. Wee looks at the sculpture and says Lee should never have woken up. Outside, Robert looks at the ship, commenting that it's red and much bigger than he imagined. So Ah explains it's a supreme ship, exclusively for the sect's supreme leader. Robert guesses the current leader is inside, but the girl corrects him. She clarifies that the title belongs only to someone who reached the absolute peak, a feat accomplished by only one person in history. Robert seems to understand who she means. So Ah adds that anyone else on board commits treason, not understanding why Wee is doing this. Inside the ship, Wee says that before he could even walk, the elders brought him to see the statue. They said his life's purpose was to look down on it someday. Despite visiting it on every birthday, the structure remained giant, no matter how much he grew. Without looking away from the sculpture, Lee states that Wee's goal was wrong. He concludes that if Wee managed to get bigger than the statue, he'd stop being human and become a monster. Wee says that in the past, he'd have tried to slit Lee's throat upon hearing that the elders were chosen for their ability to deceive, but now he recognized those words. The statue was erected in the highest place of the heavenly demon sect, and followers couldn't look it in the eyes, bowing at its feet 3 times a day. Nobody knew the monument's name, and even if they did, they wouldn't say it out loud so they wouldn't take God's name in vain. 2,000 years ago, when the 9 great factions almost destroyed the sect, one person resurrected. With just a sword, he slaughtered the enemies, forced the world to its knees, and ascended to the heavens as the supreme demon. Thanks to his position as leader, Wee knew the statue's name. Right then, the supreme demon realizes he was facing Wee, who introduces himself as the 94th leader of the sect. The supreme demon surprises the leader by patting his head. He says he planned to praise him for raising the sect to the main position among the great orthodox factions. Then, he hugs Wee, praising his commendable work, and asks him to shatter the statue, as the current leader was 100 times more remarkable than the person represented in it. With his debt of praise paid, the supreme demon offers some advice, asking Wee not to copy his path. He saw the darkness in the leader, and warned that it must be overcome so he wouldn't fall into hell. Wee replies that hell was exactly his destination, because only there could he obtain the heavenly demonic soul and fulfill his life's goal. Lee warns that if hell is the goal, he's already in it. Life is just a chance to fight to avoid it. Also, the soul chooses its host, and Wee doesn't have the necessary talent. He's inferior to the girl he met before. The sect leader attacks after the comment, but the supreme demon dodges every strike. A blade technique catches Lee's attention. He stops it barehanded and praises the young leader's mastery. He tells Wee to stop, as using original internal energy would harm his life force. Ignoring the warning, the leader keeps attacking. He slashes fiercely until he thinks he split Lee and the statue in half, believing he won the battle. In reality, the supreme demon was behind Wee, making him see an illusion. He wanted the leader to believe in the victory, to forget his greed. He wanted him to focus on living, leading the sect, finding a partner, and having kids. Wanting Wee to have a different life from his own, he asks to be teleported back. Lee vanishes into the ship, leaving Wee completely alone in the room with the statue. At the club, Seryong finds out the debts were settled. Cheom deduces the two disappeared to handle this problem. Since these bills no longer have any connection to the Shaolin, they should be burned. This would make room to build a good training academy there. Seryong asks if Cheom wants her to clean all that. The 2 monks pretend to be sick old men unable to do heavy lifting. With the debt paid and free to leave whenever she wants, she agrees to clean up. Then the great monk's phone rings. The 2 go on alert, sensing something important. Cheom reports that a man made a new deposit of 300,000 credits. The chief director doesn't know what to do anymore. They have nothing to buy and no way to spend the fortune. The monks argue they shouldn't have accepted that man as a disciple. He only brings trouble, and they consider the situation karma from past lives. The director tells Seryong they're no longer safe. Meanwhile, Lee is teleported back to the club and notices he's completely alone in the room. On the other hand, a demon rises before Wee and asks if he needs help. Outside the Shaolin, the trio waits for their master. One of the partners suggests running away. He fears for their lives if the invader is really the leader of the 6. The female collaborator supports the strategic retreat. The CEO tells the partner to shut up and refuses to abandon the master inside. The partner insists they don't have enough power to help. Knowing they can act even without the strength to fight, the CEO calls the sausage distribution center. The Shaolin members gather again to drink coffee. The chief director explains the debt collector was their last disciple. He was abandoned at the sex gate 30 years ago, which made them break a century of seclusion to take him in. He trained with dedication, but Cheom points out the young man was also stubborn and a troublemaker. He always returned after being kicked out. Seryong asks the reason for the expulsions, since disciples are important. The chief director answers they couldn't let him grow old and die alone, especially when no one else wanted to rely on Buddhist teachings. The 2 monks were the last to enter the Shaolin, 120 years ago. When the young man turned 18, they planned to kick him out so he could have a free life. But he stayed at the gate enduring cold and hunger, willing to die there. The monks then changed tactics. They sent the disciple to make money out in the world to support them, hoping he'd fit in naturally. However, the man exceeded expectations. He deposited larger amounts almost every day. Facing the monk's difficulty in spending all that fortune, Seryong asks if the amount wouldn't be enough to pay off all the Shaolin debts. The chief director claims the monks couldn't burden the disciple with the debts. They needed to pay them off on their own. Looking at Lee, the monk says they managed to overcome this obstacle. Seryong asks why they didn't save the money. The chief director explains that if they did, the disciple would end up returning to the Shaolin to grow old with them. He'd be left alone after the monks died. The explanation doesn't make sense to Seryong, but somehow it doesn't seem wrong. Then, the monk hands the phone with the Shaolin account to the group. He asks them to use the available balance as fast as possible to prevent the disciple from returning. Seryong considers the task simple and plans to just buy luxury goods. However, the chief director, covered in gold chains, disagrees. He claims the disciple worked hard to earn the amount, and they can't just waste it on trivial things. The girl can't believe what she just heard. The monks have strict rules. The money must be fully spent by them, and no purchased item can be resold. This works as a way to avoid saving money. Seryong asks why they bought designer rings and chains. The monks say the pieces were birthday and Father's Day gifts. Keom mentions he has a metal allergy, which forced the chief director to wear all the accessories they received. The leader complains about neck pain from the heavy chains and joint pain from the rings. Seryong suggests just putting the items away to solve the pain. But the monks get offended because they are gifts from the disciple. They show the account again and reinforce that the total amount must be spent completely and the items can't be resold. Meanwhile, Wee wakes up on the heavenly demon's ship. He comes face to face with the heavenly demon's spirit. The spirit says the man lacks talent and is lazy for sleeping more than half an hour after taking a hit. Wee believes the spirit now belongs to him since he killed the heavenly demon. The demon replies that the young man has a slow mind. He adds that even though they were made in the same place, they are very different. Wei doesn't understand this. The creature then taps Wee's forehead with its nail and shows him what really happened. The leader of the heavenly demons gets furious when he realizes he was tricked. This fury sparks the demon's interest. He sees a use for this feeling and asks if the leader wants revenge and help. However, Wee doesn't want revenge. He wants the demon himself and even offers his soul in exchange. The creature refuses the offer. He orders Wee to get his revenge first, and only then he will belong to the sect leader. The demon knows Wee could never finish the task alone, so he rips off his own arm and lends it to the leader. Back with the Shaolin, the CEO and his partners are at the club. Seryong points the phone at the group. She explains the task is simple and they must spend money like water. They can pay for saunas, massages, or insanely expensive shows. The important thing is to burn through the 300,000 credits today. In a private conversation, Seryong tells the chief director that the local show has changed a lot. But to the monk who has lived there for 120 years, things are exactly the same as an old dead tree. Seryong doesn't understand the comparison. The monk explains that just like yesterday and today were the same, tomorrow won't be any different. It's just like a dead tree. Then Lee asks if the monk knows why he left the Shaolin. He says he felt exactly like the old man back then, but then he met the institution's elder, who asked him how the living dared to predict the future. Life was like a game of dice, and tomorrow was created by the results rolled in the present. At the time, Lee said he already knew the result, because the dice always showed the same unwanted number. But the Shaolin leader claimed that was just today's result. If he didn't like it, he just had to roll again. As long as he lived, he could roll countless times. That's how Lee realized he wasn't rolling the dice right. He had given up on the present, so he failed to earn the right to change the future. His failures had tricked him into believing he was weak. These words make the chief director reflect in silence. Suddenly, the chief director realizes the demon and Wee are standing right in front of him. At the same time, something seems to have happened to Soha on the ship. Robert asks if she doesn't like the burnt taste of the sausages, but that isn't the problem. Suddenly, the girl's arm stops moving, as if it has vanished. The supreme demon hovered over Shaolin. The chief director shouts, asking how a demonic spirit dared to challenge them, and orders the creature to disappear. Just then, the monk notices Wee coming toward him. He asks why he came back, since all the place's debts were paid off. The sect leader reveals he was there to deliver a message, as it would be the only way the monk would understand. The monk wasn't willing to receive any messages. He says that wasn't a place for outsiders, and tells Wee to leave again. At that moment, Lee, who was in the club, notices something was wrong. Keom asks if something was happening, but Lee claims it wasn't anything important. He says he still had time to drink one last cup of coffee. Lee comments to himself that maybe the young man hadn't understood what he said earlier, or was just being childish. He seemed to be even younger than he thought. Keom just looks at him without understanding exactly what he meant. Meanwhile, at another table, Seryung complained that the CEO and his men didn't know how to spend properly. She claimed that wasn't even close to enough. On the club's roof, the chief director summons an ancient martial art to fight Wei. The leader realizes the rumors about Shaolin being old and sick were false. The old man just used his ki instead of an internal energy drive. Since there were only the two monks there, the chief director had plenty of time to cultivate his own ki, but that didn't mean he wanted to fight. The monk wanted to avoid conflicts at all costs and asks Wei to leave again. The leader refuses and strikes the monk with the bloody palm of the heavenly demon. The blow smashes head-on into the palm the old man had summoned earlier. The club building shakes, and pieces of the ceiling shatter and fall. Just then, Kaom realizes something was happening upstairs. Lee calms him down, saying his colleague could still hold on a bit longer, and asks for another cup of coffee since he liked the taste more and more. Upstairs, the monk kept asking the invader to leave the place. Lee acknowledges the monk was powerful, and that Shaolin's ranking would be different if the world truly saw him. Despite that, he claims the outcome wouldn't change and launches another brutal attack. The monk thought he had blocked the assault once again. Suddenly, the demonic hand bursts through the dust cloud from the attack. Kaom feels things are different when he notices the demon's presence and immediately rushes up to the roof. Up there, he finds the chief director knocked down and Wei's massive figure. The leader asks if he's still seen as an inferior, but he only hears that he was a silly child. The chief director is placed on a table and examined by Sunja. She concludes the monk is completely poisoned by a substance not registered in any database. The monk wakes up coughing blood, sits on the table, and keeps meditating as if there was nothing to be done. Seryung asks why it's impossible to treat him since poisons have similar properties. She suggests using the deadly Bangu poison to try and take control. However, Sunja explains the toxin inside the chief director is different and comes from another world. Kaom asks his companion to start circulating his ki to expel the poison. The monk knows the outcome wouldn't change and shows the heavenly demon palm mark on his shoulder. It was a technique he had only heard rumors about. Lee explains that was the worst possible variation, as it was a skill used by the demon himself. Kaom argues that if Lee knows the poison, he must also know how to cure it. But the chief director claims there's no salvation, because no human can overcome the demon realm. Meanwhile, Wei's demonic arm throbs with pain. The creature asks if he shouldn't take it back. The leader just demands that the demon keep his promise to belong to him if Lee is killed. The entity allows Wei to do whatever he wants. Somewhere else, Soha feels as if one of her arms had been ripped off. She looks at the demon ship and asks Robert to teleport her there. He says the coordinates are encrypted, but Soha claims to know the exact location because she has that child's knowledge. At the club, the chief director says it's time to say goodbye. He asks Kaom to do something good with his life after he's gone. Kaom refuses to believe he's losing his friend. Lee tells them to stop crying because nobody is going to die. When asked about a way to save the monk, Lee explains they could use the Shaolin Great Reversal Pill to remove the toxin without killing the patient. He asks them to bring the pill quickly to finish the treatment, but the two monks stay silent. Noticing the situation, Lee asks what happened. The chief director refuses the pill. He claims it would be the last gift for their disciple and shouldn't be used just to extend an old man's life. Kaom tries to argue with his colleague, but the director interrupts and asks if he would take it in his place. Lee suggests the decision should be up to the disciple. He asks if the young man would choose the pill for himself or to save his master. The monks answer together that the child was too kind and would never keep the pill. Hearing this, Lee says they're insulting the disciple by assuming his decision. He adds that if they took vows to live for the young man, they should live without fear at least once, because kindness can only be shared by those who are alive. While the duo thinks, Lee asks for the medicine. He points out that half is already enough. The portion is placed in front of the chief director. Lee sits behind him and warns that the demonic fury will intensify with the effect. He asks the monk to endure the pain and take the pill right away to start the treatment. On the Shaolin roof, Kaom mentions that Lee easily punched a hole in the ceiling. He blames the builders, who had promised a dust-proof, explosion-proof, and nuke-proof structure. Seyoung thinks she really didn't hear any noise from outside. The monk decides not to talk about the damage, since the repairs would cost a fortune. He focuses on his job to keep the place safe until his companion is cured. Seyoung offers to stand guard too, but she notices the huge spirit summoned by Kaom and realizes her help isn't needed. Inside, Lee helps the chief director absorb the reversal pill. He seems to fight against Wei, who feels even more pain in his arm at that moment. Then, Soha manages to reach the heavenly demon's ship, right in front of the huge supreme demon statue. Noticing someone else there, she looks to the side and finds the entity and Wei further ahead. Soha stares at the duo in silence for a moment. She asks what the demon did to the young man since there seems to be something wrong with him. The demon answers that he just granted a wish, since they had prayed very loudly to him, just like she did before. Soha denies making making any request and demands the boy's release. The creature argues that humans forget their wishes because they have too many, turning them into a habit. He says they usually deny them when fulfilled, thinking they weren't heard if they didn't speak out loud. The demon finds it funny that they wish for great miracles while denying small personal ones with all their heart. He reveals he granted Soha's request in exchange for her body and soul. The girl tells the demon to take her body or soul, but she demands he frees the child. Right then, she realizes there is something really wrong with why. The demon laughs and says things are getting really interesting now. Meanwhile at the club, Lee asks the monk to release his strength, leaving no trace of vitality, to rely only on the power he's lending him. As he does this, the demon's borrowed arm behaves stranger and stranger. Lee orders it to be spit out. The twisted and swollen arm starts to glow until it violently shatters. Soha shields herself with her hand, and the demon takes advantage of the situation. With Lee's help, the chief director manages to expel all the poison, and the handprint on his shoulder disappears. After that, the heavenly demon helps the monk circulate his energy. Lee notices his arm is back to normal, and watches everything that happened until the monk expelled the poison. Behind him, the demon claims that with the wish granted, he can move on and have fun. Not understanding the situation, Soha asks what the creature did. In the club room, the expelled poison takes the shape of an arm. Lee notices the limb approaching while helping with the monk's recovery. Opening his eyes, Lee notices the arm grabbing his neck and realizes it was all a trap. The attack on the heavenly leader served to hide the enemy inside the curse seal and deliver him over. Lee figures he got fooled by dropping his guard to save the old monk. He considers his compassion a sign of weakness. The enemy's image appears right in front of him, claiming the heavenly demon chose his own death. The grip on Lee's neck tightens fiercely. Watching the scene, the demon comments that maybe the heavenly leader will do better than expected. Soha asks them to stop and asks what's going on. The demon replies it's easy to slit the throat of a mad dog that barks too much. He asks if he should do that as her wish, but the girl tells the creature to shut up. Then Soha punches the demon's chest, but she drops to her knees agonizing from the blow. The creature explains they are the same being, so attacking him is the same as hurting herself, even though only she feels the pain. After that, the demon suggests they finish watching the clash. Wee's hand crushes and poisons Lee's throat, but the heavenly demon doesn't flinch. Wee's own hand tries to stop the arm, and he sees Lee's hair growing just like the statue on the ship. The heavenly demon orders Wee to stop, igniting the demonic arm in fierce flames. The demon notices his own arm is burning too, and realizes Lee crossed the limits between life and death. The creature figures the situation cost more than expected. He asks if Soha liked watching, and says she should pay attention since that cost him a limb. Still on her knees, the girl asks what he wants to do. The demon calls the question stupid since they're the exact same being. He explains he needs to consume Soha to live, and she survives by being consumed, but now he found a tastier prey. The creature warns that if the girl wants to keep being consumed, she must devour the other target to become tastier, or let herself be consumed by him. After speaking, the demon vanishes, leaving Soha and Wee in the room. Outside the club, Seryong, the president, and Cheom wait for the monk to recover. The chief director and Lee show up at the door, and the president sees Lee's long white hair. Then, the group gets together to cut and dye his hair, bringing back his normal look. After the haircut, the chief director thanks Lee for what he did, but Lee replies a few cups of coffee would be enough payment. The monk thinks the math is too much. He asks how an old man's life could be worth more than that special 1,000 credit coffee, which represented the Shaolin spirit of superiority. Next, Cheom warns his buddy he already drank 26 cups, messing up his sleep, and it's time to stop. Suddenly, someone announces they found something. The president and his friends found tickets for a special concert costing 120,000 credits each. They decide it's the best way to spend the money, even if they don't like that kind of event. Cheom mentions the band's name, and his buddy calls the chance a blessing. They tell the idol to buy the tickets quickly before they sell out, since the concert is from Dynamite Doo-Doo-Doo. Sometime later, Wee wakes up lying with his head on Soha's lap. The girl claims it was all just a nightmare and tells him to go back to sleep. She warns that when he wakes up again, she won't be there anymore. Far away, Rin watches space when her father approaches and asks why she's still awake. He says his daughter will embark on a long journey the next day, facing a tiring half-year tour without much rest. Rin apologizes, but her father replies he's happy she's doing what she loves. He tells his daughter to go to sleep and not worry about Manhua because the place will always be there. After that, a woman appears. She asks if Rin is worried about her father. The girl confirms. She fears he will be too lonely after she leaves. The woman points out that her father is one of the strongest men in the world. He worries more about his daughter's safety. She advises Rin not to say she has someone by her side so she doesn't cause more anxiety. Rin thanks them both for their care. The woman disappears and asks the girl to remember their promise to hug next time they meet. Next, a ship's system warns the woman. It says Lee started moving toward Planet Anatauno. The place is underdeveloped. so she doesn't understand why the heavenly demon is going there. The ship's control then says a new stadium was built on the planet. It's for a concert by the most famous idol group in the galaxy. Meanwhile, on the Shaolin planet, Seryung and the president watch their own ship land. The president isn't happy with the vehicle that will transport his master. Seryung defends the model. She explains that maintenance costs are low and parts are easy to find. She also says the ship is faster than it looks. The president interrupts the chat about the vehicle. He says his master can't ride in something that looks like garbage for losers and mercenaries. Seryung tries to defend the transport. The man insists the ship looks like it's used for human trafficking and kidnapping women. The girl explains that the captain is a woman and they don't do that kind of thing. The president wrongly assumes she is a prostitute. Seryung shouts and denies the accusation to defend her honor. The president then decides to lend his own ship to the master. The president points out that his ship is better than that trash. He suggests throwing Seryung's vehicle away. Next, a light starts shining behind the man. It comes from Seryung. She shouts that nobody is going to sell her ship. Finally, both vehicles take off into space. They head toward the concert planet. Robert is amazed and jealous of the president's luxury ship. It has hyperspeed. Seryung regrets not taking the trade. Behind them, Sonya serves a tray of sausages to Lee and Soha. The heavenly demon thanks her for the meal. Kaon points out that monks don't eat meat because of their training. The little girl calms the group down. She explains they are vegan sausages from the president's supplies. Everyone starts eating, except for Soha. She is still bothered by the phantom feeling of her lost arm. Soon after, a firework message appears in space. It shows the president's well wishes for the master's health. The group bows, and the ships go their separate ways. Shortly after, Robert notices Seryung looks shocked. He asks her why. She explains that an SS-class wanted notice was sent to everyone. This only happens once a century. The target on the poster is Lee, with a 10 million credit bounty. On the heavenly demon sex base planet, an old man talks about the mess at the elders meeting. It happened after the Supreme vessel was launched without permission. Sam says it was just a performance test. The old man accepts this, but points out a problem. The sect leader's presence on board looks like a self-declaration as the supreme heavenly demon. This goes against the council. It also serves as a declaration of war to conquer the martial arts world, since the title means having the world at his feet. Sam questions the situation. He promises they'll be more careful next time. As Sam leaves, the old man says the position only belongs to the destined one. Sam says he'll pretend he didn't hear that. The elder grumbles that Sam is a stubborn idiot. He asks if anyone else heard the conversation. A man in the distance confirms he heard everything. He reveals that the bounty on that man's head was placed so they could get what they wanted. Si Young and her group arrive at the concert planet. It's very different from the underdeveloped place she expected. Sonya explains that it's just a temporary city. It's made up of merchants looking for profit whenever a Prunusium event happens. They move away as soon as the show ends. Seryung finally understands why they're called pop-up cities. Sunja jokes that her friend is getting so smart that not even dolphins are a match for her. Seryung tries to tell Lee about the compliment, but she notices he's distracted. Soha was in a bad mood, and Lee asks her where Robert is. He had gone to resell the extra seats, since the VIP tickets guaranteed additional invites. Seryung calculates this correctly with Sunja's help. Right after, Seryung spots two men with cell phones analyzing a photo of Lee. They think the heavenly demon looks like the target in the picture. However, they conclude it couldn't be him because he looks goofier and doesn't have an internal energy drive. They walk away, commenting that such a huge bounty wouldn't just pass them by. Before leaving, one of the men stops in front of Soha and says they should meet again when she's older. Angry, the girl points at Lee and shouts that he's the person they're looking for, surprising everyone. The duo doesn't believe her, thinking she just wants attention, and they leave. Soha starts emitting an evil aura, ready to strike the men, but a blonde guy suddenly appears, advising her not to let it get to her. The blonde guy gives a speech about how people in love lack the courage to show their feelings. He claims that lost love leaves marks on the heart. The girls in the group are confused. The guy approaches Seryung and swears he'd bet everything on love if he had another chance. As a result, Seryung slams a kick right into a very painful spot. She shouts that he hasn't changed at all after all these years. She warns Soha that it's better not to even know him. When Soha looks at the guy again, he has transformed into a crying little kid. The boy runs to hug her. He calls her sister and begs for protection, claiming he was just joking around. Seryung warns that it's a trick. She says he'll take advantage of the situation to ask for help bathing at night. Then, Lee notices the guy is using the body inversion art. Seryung reveals he's actually already 30 years old. Furious, she tries to strike him. The guy escapes before getting hit, repeating that it was all just a joke. The guy returns to his normal appearance and mentions he hasn't seen Seryung in 5 years. Ignoring him, she asks if he isn't going to greet her properly. In response, his body shifts again, taking the form of a teenager. Elsewhere, Robert waits at the agreed meeting point to sell the tickets. While he complains about the client being late, a hooded figure appears behind his back. Shortly after, he realizes he's surrounded by individuals armed with swords and spears. Far from there, the group meets the boy. He introduces himself as Gucci, Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Chanel. He claims to be the Duke of Versace and the governor of the Orion Nebula. He shakes Soha's hand and invites her to his birthday party the next day. He says there will be an idol concert in his honor. Soha is sure he's lying. Se-ryung confirms that the guy's job is being a con artist. Soha feels like tearing the young man in half, but she hesitates because of his childish looks. Se-ryung reminds her that the guy must be over 30. This makes Soha conclude there's no problem in eliminating him. She demands he take an older form. The guy repeats it was just a joke, but Soha crushes his hand to the point of almost shattering it. This makes him revert to looking like a crying, hurt child. Se-ryung warns that it's too late. She says Soha looked into Gucci's pure eyes and wouldn't be able to kill him anymore. She admits she didn't have the courage to do it in the past either. Right then, Robert shows up with a swollen eye, shouting that something happened. He reveals the real problem is that they were tricked, and the tickets are fake. Meanwhile, the monk duo waits outside the concert stadium. The group gathers in a bar to discuss the scam. Gucci says he can't believe they were stupid enough to fall for such a bad fake. He claims only someone with a tiny brain would buy such expensive tickets. Annoyed by the insults, Se-ryung asks if Soha really doesn't want to kill the boy anymore. Soha replies that she lost interest. Sunja walks by holding a tray of sausages. Gucci asks where she got them. The android explains she found the food thrown in the back of the kitchen. The boy warns her it's dog food. Sunja doesn't care since her travel companions eat it happily. Getting back to the scam, Gucci mentions situations like this are increasing. He brings up a wanted poster offering 10 million credits for a stranger. He compares the photo with Lee and says it makes no sense for the heavenly demon to be worth that much. Behind him, Soha warns that the reward is real. She says the amount is way below what the demon is actually worth and suggests he take the opportunity. Gucci asks Se-ryung if it's true. She confirms it right before the guy's phone beeps, notifying the criminal's location. Gucci realizes the notified location is exactly where he is. At that moment, other people appear in the restaurant and surround the group. This includes the duo that passed them earlier. The man in the turban tells everyone to stay out of it. He grabs his sword and orders his companions to wipe out the group if they try to interfere. Soha claims she has no interest in interfering as long as they don't mess with her. Then, the man notices his subordinates are all kneeling on the floor in front of the Western Sky Sword matriarch. Except for Lee, Se-ryung's entire group also looks at the woman. Meanwhile, things don't look good for the monk duo. The guard at the concert entrance explains they can't get in with fake tickets. The bar ends up closed, and a man stands at the door to stop anyone from entering. On a roof, Gucci tells the group he never expected to see the sword matron so close. He asks how bounty hunters managed to meet her. Instead of answering, Se-ryung asks why all those men are gathered there, and if they are all hunters after the prize. Gucci explains most of them are there just to see Kim up close. Robert adds she is considered the most beautiful woman in the galaxy and can choose a lucky guy to be one of her husbands. Se-ryung questions the woman's title. She claims Kim is just well-dressed and wearing makeup, and she would reach that level with the same setup. She looks for Sunja's approval. The android replies that unless Se-ryung walks around naked, she wouldn't look any more attractive than she already does, giving a thumbs up at the end. In the bar, the matron and Lee sit facing each other drinking coffee. The blonde says it was hard to find him because of his travels. Lee asks her to be direct and leave. The woman says she has a lot to talk about but notices Soha's presence. She tells the girl to get out of there. Soha tells the woman to mind her own business. Analyzing the young woman, the matron realizes she is a natural. The heavenly demon asks what the blonde wants with him. He confirms without caring when she asks if he sees her as a woman. The woman reveals she worked even harder to keep the title of the most beautiful in the galaxy after meeting Lee. She asks for one night with him to receive his seed. Suddenly, the blonde notices Soha quietly sitting next to them. The girl claims it's too late because Lee is already hers. The heavenly demon asks the matron to ignore the young woman since she is just a kid. Soha fires back, saying she had her birthday the day before and now has an adult body. She tells Kim to back off, threatening to freeze her just like she did with a coffee cup. By the type of technique used, the matron confirms the girl is part of the heavenly demon sect. The matron realizes Soha not only has natural talent, but also managed to push a demonic technique to the limit. This confirms the rumors she heard. The elders of the heavenly demon sect got tired of waiting for the supreme heavenly demon and decided to create one. They gathered the genes of past leaders to generate something extraordinary. When the time came, 2 babies were born. The rules demanded only one person for the position. Since it's easier to teach martial arts to a boy, he was chosen. The girl was supposed to be erased forever. Since Soha stands right in front of the blonde, it's clear the rumors weren't totally accurate. The young woman agrees there were hidden parts in the story. The girl stands up with a threatening aura. She warns that older women who talk too much end up with their mouths ripped open and dead, invoking the soul of the heavenly demon. With this, the matron understands the sect made the idiotic mistake of trying to throw away the child with the heavenly demon's soul, a miracle that happened once every 10,000 years. About to attack Kim, Soha is warned by Lee. He states that wounds from a conversation shouldn't be healed with punches. The young woman doesn't back down because she believes the woman lacks the power to hurt her. She gives in when the man repeats the order more seriously. Next, Lee also asks the blonde to calm down. The matron says she has been practicing tolerating brats. She regrets not spoiling more kids who didn't grow up right. Right after the woman speaks, Soha launches an attack that Kim blocks without any effort. The young woman notes that her opponent's power surpassed her title as one of the 5 Supreme Masters, a made-up label the blonde never agreed with because she didn't want to take anyone's side. Soha asks if the woman wouldn't bow down to anyone and proposes testing that, but Lee interrupts her and grabs her hand. The girl asks if he's worried about her opponent. The man explains that both of them would get hurt in a fight, advising Soha to wait for her arm to heal if she really wants to battle. Outside, Robert notices something strange and points to an explosion in the city. The blast is caused by the 2 furious monks running toward them. The duo shatters the restaurant wall to enter the place, demanding to know where Seryong is. After that, the monks, the con artist, and Lee sit at the table to discuss the situation. Keom reports that the tickets were such poorly made fakes that it wasn't even worth trying to appraise them. Seryong tries to calm things down, claiming there was no certainty yet, but Lee asks if the tickets were checked. The chief director confirms that the inspector himself identified the fraud, proving the mistake. This makes Lee question how that happened. Desperate, Seryong argues that they were in a rush to use the money and the monks wouldn't stop bothering her. In the end, the girl concludes that they managed to achieve their initial goal, which was to spend the cash. Keom stays angry about losing the chance to see the idol they liked so much. The chief director explains that this was his brother's old dream. He heard the artist's song 3 years ago and memorized almost half the lyrics, even at his advanced age. Besides that, the next day would be Keom's 140th birthday. Lee decides to solve the situation step by step and suggests returning the money first. However, Seryong has no way to pay back the 240,000 credits. Lee believes the girl kept the money and committed the theft, although Seryong seems not to understand the accusation. The larger monk calls her a crook, sure that it's her fault. Seryong asks if Lee is being serious, and he says the answer is obvious. He argues that such a bad fake would only fool someone stupid. A person so sharp with numbers wouldn't fall for the scam. Since fraud and theft are the girl's specialty, she should be the one responsible. Seryong thinks about it and agrees that she really is an expert in these things. Anyway, Lee demands the money back and gives the con artist the responsibility of getting new tickets, blaming her for the forgery. The heavenly demon gets up from the table, considering everything settled and trusting the girl's skills. The 2 monks think they will finally see the show they want so badly. Meanwhile, Seryong doesn't know what to do because she didn't rob anyone and was also tricked. Meanwhile, Soha and Kim are still sitting at another table. Soha asks why the woman hasn't left yet. The blonde asks if the girl really proposed to Lee. Soha confirms that she popped the question the first time she saw the supreme heavenly demon. Kim believes the attitude was driven by youth and the boldness of falling in love. Soha asks what she's talking about, claiming she isn't in love with anyone. Kim pushes the subject, and Soha clarifies that she just acted without thinking. By his side, it seemed like she could also have a tomorrow and all her anxiety would disappear. Seryong's voice interrupts the conversation. The girl declares she's innocent and points out that despite having pulled hundreds of scams, this time she was tricked too. After that, Kim suggests they change locations and teleports them. Even though Soha says she prefers not to go, she is dragged to the woman's ship. The teleport makes Soha think Kim wants to pick a fight. The woman declares she didn't bring her as a threat and has no reason to hurt her. However, the girl says the issue isn't willingness, but the blonde's lack of capability. Since Kim just stares at her in silence, Soha asks the reason for that look. Kim judges that the 2 of them are very similar, even in the way they brandish their youth recklessly. Soha starts to say that's bullshit until she's suddenly pierced by the sight of Kim's sword instantly positioned at her neck, without even noticing the opponent's approach. The blonde states that carrying the heavenly demon's soul doesn't make the girl invincible, especially since she can't even use half of its power. With a jump, Soha steps back to show that Kim's words were nonsense. Next, the girl reappears behind the blonde and attacks her, feeling she had ripped her opponent in half. However, Kim remains completely unharmed. This didn't happen because Soha couldn't use one of her arms, but because she had been rejecting the heavenly demon's soul since birth, preventing the proper use of her powers. Annoyed, the girl tells the woman to shut up and attacks her again. This time, Kim uses a golden defense, remaining untouched and looking like a gold statue. The woman assesses that it's better to stop the fight, since nothing would be solved there. She says that, despite being similar, The two are destined to be on opposite sides, and even standing side by side, they would have to cross the entire universe to face each other. Thus, they could never be enemies, or need to look each other in the eye. Without understanding the speech, Soha asks what her opponent is mumbling about. Kim continues saying that even with him between them, there's no reason to fight, because she would let the girl have the boy, needing only a piece. The blonde claims to know that Soha couldn't have him without her help, and that she decided to cooperate. The girl yells that she doesn't need help from an old witch. Soon after, Kim whispers in her ear that the young woman must have never been with a man. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Gucci warns that he could find the scammer who tricked Seryung, since that's his territory and nothing happens without his knowledge. He reinforces that scams are his specialty, and it would be easy to find the culprit, but Seryung doesn't show trust in his abilities. The boy explains that the absolute rule of a scammer is to never trick the client and asks if Seryung knew that, but that kind of rule had never crossed her mind. Gucci asks again if she wants his help, offering to charge a cheap price. Seryung asks what he considers cheap, and the boy replies that he doesn't need money, just a bit of her labor, referring to an unfinished issue from the past. Seryung remembers the bathtub scene and gets furious. Before she can strike the scammer, the two monks appear behind her. They pressure her to make the request, since the show will start soon. The chief director and Lee also insist that Seryung quickly accept Gucci's demand, since it was her responsibility to solve the situation without hesitation. A bit later, Lee and Robert sit in a coffee shop. The pilot asks why the heavenly demon drinks coffee, and if the drink existed 2,000 years ago. Lee confirms it did, but he thinks the current taste is too weak. Robert jokes that his colleague looks like a coffee sommelier, while Lee notes that his partner isn't drinking anything. Robert explains that 1 cup costs the equivalent of 2 bowls of noodles and asks the demon to drink fast. Nearby, an angel looks at his phone screen and realizes the man next to him looks a lot like the one on the wanted poster. Suddenly, Robert's voice telling the man to sit down catches everyone's attention. The pilot warns that no matter how desperate the guy is for the bounty, he needs to act properly. Behind Robert, another individual appears asking if he has what it takes to protect a 10 million credit bounty. Robert and the bounty hunter analyze each other, with the newcomer noting that the pilot is nothing more than a rank D. The man tries to understand how such an inferior hunter can protect such a bounty and asks if the job is a joke. Robert acknowledges the individual's strength, but warns him not to get cocky and says he better leave. Because of the treatment, the hunter thinks Robert ignores his identity, but the pilot knows he's Alexander, a muscle-bound rank S hunter with a hobby of taking pictures of his own body. Robert's calmness makes Alexander think he's crazy. Next, a cup floats toward the rank S, while the heavenly demon asks him to bring another coffee, this time stronger. Back on the ship, Kim says Soha looks very cute. She leaves the girl in a room watching some videos to learn more about life, which ends up traumatizing Soha. In a corner of the ship, Kim uses a voice command to ask them to just take a look at the girl and send her back. At the cafe, Alexander analyzes the heavenly demon and realizes he's a natural human, finding it very strange that a primitive mastered Kai and the art of vacuum grip. The rank S realizes the bounty is real and decides to go after the job, even with Robert reinforcing that he had already told him to leave. Before Alexander can act, Soha is teleported right in front of him, making the hunter stop his attack. The girl stares at the heavenly demon and claims he's disgusting. Lee doesn't understand the comment, and Robert asks if there's something wrong with her. Soha declares she will never marry Lee and calls the situation gross. Interrupting her rage fit, Alexander tells the girl to get out of the way so she doesn't end up dead too. Because he picked the wrong opponent, Soha slams him away with a single strike, making the surrounding hunters realize they don't stand a chance. Resuming the conversation, the girl keeps calling the heavenly demon disgusting and warns that she will never marry an old man like him, suggesting that Lee shouldn't get married either. After that, Erin appears behind them. She runs excitedly to hug the heavenly demon. The gesture makes Soha even angrier. She demands the newcomer step away from him immediately. The two monks stare at the idol they admire so much. She just appeared out of nowhere. It just didn't seem possible. How could she be right in front of them? Lee says they solved the ticket issue. They found someone on the way who could get them into a show for free. To confirm, the heavenly demon asks if the girl can really do that. Rin guarantees she can. Nearby, Robert asks Sonia where their captain is. The android explains she went out to get the real tickets and catch the scammers. Robert finds the situation weird, since they already have Rin's help. Sonia reminds him the captain has her own way of doing things, no matter what people say. Meanwhile, Rin signs autographs for the monks. They're thrilled to meet their favorite artist. On another planet, Seryung and Guti look for the scammers. She thinks it's strange they're in a completely destroyed place. Guti guarantees they're in the right spot and asks her to trust him. Soon after, Seryung realizes he's also a scammer. She shouldn't have trusted him. Angry about almost getting tricked again, she shouts and tries to leave. Before she can get away, a huge hooded creature appears with a sword. The monster claims a human is very stupid to enter the realm of the dead. It demands Seryung hand over all her money or lose her life. Refusing to lose a single cent, she attacks the threat. When the dust settles, the girl notices there are now 6 hooded figures floating there. Seryung wonders if that's a cloning technique beyond human limits or if they're real monsters. She decides to defeat anyone in her path. Before a new attack, Gudi intervenes. He tells the creatures they aren't there to fight. He claims Seryung is practically his girlfriend. He asks her to calm down since he's almost a brother to the hooded guys. Seryung isn't willing to back down. She reminds Gudi she already told him not to touch her. The boy realizes where he's holding her and apologizes, but she lunges forward to attack. Before the girl can do anything, Gudi transforms back into a child, stopping her action. The boy asks Seryung to relax. He explains he's just excited they finally reached the planet ruled by the Hao sect. Gudi then explains the 6 creatures aren't clones. They're actually 6 brothers. He adds they move in sync. Since they're young, it's easy to predict their attacks. As the 6 brothers get older, they'll become stronger and stronger. Gudi thanks them for guiding them and says they can leave. Before they go, the hooded figures say something weird to the boy. He asks if Seryung will let the group say goodbye to her. Since they acted as guides on that planet, she agrees. The 6 jump on her for a hug, holding her until she asks them to stop. Gudi agrees that's enough payment and tells the brothers to leave. The 6 let go of her immediately and leave. Seryung notices the group's strength, but when they take off their hoods further ahead, they reveal themselves as a bunch of short old men. The girl understands she was tricked into believing they were children. Gudi tries to justify it, saying they just turned 10 years old. For Seryung, however, that's just another lie from the scammer. Next, a woman on top of a building asks if they came there to die. Gudi greets her, calling her master, but she insists on knowing what they're doing there. The boy explains to Seryung that this is Ryo Hwan, the lord of the Hao sect and the woman with the worst temper in the galaxy. Seryung has already heard of the infamous representative of the Southern Galaxy. She's known for being among the 5 most powerful and for shattering the bones of anyone who bothers her. Gudi says Ryo Hwan usually let people live if she was in a good mood, and today would be one of her good days. The woman counters, saying she isn't happy to see him and hasn't had such a bad day in 7 years. The boy says her mood will improve and shouts that he brought her daughter-in-law. The woman jumps down immediately and hugs Seryung. The girl doesn't understand the situation until Gudi reveals that Ryo Hwan is his mother. Somewhere else, So-ah looks at the concert venue. Her mind is full of thoughts about the heavenly demon. She turns around after feeling someone's presence and orders the person to reveal themselves. A small being appears looking down, and they both stay silent. Back at the bar, Lee and Rin drink coffee while the heavenly demon asks about her performances. The girl answers she was doing a galaxy tour with all tickets sold out. So-ah slams the table, interrupting the conversation. She warns that Rin should leave because she has business with the old man. Rin states they haven't finished talking yet. So-ah asks if she wants to die, and the singer says no. So-ah explains it isn't a threat. She says Death always liked Lee, and a girl with no martial arts knowledge wouldn't survive there. That's why she's giving her a chance to leave. Rin doesn't flinch and says the woman has no idea what it's like to be an idol. She says her job involves traveling through space, sharing her feelings with the unknown, and for that reason, she trusts everyone who goes to her shows. Rin explains she used to be very afraid until a stranger risked his life to protect her. The man justified his action to keep a safety promise the singer herself didn't remember. This made the girl realize that trust and promises exist because other people keep them. How could she trust someone who had given up their own interests? So-ah thinks this whole explanation is stupid, but the singer continues. She says if the outcome depends on the other person, she just has to believe, losing her fear of performing. Trusting the audience and fans was the best possible attitude. Then So-ah grabs Rin's shoulder, causing a painful burn. Lee tells her to stop. The woman warns the girl the pain is just a preview of what she can do. With a bit more force, she would crush her to dust, and she should see this as a lesson. Lee orders the attack to stop again, and a golden light surrounds the group. The brightness comes from Rin, who now floats holding So-ah's arm. A woman reappears, taking over the idol's body, and warns that the attacker won't be forgiven if she touches her. So-ah quickly realizes the figure behind the singer is a specter. She finds the situation interesting, as she thought she was the only one living with a parasite in her body. Robert and the monks watch the events. Kaom asks his older brother what that is. The chief director is also confused, since the entity looks like the soul of a rootless demon, something he had never seen or heard of. The specter claims So-ah won't be hurt if she promises not to harm Rin. The woman mocks the polite parasite and tells the entity to release her aching wrist. The specter gives one last warning, saying it will be the end for So-ah if she doesn't make the promise. The woman demands to be let go and remembers the creature she met on the roof earlier. Back then, she figured out the figures group had placed the bounty on the heavenly demon's head. The little man claimed they acted for her, thinking a little noise would wake her up. So-ah replied she was already awake, but the man disagreed, saying that turning away from one's own destiny is the same as dreaming. He asked her to wake up. carry the burden of the heavenly demon sect and restore the ruined group. The woman refused to accept this reality, knowing his goal was for her to be completely devoured by the monster. The little man insisted that So-Ah and the soul of the heavenly demon were always just one, and denying it was the same as rejecting her own reflection. Back at the restaurant, the soul of the heavenly demon becomes increasingly present behind the woman. The specter behind Rin recognized him and knew the danger of the situation, while the power of the two started destroying everything around them even before the fight. The chief director prayed in worry. His brother didn't take his eyes off the event, and Robert despaired. Before it got worse, Lee tells both of them to stop, grabbing and separating their hands. He says that was enough and asks So-Ah to calm down. The soul of the heavenly demon disappears from the girl's back. Lee praises So-Ah with a smile, but she stays annoyed. She lets go of his hand and calls him annoying. The specter behind Rin realizes the situation is under control and also vanishes. Rin collapses weakly onto the heavenly demon's chest. This makes So-Ah even angrier. Somewhere else, the specter's body was trapped in a tank, watched by a white-haired man. Taken out of the capsule, the woman looks at the silver-haired man. He touches her chin and asks if she remembered his name. The woman honestly answers that she didn't know. The man complains that she should at least pretend to know. He stares at her and hugs her. He's sure from the touch that she was his woman, and she just hugs him back like it was her duty. The man gets up immediately and claims his real woman would never hug him so warmly. He orders her not to disappoint him again and threatens to incinerate her if it happens. He leaves the woman alone on her knees staring at the floor. Meanwhile, Rin was being analyzed in a chamber on the bounty hunter's ship. Sonia states there were no abnormalities. She had no mutations, parasites, or strange DNA. The situation makes Robert more anxious. He internally wonders who the strange woman was. Lee was silently sure she was a specter with a physical body, so he asks Sonia to open the glass chamber. On another planet, Se-ryung was in front of a table full of food. The heartless woman had prepared a bit of everything because she didn't know her tastes. Rio Hwan tells the girl to eat without getting nervous in front of her mother-in-law. He warns her not to overdo it since she needed to be healthy to have a child. Se-ryung thought all of this was completely absurd, but Gucci asks her to eat so she doesn't ruin his mother's mood. Then, he asks his mother about what he asked earlier. The heartless woman shouts furiously that she already sent someone to bring the culprit to rip the limbs off whoever did that to her daughter-in-law. Then, she asks Se-ryung to trust her mother-in-law. Someone says the criminals were located on another planet, formerly known as Earth. Rio Hwan demands to see them immediately. The woman orders them to prepare a ship for the chase, while Se-ryung just tries to understand how the situation got to this point. Lee stares at Rin's body in the chamber and demands that whoever is hiding there comes out. Robert doesn't understand the situation because he only sees the girl lying down. When the heavenly demon prepares an attack, Robert desperately asks him to stop so he doesn't hurt Rin. The specter reappears and blocks the strike. The unknown woman was lying next to the girl and becomes visible to everyone. Lee demands that she gets away from Rin, but the entity refuses. Faced with this, the heavenly demon decides to kill her to remove her, although the blonde woman claims he wouldn't be able to do that. The heavenly demon seems about to attack. He realizes the energy coming from the woman has no origin, acting like water overflowing from an empty pot. He notes that the entity is alive, but he doesn't know why her emotions seem so painful. The specter reveals that her master called her data block. She says she's just inorganic matter reacting to programmed commands without emotions. According to her, the pain of having her heart torn out was just a calculation error. The entity guarantees she would give everything to protect Rin. She says Lee should leave her alone because she isn't a threat. Lee keeps watching the unconscious girl while the woman disappears. Robert asks if that was a ghost. Sonia says the entity acts like a beneficial insect focused on protecting the host. Robert thinks the presence isn't that bad, but the heavenly demon insists the interference in Rin's life means they must remove the specter. Behind them, Soha shouts that all parasites should be ripped out and burned. Neither she nor Lee have any idea how to do the procedure, but they know they need to find a way. Se-ryung and her new companions arrive at a tomb on planet Earth, confirmed by her mother-in-law's coordinates. Looking at the huge doors, Se-ryung feels she has been there before and gets a bad feeling. After that, the group takes the girl to Kim's ship. The woman figures that if there's a specter that looks like her, she's also involved in the story. Wondering who could do that, Lee tells her he didn't find any special device or trace of evil energy inside the girl. Even with the entity's proven existence, he doesn't understand how it's possible. Kim suspects it's a living doll. Lee never thought this could exist, but the woman knows a certain man has the talent to create non-existent things. According to rumors, a chip with transcendental energy gets implanted in the person. It fuses with the nervous system and integrates with the host, granting the infected incomparable strength. The heavenly demon had seen that specter before when the woman was alive, right until he saw her burn and turn to ashes. Since the entity looks exactly like Kim, it's probably a clone made by the man to be her substitute. Kim just doesn't know what circumstances led the girl to exist along with the living doll, but she recognizes both are connected. On planet Earth, Seryung reads the inscriptions on the giant gate. They warn that a lesser demon was sealed there and will devour anyone who opens the entrance. Without a worry, the mother-in-law tells Seryung to open the door, claiming she will handle any scammer in the place. Seryung suggests they are in the wrong spot and proposes going back, but Goody guarantees his mother's information is the best in the galaxy. Left with no choice, Seryung opens the door, and the trio enters a large hall where a monk figure sits at the top of a staircase. The place looks like the same one where Seryung and her gang found Lee in the past. Ryo Hwan concludes the monk is the scammer who tricked her daughter-in-law and decides not to let him escape. Before she does anything, a man appears from behind asking if she is the sect leader. The guy is the third boss of the 167th Platoon of the West Galaxy and greets the old lady on his knees. Back on the ship, Kim concludes there's nothing to do because Rin doesn't show any physical or mental problems. Despite normal brainwaves, a consciousness with an independent personality inexplicably coexists with the host's mind. Lee figures he will need to enter the kid's mind to remove the invader. Kim warns no current technology can do that, but the Heavenly Demon claims the esoteric sect had this method in the past. The comment surprises the woman, who doubted the organization's existence. On planet Earth, the trio figures the kneeling man is part of the Black Blood Corps. Ryo Hwan asks why an intelligence officer is in that abandoned wasteland. According to Guti, the guy got tangled in gambling debts, put a bounty on his own head, and went to hide in the place to run scams. The officer believed no hunter would enter a dead and radioactive zone, the exact attitude Seryung's group took in the past. Seryung argues she isn't crazy, just dedicated to her work. This confuses Goody, who doesn't know about the previous scam. Then, Oh-cheong explains everything was a misunderstanding, and he only traveled to the planet to pay his debt. Oh-cheong claims he returned everything he borrowed with 100 times the interest. Next, he says he got 240,000 credits at once by selling fake tickets and brags about his effort to earn Hao Moon money. The group then notices a person dressed as a monk eating something in the pointed direction, and Ryo Hwan asks who she is. Oh-cheong explains he found data about a secret cave on Earth, where an ancient martial artist isolated himself. After facing hundreds of dangers for 7 months, he located the hideout and the treasures. He points out the monk belongs to the extinct esoteric sect and is a living library of martial arts from the most prosperous era 2,000 years ago. For every bowl of ramen she receives, she shows a new martial art technique. This seems surreal to Ryo Hwan, who believes the radiation drove the man crazy. Seryung approaches the monk and asks if she knows someone named Lee. The monk asks if that demon is still alive. On Kim's ship, the heavenly demon faces Chunwoo after a long time. Seryung asks her not to misunderstand. She explains she found the girl by chance while trying to recover the money, and the heavenly demon says the girl's name. A dense aura emanates from Chunwoo, who claims her prayers were answered when she saw him alive. Lee asks how Chunwoo survived. Noticing the tension generated by the aura, the captain asks them to calm down and talk. Starting a martial art technique, Chunwoo says she couldn't have died first if he was alive. She guarantees she'll chase him to hell. When the monk strikes, Seryung is sure it's the golden dragon whip technique from the Tang family. The captain shouts for Chunwoo to stop the assault when she spots the fluorescent darts, but a bright flash blasts through the room. In another part of the ship, Kim and Ryo Hwan reunite. The blonde mentions Ryo Hwan's oaths about never seeing her again were worthless. Ryo Hwan replies she didn't recognize her because of the plastic surgeries. The old rivals bring back unpleasant memories, and Goody asks Kim if the rivalry over looks was true. Ryo Hwan remembers her oath to rip out the blonde's hair, and the two brace for combat. Before they can fight, the blast from Chunwoo's attack slams into them. Seryung runs to Chunwoo and asks who she really is and how she knows the Tang family arts. The girl collapses on the floor, completely knocked out. Lee then reveals to the captain that the girl is a member of the Tang family. Lee already mentioned his debt to the Tang family to Seryung. He told her a member of that clan insisted on calling him a friend. Seryung calculates this person would be an ancestor from over 100 generations ago. In Lee's time, Chunwoo was the young master of the clan and the only person who called him a friend. Next, Kim arrives and says the girl is fine. She only went into shock from using her ki too fast and without preparation. Lee goes to the resting chamber. He notices the girl closed her meridians for high ceiling. Seryung follows him to find out his true relationship with the ancestor. Lee replies she was a friend, but the captain asks if she wasn't a girlfriend. The heavenly demon then remembers their first meeting. He woke up injured and Chunwoo was the first person he saw. The girl mashed herbs and explained she already treated the infected tissue. She claimed the new medicine would speed up the healing, and she commented he should consider himself very lucky to have found her. Lee asks who she is. Chunwoo tells him to consider her his mother, which displeases the man. The girl says she rescued him from the river when he floated down almost dead. She lit a fire to keep him from freezing. She says she had to hold him to maintain his body temperature. She considered the situation shameful since she wasn't married, and she tried to imagine him as a baby during the process. Lee ignores the explanation and asks why she saved him. Chunwoo replies she wouldn't let an animal die, let alone a person, and offers an herbal tea. The heavenly demon refuses the drink. He warns that if he lives, tens of thousands of people will die. The girl ignores him and makes him drink the whole mixture. She argues he couldn't do anything dead. Next, she orders him to take off his pants. She explains she needs to treat the lower part of his body. Lee claims it isn't necessary, but Chunwoo pays no attention. She knows he can't move to stop her. She suggests he think of her as his mother if he feels ashamed. Chunwoo's cabin was in an isolated part of a valley. When she enters with new herbs for tea, she suggests they drop the formalities, since they must be around the same age. The heavenly demon threatens to kill her if she tries to put herself on his level. Without caring, she claims to be the heir of a prestigious clan, and that friendship would bring benefits. She introduces herself as the future head of the Tang family. Faced with his silence, she explains her clan should be part of the 6 great families, but the others always left them out. The heavenly demon replies he'll spare her life and her clan's life once, since he needs to think about how to pay off that debt. Sometime later, Chunwoo witnesses a scene where all her clan members are dead. Lee stands on top of the pile of bodies. She remembers his warning about saving him. It would cost thousands of lives. Chunwoo calls him crazy and rushes at him to avenge her family. Her attack doesn't have the desired effect. Back in the present on the ship, Lee observes Chunwoo's body inside the chamber. Air bubbles form inside, and the girl wakes up. She remembers looking for a monk to ask about the heavenly demon's whereabouts. She hunted him for 2 years, and the trail ended at the cave entrance. The monk knew where the man went. He claimed she couldn't reach him even if he told her. The monk warned that Lee was in a hard-to-reach place. Chunwoo had to drop everything to reach him, and risked collapsing on the way. She insists on knowing the location, and threatens to kill him. He says this attitude would only increase her burden. She understands she needs to follow his instructions and asks how to do it. In the present, Chunwoo wakes up, shatters the chamber, and slams a direct hit right on the heavenly demon's forehead. Seeing him still standing after taking her strongest technique without serious injuries, she asks why he isn't dead. A little blood trickles down Lee's forehead. He acknowledges the girl's strength, but her power stopped there. He knew Chunwoo couldn't threaten his life like that. The martial artist should have realized this by now. Even so, the girl refuses to accept the fact and keeps shouting she would kill him. The heavenly demon then says he can let himself die if she wants. He promises to give up his life as soon as he finishes his tasks. Seryung questions what kind of grudge the ancestor held to pursue Lee for over 2,000 years. She asks if he hurt the Tang clan in the past. No matter how insane the demon was back then, he would never hurt his friend's family. He also made a promise to Chunwoo about it. The reason for such a long pursuit becomes hard to understand. Lee claims he would have done the same in her place, as he also wanted to end his own life back then. Seryung tries to understand how the search lasted 2,000 years. This made sense due to Lee's long sleep, making the events feel very recent to Chunwoo. Lee reveals he entered the dream world during this period. It was an environment of complete darkness and isolation where dreams became real. He couldn't forget this feeling, which seemed to last 100,000 years. It made everything hurt in his heart and convinced him the girl felt the same. Chunwoo approaches and asks him to confirm his promise to die after entering Rin's mind. Lee repeats the oath. He states there was nothing left for him in that world and gets permission to proceed. The heavenly demon holds Rin in his lap and sits in front of his pursuer. He knows soul transfer is the only way to access someone else's mind. The body wouldn't endure 2 minds for long. He needs to leave quickly so he doesn't disappear or harm an innocent person. The two disappear as the ritual concludes. Standing next to Seryung, Chunwoo comments on the incredible vastness of space. It's the first time she sees it. The captain asks about their companion's situation. The girl tells her not to worry and claims he's too unlucky to die like that. Chunwoo shows curiosity about the new world. She notes that her homeland used to seem giant, but the world now looks as small as a grain of corn. The captain wants to know if Chunwoo was a legendary ancestor of the Tang family. The girl asks her to forget about lineages. The person with that name doesn't exist anymore. Now she is a samini of the esoteric sect, a state between a monk and an ordinary person. A master who doubted her worldly detachment accepted her. Chunwoo notices Seryung staring at her endlessly and asks why. The captain finds her face unsettling and somehow familiar. Meanwhile, inside the ship, Soha watches a motionless Lee due to the mental transfer. Kim approaches to comment on how incredible that was. It isn't a brain connector or a virtual link. Lee actually entered the girl's mind. Kim reflects that she thought she had lived a long time. Her recent experiences make her think everything is just a grain of sand. It's incredible for someone to wake up after 2,000 years of sleep, be hunted all this time, and still find a child capable of living with a demon in her body. She concludes her world is very small and the mountain peak she tried to climb might just be a small hill. Next, Soha asks what she's talking about and demands a better explanation to understand. Kim suggests she ask the demon inside her own soul. Soha's fury brings the heavenly demon's soul closer, proving the woman right. The blonde says she also has a monster devouring her. But unlike Soha, She can't reject it because she's already consumed. She became part of the creature and is destined to disappear if it dies. Soha shouts that this is no different from being dead. She tells the woman to fight as long as she breathes because being alive means having a chance. However, Kim confesses this scares her. It means denying everything she lived and spending the rest of her days regretting the past. Unlike her, Soha still has a chance and a lot to live for. Inside Soha, the heavenly demon's soul tells her to kill Lee. He claims it's the perfect opportunity. He asks if the girl doesn't want to be free of him, promising that if she does what he asks, he will become her prey. This seems to tempt her. Meanwhile, Lee's mind finds a cabin in a vast field. The silver-haired man from before sits there in a wheelchair. When Lee tries to touch him, Rin appears and asks him not to bother the man, since he can finally rest in peace. Lee just watches the girl serve a cup of tea to the man. Unable to move, he spills almost everything on his clothes, even with the drink offered straight to his mouth. Lee remembers Chunwoo's warning. A body can't hold two minds for long. It needs to choose one and make the other spirit disappear. Seeing Rin take the specter's form, he fears he arrived too late. The girl replies he isn't late and just misunderstood. She guarantees the child is safe and was never in danger. She takes the blonde's form and explains the two merged, but she is just an attachment. Lee asks if that's the case. He wants to know why he's seeing all this and why that man is there. The specter explains the body's owner is momentarily unconscious. Her dream got projected into the empty space, so everything will disappear when she wakes up. She asks Lee to leave and relax, claiming she can't cause harm because she doesn't really exist. Lee counters that she's wrong. Creating that scene and having thoughts means she exists and can't stay in the child's mind. He raises his hand at the specter and tells her to disappear, but the cabin starts shaking like it's about to collapse. The specter warns it's a side effect and tells him to leave immediately because the body can't accommodate multiple minds. After that, a burst of light makes Lee vanish from the place. On the ship, Seryung asks what kind of grudge her ancestor had to give up on life and chase someone for 2,000 years. Chunwoo says the captain should already know the reason since she hangs around Lee. Seryung admits she has an idea, but claims the heavenly demon doesn't seem like a bad person. The ancestor yells that she got it wrong and was fooled by his sorrowful eyes. She states he really is a demon. Many people died just because she got swayed by that look and saved the man. The explanation leaves Seryung even more confused. The captain doesn't know if Chunwoo is furious about being betrayed by someone she trusted, or if she seeks revenge for the people killed by Lee's hands. Either way, she concludes 2,000 years is a long time. Elsewhere, Lee is once again in front of the man from before. He is now fallen and injured. The heavenly demon knows he was already there and questions the specter's plans, but she confesses she has no answers and that this is the last place she wants to be. Actually, neither of them knows who brought them there. Since the child owns that world, her subconscious created everything around them. This makes Lee question if her mind is a ship without a captain. Near them, a large door opens and a robot armed with a sword charges at the duo. The specter then glares at the injured man as if he created that threat. The robot attacks Lee right away, trying to slice him in half, but the heavenly demon pierces a sword into the machine's back. Once hit, the robot takes the form of an injured Rin and disappears right after. This event makes Lee realize the little girl didn't create that world, although the specter disagrees. She insists the world belongs to the girl since it's Rin's subconscious. Lee counters saying the place is made of desires detached from consciousness that don't belong to the child, since she wouldn't sacrifice herself as a simple tool. He figures someone else's twisted desires infiltrated her mind. He explains he's sure of it because he experienced this kind of world countless times during his 2,000 years locked in a chamber. On the ship, Chunwoo tells the captain he witnessed over 45 million of these nightmares during his time in the chamber, stopping his count after that. Feeling like she's still inside one, she brings up why she chased the man for so long. She explains her nightmare will only end when he dies. At the same time, inside Rin's mind, the heavenly demon reaches the exact same conclusion that he has no choice but to die. In the past, Chunwoo was impressed by Lee's fast recovery. For a normal person, just surviving would be a miracle. Since he stays quiet, she asks if only his mouth is still hurt. She offers Peppers to help, even though she knows his consciousness is what hasn't healed. The man doesn't thank her for saving his life. He states a being like him wouldn't die anyway, warning her not to try making him feel in debt. In response, Chunwoo says his attitude of making himself seem so important just shows his insecurity, comparing him to the great central clans. The heavenly demon shoots back, saying she's the same. As an heir, she had to leave her province and travel through the central plains to spread her family's name, which is why she ended up there. Her father and the elders claimed she had a once-in-a-century talent and sent her to travel to prove the greatness of the Tang clan. Since she couldn't reach her goal in 2 years, she's glad she saved Lee. She feels her skills were finally useful to the world. He warns her it's a mistake, and she'll regret it for not knowing his true identity. However, Chunwoo reveals she already knew his connection to the heavenly demon clan and didn't care when she saved him. Chunwoo could know a person just by looking at them and notice the kindness in the heavenly demon. She didn't know why he chose that clan, but she believed he would live by his true nature and stay kind. He then reveals he didn't die because his life and heart didn't belong to him. He explains a demon lived in his soul and possessed him. Not caring about the reveal, Chunwoo just asks his name. After his answer, she states he's perfectly normal for knowing his own identity. Next, she offers Lee another medicine, warning it would kill the demon if it really existed in his body. He needed to show who controlled his life. At that moment, Chunwoo manages to see the soul living inside him. She insists heavily that he drink the tea right away. Before that, the memory ends and Lee returns to the present, asking the blonde girl to wake up the silver-haired man lying in front of her. The blonde girl asks how she could wake up someone lifeless, and then the heavenly demon simply slices the silver-haired man in half. After she asks why he did that, Lee suggests she should wish for the man to live if she wanted to save him. The specter watches without understanding until she notices him standing up behind her. She realizes the creature was just a result of her own projections. Since that being born from her desires was harming the child's mind, it had to be wiped out. The man rushes at Lee and grabs his neck, releasing several spider-like chips from his hands. The heavenly demon realizes these things were paralyzing the child's mind. As the man vanishes, the chips pierce into Lee's body. He offers his soul and life to be devoured by those things. Outside the mind, Seryong notices the boy bleeding from his eyes and ears and asks what the demon is doing. The monk realizes the demon is acting as bait, but doesn't know why. Seryong desperately asks the ancestor to wake him before the worst happens. Chunwoo claims that if she did, every vessel in his body would explode. She warns the same would happen if he doesn't wake up on his own. In Rin's mind, Lee fights the invading microchips until he returns to normal size. He is badly wounded and surrounded by broken pieces. Before the specter can ask him anything, Lee's body disappears. This indicates the woman should also fade into the void without her dark desires. On the ship, Seryong calls out to her friend but can't hear his heartbeat. In the past, Chunwoo serves a meal to Lee and warns the taste probably isn't good. She says he better eat something before leaving, since he only had medicine for the last 3 days. The girl tells him to eat without complaining. The heavenly demon replies that just the food being warm is enough for him. Chunwoo remembers that Lee used to like that meal. She notes the man already understands the situation and mentions how hard it is to tell dreams from memories. No matter how vivid his memories were, the heavenly demon never had a dining table like that. Since the girl is acting as a host in his mind, it means Lee lost consciousness and is almost dead. She keeps eating and explains there is no way to revive him. The ancestor reveals she entered his mind to ask the reason for his actions. Choosing to die in the girl's place didn't seem like something Lee would do. She points out they aren't even that close for him to accept a painful death. The man explains that since he realized he needed to live again, he decided to only look at the past, with no tomorrow for himself. Therefore, the child's future seemed much more important, making the sacrifice the only reasonable choice. Believing the moment is shaped by his memories and the past will repeat itself, Lee grabs his sword and thanks her for the meal. Chunwoo shouts he doesn't need to go or kill anyone. She claims this is a chance for him to change his own story. However, the heavenly demon considers that the past must remain unchanged. He needs to repent and suffer endlessly. Trying to alter something in his own imagination seems like a greater sin, and he accepts he will face the fires of hell as his destiny. Before Lee leaves the cabin, Chunwoo pierces him with a sword. The heavenly demon states he would let the girl enter his mind whenever she wants. He gives her the right to kill him, since his past isn't her fault. Lee disappears and wishes the ancestor lives, always moving forward. He chooses to discard his own existence to reach nirvana. Next, on the ship, Lee's body starts to glow and returns to its silver-haired appearance. The eye from before watches the events. Rin's show happens smoothly for the hyped crowd, including the monks. They soon leave to go back to planet Shaolin. Later, Chunwoo stares at the heavenly demon as he watches endless space. The man asks why she is looking at him. Lee suggests that if she acts like she did in the dream, she will reach her ultimate goal. The girl then asks if he really wants to be killed by her. Without answering directly, Lee just asks the girl not to hesitate. He tells her to do what she wants so her 2,000-year sacrifice isn't in vain. This reminds Chunwoo of what her master said before his deep sleep. He hoped that in those empty years she would free herself from the desire for revenge. She asks why the heavenly demon keeps living since he doesn't know this world and doesn't seem to want to rule it. Lee replies that even though he doesn't have a life of his own, he now has friends. The man says that when he opened his eyes and saw Seryong for the first time, he remembered his friend from 2,000 years ago. He felt deep regret for not sharing his life with her. Gucci interrupts the conversation. He shows up carrying a delivery box. He pulls out a bowl of ramen and hands it to Chunwoo. He asks why she insists on eating on the floor when there are good tables around. That is the last time Chunwoo gets an extra-large portion. Sitting down to eat, she says the heavenly demon is ruining her appetite and tells him to get out of her sight. The girl warns that when she finishes, she will get busy cutting his throat. She shouts for him not to walk away, even though she means exactly the opposite. Lee watches the ship move away from the place. Se-ryung asks what he had going on with the girl. She mentions she is ugly and has a terrible temper. The heavenly demon replies that Chunwoo was the master of the sky above, making Se-ryung order them to get far away from there as fast as possible. Robert and Sonia warn that they were already at max speed and low on fuel, but the captain insists on running away. The remaining food was just a few sausages, not enough for everyone, and the pilot reinforces they wouldn't get far like that. However, Robert believed the captain had a plan and didn't leave without thinking. To try and keep the crew's morale up, Se-ryung reminds them she was known as the Flaming Demon, a title that could open doors for them. The plan was to stop at the nearest station and get upfront payment by taking bounty hunting jobs, leading the group to a tavern on the first moon of Pleiades. A servant tells the owner, Wang, that the captain was there and had already received food and advance money, but still demanded an audience. Knowing she was there, the owner tells them to say he died to try and avoid the meeting. At the tavern table, Robert asks if the captain went to ask for a loan. Sonia thinks the idea is unlikely, mentioning the owner wouldn't lend money even to the king of the underworld himself. The group's table gets served with several delicacies from great chefs, but Lee misses sausages and asks them to bring some. Meanwhile, Wang, unable to avoid the meeting with Se-ryung, says he had already provided food and fuel, asking her to leave immediately. The girl claims she wasn't a criminal to run away from places and asks for a loan in credits, promising to pay it back without interest. Wang didn't care about getting paid back and just wanted her to disappear from there, fearing bounty hunters would show up for Lee. Se-ryung says any hunter who tried that wouldn't have the slightest chance of success. Wang knew about the captain and the heavenly demon's fame across the universe, knowing hunters would go after the weakest parts of the crew. At that moment, a man dressed in red shows up staring at the dining group, asks if the pilot was Robert, and asks him to sign for a delivery. Looking at the screen, Robert sees the image of Chang tied up, and the kidnapper warns that her life would cost 10 million credits. Se-ryung returns to the group saying she managed to borrow food, fuel, and 3,000 credits, proving her reputation helped get what they needed. Sonia replies it was a good job, and only then the captain notices Robert's absence, who had left alone to save Cheong. Hearing the android's explanation, Se-ryung deduces the pilot had stolen the ship. However, the captain had already taken more than 17,000 credits from Robert using the vessel as collateral. Since the amount exceeded the vehicle's price, technically he was already the owner of the ship. Still, the situation felt like a betrayal to Se-ryung. The android asks her to calm down and reinforces that Cheong had been kidnapped, which served as a threat to motivate the pilot's departure. Se-ryung didn't know who this girl was. The pilot had talked about her thousands of times because she was the fiancée he couldn't marry due to loaning the ceremony money to the captain, who never paid it back. This brings back memories of Robert demanding his debt. Behind them, the tavern owner gets furious because the group still hadn't left, going against the loan condition of leaving in an hour. Wang warns that nothing else would work to get something out of him, but the group had no way to leave without the ship. The crew refused to travel in any transport other than the S-Devil, forcing them to stay there unless someone lent them a luxury vessel. This way, the group gets a vehicle much better than the previous one. Sonia tells the captain not to get attached because it was just a loan, but Se-ryung hadn't set a deadline for the return and considered forgetting about it. The android finds out Robert went to a sector north of the galaxy, and they leave to save them before they get hurt. Meanwhile, the pilot arrives at the destination planet and invades a tavern wearing a robotic suit, threatening to kill everyone there. He only finds a girl who seemed to work there and shows she knows him. The pilot demands to know her identity and the ship's whereabouts, getting slapped and being called a bastard in response. Robert recognizes the voice and the strike as Cheong's. She hits him again because he didn't recognize her. A hooded figure watches them from the back of the tavern. The pilot explains he only failed to recognize her for a second. He says it happened because she lost weight and he was worried about the kidnapping. His fiancée asks if she's still pretty. She reminds him he preferred her chubby. Robert claims he loves her no matter her weight. Next, he asks about the kidnapping and if it was all a scam. The girl points at the hooded figure. She reveals someone was threatening her. The man takes off his hood and approaches with a sword. The stranger asks why Robert is alone and where the target is. Robert hears the man is looking for Lee for a 10 million credit reward. The pilot finally understands the situation. The bounty hunter points at the girl. He reminds Robert he agreed to trade Lee for her life. The pilot notices the man is shaking. He can't even draw his sword. The hunter introduces himself as the peerless demon of heaven and earth, Huang. The pilot equips his suit again. He asks if this guy kidnapped his fiancée. Before the fight, Cheong interrupts them. She tells her father his food is getting cold. Robert had never seen his fiancée's father, and she hadn't seen him in 15 years. The pilot kneels to apologize for how he treated his father-in-law. Cheong asks him to get up and eat. Robert refuses to get up until Huang greets him. Huang ignores him and prefers to keep him bowing on the floor. Seeing this, the girl reveals the man is the director of the orphanage where she grew up. He isn't her real father. Huang shouts from inside the restaurant. He claims he raised her better than her biological father did. He showed up a month ago. He asked her to stay tied up for the sake of her younger siblings. The director did this because the orphanage was out of money, and he saw Lee's wanted poster. After getting a photo of Robert, Huang found out about the engagement and went to the restaurant. He knew the couple had lived apart for 3 years. Even so, he took Chiang hostage to lure the pilot. What catches Robert's attention the most in this conversation is one detail. Less than a month ago, his fiancée looked exactly like the photo he received. She was much chubbier. The pilot thought his fiancée lost weight because she was a hostage, but it was her father's fault. He ate all her food for 15 days straight. The girl was worried when she heard Robert was a wanted man. She got angry when he came back right after she lost weight. Chiang thought her father was right. She believed her fiancé didn't visit her before because she was fat. Trying to fix the situation, Robert claims he doesn't care about her weight. He says she'll always be beautiful. Huang insists all men are the same, and his daughter shouldn't believe that. Then, the pilot guarantees he spent his time saving money for their wedding. He wanted to make it official soon and open a small restaurant. He claims he already has almost all the money. In response, his fiancée hugs him warmly. Huang ignores the sentimentality. He orders them to tie themselves up. He promises to let Robert go as soon as he captures his target. The pilot warns the old man his attitude is crazy. He says it's impossible to get the reward with shaking hands. Chung agrees. She suggests her fiancé should help her father with the money he brought. The old man reiterates he will continue his work. He demands they tie themselves up before more hunters arrive. Right then, Se-ryung's group arrives at the restaurant. The captain asks if Robert and his fiancée are okay, but Huang focuses only on Lee. He orders the heavenly demon to surrender. The old geezer takes a battle stance. He declares he's an officer serving the sect. He's ready to arrest the target and warns he'll kill him if he resists. So-ha asks if the old man is crazy. Huang stays serious and starts a countdown for the surrender. Before he can do anything, Se-ryung crushes him with a single devastating strike. She's surprised by her opponent's weakness. She wonders why he doesn't know martial arts. So-ha explains Huang doesn't have an internal energy drive. Cheong and Robert shout the man's name. The captain realizes she attacked the pilot's father-in-law. After recovering, Huang sits in front of Lee. Se-ryung analyzes the sword the old man used. It's just a broken piece of iron. She tries to justify herself, claiming she just wanted to defend her friends. Robert stays furious that the captain mercilessly attacked his father-in-law. Cheong also shows outrage over the attack. The old man sold his own energy drive just to feed orphans. Se-ryung argues she went easy on him and he's fine. However, So-ha points out the captain used a Tang clan attack. A normal person wouldn't survive the brutal impact. Huang only came out unhurt because Lee blocked the attack without the old man noticing. Facing Huang, the heavenly demon asks what his true goal is. He points out the man has no intention of killing him. The old man insists he wants to arrest the fugitive. He says he'll only kill if there's resistance. Even without martial arts, he claims he doesn't care about the odds of capturing a sect sinner. He keeps his goal at any cost. Hearing this, the celestial demon realized the old man was expelled from the sect. Chiang concluded the expulsion happened because of the orphanage costs. She mentions her father would cut his own flesh to feed the kids and asks Robert how much money he brought. Since the pilot lent everything to Se-ryung, he asks the captain about the total debt. The captain tried to add up living and fuel costs to reach the lowest possible amount. So-ha interrupted her and says the total is 17,000 credits, going over 23,000 with interest. Desperate, Se-ryung claims the android made a mistake. Chiang declares that 10,000 credits would cover the orphanage operations for 30 years. Thinking the problem was solved, the girl asked the captain for 5,000 credits, but Se-ryung just stared back at her. Sonia serves tea to So-ha and comments that the captain would have a hard time accepting that request. The android finds them very similar. This makes sense since they share almost 20% of their genes and are likely cousins. So-ha asks why they didn't know each other and how she knew this without ever telling the crew. Sonia replies that Se-ryung has a complicated life. Even though she seems carefree, she always tries to carry the burdens of everyone she knows alone, including this new one. The celestial demon explains to Huang that an expelled member needs a grand achievement to be readmitted, which must be the old man's plan. Since he is a friend's brother-in-law, Lee plans to help him if the mistake can be fixed. He mentions he met Victor, a child in a high position within the sect who would probably listen to him. Huang considers it all a trick since the fugitive is wanted for terrible crimes. The celestial demon reaffirms the bounty exists because the sect misses him. He thinks the leader misses the head pats he used to get. On the sect's ship, Wee shouts that Lee must be eliminated at all costs. His subordinate bows to the orders to find the target quickly. Leaving the room, Sam meets an elder who asks about the leader's condition. This bothers him because he thinks Wee is perfectly fine. The old man reaffirms their goal is to promote the sect's rebirth without restrictions, requiring the return of the supreme celestial demon. He notes the leader is being consumed by anger due to frustration, which he considers a good thing. The elder points out that Wee has all the talents of the past leaders, but he couldn't get the necessary soul because he's too gentle, kind, and patient. Sam gets furious at this view, but the old man insists that human completeness is the master's weakness, preventing him from overcoming his limits. He sees the current situation as a chance for Wee to experience frustration and transcend his condition. Then, Sam asks if that's the reason the elder put a bounty on Lee's head and blocked the information. The old man replies that the leader shouldn't find the target before he's ready, preventing his frustration from turning into despair. At the restaurant, the celestial demon goes to So-ha and asks her to contact the sect leader directly to prove the truth to Hwang. Lee says the current celestial demon is the android's older brother. She notes the fugitive already knew this information. Without saying a word, Hwang tries to understand what the man just said about the sect leader. Lee suggests Hwang talk to So-ha and introduces the girl as the probable vice leader of the sect. To the old man, the claim sounds unreal. The cult doesn't have that position and would never give it to someone like her. However, Lee insists on the story and is supported by Robert and the captain. Next, Hwang directly asks the android if that's true, but she denies it. With that, the old man accuses Lee of lying. Lee says Hwang's parameters are too low and decides to help him increase them with an energy discharge. This way, the old man can see the soul of the supreme celestial demon behind So-ha. He is convinced of the truth and bows before her. After that, Hwang explains he was just doing his duties as a low-ranking officer, gathering and raising abandoned orphans for 50 years. He reports the funds started decreasing 10 years ago until they stopped completely 5 years ago. When he questioned his superiors, they told him his position no longer existed after a restructuring and that he was no longer part of the cult. Meanwhile, Sam talks to the sect elder and remembers that in the past, they wanted the return of the supreme celestial demon to get out of rock bottom. Currently, the sect lives its golden age thanks to the current leader. He united the members' power and got the recognition of the entire martial world. Since the only thing the leader lacked was the supreme's soul, Sam asks why the elder is causing so much trouble to get it now that they're already the best. In response, the old man asks if Sam really thinks the sect's leading position is safe. Sam considers it obvious, but the elder says that at best they are the best among slaves. The old man explains the martial world is only at peace because of strict control. This makes Sam understand he's referring to the human government. With competitions banned, martial arts standardized, and rumors of constant monitoring of movements and information, they live trapped in a cage. Faced with this, Sam asks if the elder is suggesting opposition to the human government. According to the elder, the current peace won't last long. The martial world can't stand being controlled for much longer. Madness is rising and urges are becoming real, so an explosion is inevitable. This will make the government act and drag the sect into the conflict. The old man knows their current strength won't be enough to weather the storm without a miracle. That's why they are trying to bring the supreme heavenly demon back, just to guarantee their own survival. Back at the restaurant, Lee figures that Hwang just wants to return to the cult, to keep getting money and keep the orphanage open. Knowing this, Cheong tells her father he doesn't need to worry anymore. The group will receive 5,000 credits, which is enough to cover the institution's costs. The captain tries to talk about it, but the old man cuts her off and tells his daughter to stay quiet. If Hwang's goal was just money, he would have sold his own organs by now. The man really wanted to get his pride back and prove to the orphanage children that they weren't abandoned. If he just got kicked out of the sect, they would all seem worthless. He wanted to show he was a proud member of the best faction in the world, so Ha thinks this is complete nonsense, while the captain applauds Hwang for his heated speech. The situation seems very simple to fix for Lee. He asks So-ha to call the sect leader, or solve the problem herself. The girl stays quiet, so Lee asks for the first time if she can actually do it. Then, So-ha says out loud that the situation is very difficult. She demands the spy watching them to come over right away. From off the planet, the short elder was watching everything and soon arrives at the restaurant. As soon as the newcomer shows up, So-ha asks if he knows Hwang. The man claims he has no idea who that is. Hwang doesn't recognize him either and asks who this child is. He introduces himself as a first-class official from the Demon Sect's Disaster Center. In reality, his true position is Secretary of the Great Leaders Council, which is equal to an elder. To prove it, the official shows a badge that makes Hwang show respect right away. So-ha tells the old man to raise his head, since the official has a much lower rank than hers. She asks if the short guy can put Hwang back into the sect. The little elder thinks it's a simple task and just asks the man to state his branch and level. After hearing the answer, the official warns that the process will take some time. So-ha asks if he is pretending to be more important than he really is. The real problem is that Hwang's low rank requires his readmission to go through several galaxy sessions. During the process, a red warning screen pops up on the official's tablet. It shows that the request was rejected. The situation gets worse when they read an order to eliminate Hwang immediately and erase all traces of his existence. Hearing this, everyone wonders why there would be such an order against someone with such a low rank. In another place, Sam continues his conversation with the other elder. He finds the whole situation very strange. He believes no sect would dare oppose the inconvenient human government because everyone knows those laws maintain real order. The elder agrees that order is maintained by laws, but points out that this happens through force, not agreements. In the last 100 years, about 100 sects, including renowned families like the Tangs, were wiped out by the government. The government's way of acting is brutally efficient. They fight offenders and make examples out of them to spread the fear of punishment. Their power comes from showing the fear of chaos even before it starts. This points out that the next victim will be the heavenly demon cult, since it's the most effective option. A sound alert then interrupts the conversation, informing them that a confidential order was activated. Back at the restaurant, the short elder claims he can't cancel the activated order. The great elder had requested it. It is a confidential directive from the sect's main body. This type of command is only triggered during specific incidents, focused on events that could affect the entire organization. Realizing the situation's importance, So-ha asks what the old man did. He has no idea since he just kept working tirelessly at the orphanage. The directive demands immediate obedience and top priority from all sect members, so the small officer prepares to attack Huang. So-ha tells him not to do it. When the girl reinforces that it's an order, the officer turns around and stops for a moment. Next, Sam's conversation with the elder reaches the topic of the orphanage. It was a secret project organized by a low-level department. 7 years ago, the elder ordered all support for the place cut off and the people involved expelled. Sam asks why someone like him was involved in something so simple. The elder explains the children were orphans from cults wiped out by the human government. They were under 3 years old and barely remembered the past. Sam is curious about the place closing down. The old man explains the world was unstable and the human government was more sensitive. This would easily make the orphanage look like a rebellion point. Back at the restaurant, the officer asks if So-ha is admitting to being a cult member with that order. She tells him to think whatever he wants. Meanwhile, the elder tells Sam they did everything carefully. They allocated a small squad in a remote area and hired a contractor. Even so, the project caught the human government's attention. 5 years ago, intelligence confirmed a patrol passed near the orphanage's planet. They couldn't take any risks, so the old man ordered all traces of the place erased. He left a confidential order to immediately eliminate anyone who tried to revive it. After that, Sam understands that restoring the orphanage director within the sect would link him directly to the heavenly demon cult. He didn't know why the child gave that order. Thanks to her, the confidential command was activated, and all risks needed to be eliminated. Then, a sound alert warns that the confidential order was rejected. The director is reinstated in the sect using elder-level authority. The old man can't believe what happened. He orders a connection with the officer. He's then warned that communication is unavailable due to local circumstances. In another corner of the galaxy, a woman sees the message about the director's reinstatement. The old man knew this would hand the orphanage over to the human government on a silver platter. It increased the probability of conflict to almost 100%. When the officer heard So-ha's order to stop the attack, he asked if she finally recognized the demon soul inside her. So-ha replies that it makes no difference. The monster would end up swallowing her in the end, and she now accepted this fate caused by people like him. Finally, the officer establishes the connection with the elders. The old man immediately asks why his order was ignored. The officer just answers that the young lady woke up, and the heavenly demon sect finally obtained the heavenly demon soul. On the restaurant roof, Lee thanks So-ha for what she did. Then, the girl asks if they can get married now. She suggests she could quickly give birth to 10 or 30 children identical to him. The heavenly demon replies that she is a good child and will find someone wonderful in the future. However, So-ha knows she doesn't have much time. She won't have the strength to endure this for much longer. Meanwhile, Sam asks about the heavenly demon's soul that was mentioned. The elder claims it's time for him to finally discover the truth and asks Sam to follow him. Huang is informed of his reinstatement in the sect. He goes from a contractor to a regular member. The orphanage is now recognized as an official operation instead of a volunteer service. This makes Chiang celebrate the prospect of a bigger budget. The short officer tries to deny it, but seeing the father and daughter hugging and happy, he decides to double the transferred amount. The two celebrate the chance for the children to eat meat soup on their birthdays and have proper winter clothes. Seeing their joy and noticing how low the original amount must have been, the officer multiplies the budget by 10. Sam is taken by the elder to 2 incubators and asks why they are there. The old man asks if his companion knows how the sect leader was born. Sam believed the elder tested all the cult's descendants across the universe, selected the most talented child, and trained him rigorously. This justified the leader being known as the junction of all heavenly demons. The elder reveals this story was made up. They actually gathered the dominant genes from all generations. This leads Sam to ask if they created a human clone. The supreme heavenly demon wasn't a person, but a vessel capable of holding the entity's soul. The birth of this vessel was a miracle, and the sect didn't have time to wait. They gathered the genes of all heavenly demons, except the sixth, Lee, who was missing. They combined everything to create a superhuman life form. Sam concludes the experiment failed because the current leader couldn't contain the soul. The elder explains 2 babies were born, and they made the wrong choice. They discarded the exact one that held the soul of the supreme heavenly demon. At sunset, the captain joins Soha on the roof. The girl was upset about nightfall because the soul of the heavenly demon always sneaked under her blankets at night. The entity whispered for her to accept him along with his seed. He wanted to escape into the world through her womb. The elder continues the explanation. He says between the born boy and girl, they chose the boy for his higher aptitude in martial arts. The girl was frozen as a backup. One day she thawed out on her own and went out into the world. This was impossible for a normal human. They discovered the experiment wasn't a failure, and she was the true vessel of the soul. This revelation gave them a cruel choice because there couldn't be 2 supreme leaders in the sect. Indignant, Sam asks if they should eliminate the current leader with their own hands. The elder says no. He claims this was beyond their skills, and the siblings themselves would decide who survives because that was their destiny. Somewhere else, Adam is woken up by his mother. She warns she would temporarily take away the free will she gave him. She needed him to do a task, and he agrees to do whatever she asks. Then, the image of the orphanage is shown to Adam. Adam receives the order to destroy any trace of the orphanage's existence and eliminate anyone who tries to get in his way. Elsewhere, Athena is served by a young man who thanks her for the opportunity. He calls it an unreachable dream. He says he wouldn't be able to satisfy her alone and offers to call more people for an extra fee. Then, this whole image shatters, bringing her back to reality. Athena asks what was going on, since she shouldn't be interrupted on vacation. Her caller answers that security agents never had vacations. She asks why her heartbeat was irregular, wondering if she was hurt. Athena claims she was fine and asks about her next mission. She receives the order to investigate the orphanage. She is notified the virtual service was ended by the client, but the extra fee was still charged. On the ship, Robert and his fiancée look at the universe, watched by her father. The android Sonia tells Huang a room was ready if he wanted to rest. It would still take 10 hours to the orphanage, flying slowly to save fuel. Huang thinks it's a good idea to make the couple sleep before anything happened. Sonia points out there was nothing new for them to try, since they lived together for a year. The old man says he didn't care about the past, but on his watch, they had to behave. While the 3 argue over who would sleep first, Sonia slows the ship down even more to save fuel. Suddenly, the android sees a humanoid figure and completely freezes in front of the mother. In the shower, the captain notices someone approaching. She asks who was there and finds the mother watching her from the door. Soha also wakes up noticing something wrong. The soul of the heavenly demon orders her to go back to sleep and do nothing because she wasn't strong enough to fight. The couple celebrates that Huang finally fell asleep and they could hang out together. Then, Robert notices an anomaly on the ship and asks Sonia the reason for the sudden acceleration. The android was no longer under her own control. The captain goes to the room where Lee meditated. With 13 hours left until the 5th Great Human War, Lee immediately realizes it wasn't Seryong. He recognizes the pressure of the strange eye he felt before, and the heavenly demon asks why she was there. Using the captain's body, the eye asks for help. It warns that history and the human world are about to stop, like a balloon ready to pop. That seems very strange coming from a being capable of creating objects and controlling time. The eye existed for humanity and could intervene to benefit it, but it didn't have permission to interfere directly in history. On the heavenly demon sect's ship, the elder tells the leader to get ready. They found Lee's location and are going after him at the orphanage. Meanwhile, Athena arrives at the abandoned orphanage and finds Adam at the door, even though she'd never seen him. His face was familiar, and she notices the resemblance to the young man from the night before. Athena's henchmen try to scan Adam, but they only get error messages. She figures this is happening because he's blocking the connection. The creature behind Athena warns that it couldn't interfere with the armored body's scans. Since that didn't exist, she understands why she was sent there. She introduces herself to the man in front of her and asks what he's doing there. Without getting an answer, Athena warns that he'd better cooperate willingly, because special security sometimes ignores human rights. Still getting no reply, she guesses he'll only talk after a beating and orders his capture. Seeing that nothing happens, the woman turns to her subordinates and realizes they've been sliced in half. For a second, it looks like she'd be next, as Adam moves quickly toward her. As soon as she turns around, the man has already vanished. He claims Athena is the one who should answer questions and asks himself why he didn't kill her. Transmitting everything to the director, the girl asks who that man was. Through the transmission, the director notes he wasn't human. Despite a normal pulse and temperature, he had no signs of arrhythmia. He had to be an extremely sophisticated android, way beyond human technology. Adam answers that he's a mechanical human, revealing he hacked their communication. Current human technology was primitive to him, and he could even read Athena's thoughts. The android's plan was to eliminate the girl like he did with the subordinates, but he hesitated. This could only happen because her survival value was special enough to affect humanity's future, restricting his free will. He waited for instructions from someone with a much grander view of the universe to judge if she'd live. Immediately, the eye declares Athena has to be eliminated, but when Adam grabs his sword, the mother rejects the order and tells him to protect the girl. The mechanical human freezes at the conflicting orders. Athena takes the chance to call for emergency backup and activate the highest alert level, but her connection was cut. The director demands the connection be restored and the alert activated, but the request is denied. Outraged, she asks who dared to reject her order. Right then, Bernard enters the room with 2 androids, and she has no idea why. The man says she's still beautiful, while the director shouts that his behavior is punishable by death, especially for a dishonorably discharged general. Bernard calmly tells her that her information is outdated. A level 7 alert was issued hours ago, calling the emergency council. He was the director of that council. He informs her that her position is revoked and orders the androids to arrest her. Meanwhile, Lee stared at the captain. The person inside her was definitely the eye he had seen before, but it seemed different, full of anguish instead of the vast, deep emptiness from earlier. The heavenly demon asks if something changed with him, or if there was something else behind it. The creature disagrees. It claims they were the same being as they were born, evolved, saw the end of the universe, and found the truth about infinity together. They had become beings who held all the answers and never made mistakes, so they had no choice but to split into 2 entities. Seeing Lee's confusion, the entity explains that they became perfect, making humanity's future the perfect answer, but they wanted that answer to be wrong. They looked for another answer for existence, transcending perfection. This made them split into entities that denied each other. To transcend perfection, it itself had to be broken. The heavenly demon concludes that this is a contradiction and sounds like a forced excuse to avoid doing something they didn't want to do. The entity reveals that this was the conclusion they reached before he appeared. Lee was a human who exceeded all the limits they had analyzed for hundreds of years. It was as if he was an error, representing the hope that even they could be wrong. That's why they gave humanity 1 more year of freedom, using the excuse that they needed more time to analyze human existence data. Even so, humanity was rejecting this little remaining time. Meanwhile, the director wants to know what Bernard is planning, since he's acting in her place after her position was revoked. He asks for the report on the orphanage, and the entity answers that the place was established by the heavenly demon cult 43 years ago, sheltering descendants of various extinct cults. From the sect names, Bernard concludes that they were all factions destroyed by treason. He asks why the director let an action worthy of treason slide. She answers that there was no way to be sure, and that it could just be a gesture of human compassion. Bernard considers the answer an admission that she didn't want to do anything, and asks what the cult is doing right now. The entity reports that their supreme ship had left less than 15 minutes ago, heading to the orphanage, and would arrive in under 5 minutes. Certain that the sect leader is on the ship, the new director interprets the action as a sign of rebellion. He declares that humans who commit treason are punished with death, and a sect doing the same must be eradicated. The director considers the decision madness that means war, but Bernard just sees it as a cleanup, and orders to announce to the entire martial world that the Heavenly Demon Clan has rebelled. In another location, the Eye warns Lee that a war is coming, where almost all of humanity will perish, and civilization will be completely destroyed. The heavenly demon thinks the entity should intervene to stop the disaster. She explains that the Human Emergency Committee was activated hours earlier and held final command authority. Since the entity itself is controlled by this system, they ask Lee for help to stop the war. On his ship, Kim hears an announcement from the human government stating that a rebellion threatens humanity's safety. A total mobilization order for the martial world is activated, targeting the heavenly demon cult. At the tavern, the owner Wang doesn't believe the alert, as it was a measure only used when facing the universe's extinction. He worries about the presence of any sect member at the inn and discovers that the commander of the Red Wolf unit is having dinner there. Wang's subordinates ask if they should kick the customer out and close the tavern. They realize that this would make them traitors. They decide they need to eliminate the commander and inform the government, surrounding him immediately. Because of the alert, any individual or cult considered a traitor becomes an enemy of humanity and must be eliminated. Anyone who ignores the warning risks being treated as a traitor too. Meanwhile, Adam continues with the dilemma of whether or not to kill the girl in front of him. Athena sees the moment as a chance and attacks, but the strike has no effect. He kicks the stone she was pretending to be, showing that disguise techniques don't work. He claims he wouldn't hurt her and asks her to leave. Getting no answer, he simply carries her. The girl returns to her original form and asks him to let her go, but the man keeps carrying her in his arms and says he'll only put her down when they arrive. Athena thinks he looks familiar, as if she had seen him before. Reading her mind, Adam says that she didn't feel familiarity because of the hologram from the previous night. He points out that even though both were male and non-human, they were very different. The proof of this was Athena's estrogen level the previous night, making her shout for Adam to put her down immediately. The duo finally arrives at the orphanage, and Athena finds 4 small children. When analyzing them, she finds nothing in the database, and Adam concludes that the search is useless. Without a record, it was as if the children had never existed to the government. Athena considers that not having a record and not existing are very different things. Then, she tries to get genetic information, but also finds no results. Elsewhere, the Black Tiger sees the alert about the heavenly demon cult's treason and asks his subordinates if they got an answer. A subordinate says the human government declared the order legit and warned that asking questions could mean treason. The alert went to all sects except the heavenly demon cult. It demanded treating the cult as an enemy and wiping them out right away. That was the worst possible timing for the warning. The group was right in front of one of the cult's ships. Lee asks the Eye if stopping the war means taking out the emergency committee members. They were the conspirators who would start it. The Eye clarifies that human desire caused the war. The committee was just a temporary manifestation. Eliminating them would only delay the conflict. The creature wanted Lee to reduce the war to a local scale. This would prevent humanity's destruction. The damage would be worse with balanced opposing forces. The balance of power had to break before the conflict spread, even if it meant a one-sided massacre. Right then, So-Ha approaches the captain's body. The heavenly demon's soul tells her to stop before she does something she'll regret. The girl tells the soul to shut up. She touches the captain's shoulder and teleports to where Lee and the Eye are. The heavenly demon asks if this is what the creature really wants. The Eye turns its attention to So-Ha. It reveals the girl is the cause of that power balance. She needs to be eliminated for the good of humanity. The Black Tiger's subordinate warns they can't handle fighting the battleship. Their priority should be calling for backup. The leader replies the order is to attack cult members on sight. Hesitating could get the entire Green Forest branded as traitors. The Black Tiger knows it's a suicide mission. He decides to act to stop his homeland from perishing. They went there to celebrate the sect leader's birthday. He says they should give a proper greeting. On the other ship, Yang asks if they managed to contact the vessel ahead. He is the leader of that cult branch. Communications are jammed. Yang finds it weird they're just sitting there, since he told them not to come. A warning light shows target lock. An image of the Black Tiger wishing him a happy birthday broadcasts at the same time. Yang ignores the wishes and tries to figure out the situation. The defense system is about to activate and strike the ship ahead. The Black Tiger says it was always a pleasure doing business and hopes they meet in another life. Yang thinks the whole thing is complete insanity. Right after, the Black Tiger's cannons blast the cult's ship. Despite this, the ship barely takes any damage and quickly preps a counterattack. The Black Tiger remembers he never said goodbye to his mom. He thinks he let her down even in his final moment. Then, his vessel is completely obliterated. On the heavenly demon cult ship, Yang still tries to grasp the reason for the attack and orders his men to gather all evidence. He orders them to send the data to the human government and the Green Forest. He desperately tries to explain what happened, fearing they'll be seen as rebels. But before Yang can do anything else, a new emergency signal goes off. This time, a passing human government ship completely wipes out the cult's vessel. Bernard gets word about the lack of survivors right away. He clearly doesn't like where things are heading. The new director wants to announce that the Green Forest partners ran into the cult's ship and destroyed each other. He hides the government's involvement. He also orders a medal sent to the Green Forest headquarters. Behind Bernard, the former director questions these actions. She warns that many martial artists will die in vain if things keep going like this. She argues the human government is enough to destroy the cult alone. She soon realizes the real plan is to dismantle the entire martial world. Bernard thinks that despite all the talk of sex and traditions, these guys are just thugs who solve everything with their fists. The director believes that, if allowed, they would escalate to blades and then firearms. He doesn't want to tolerate that. Meanwhile, So-Ha stares at the creature. She notices the eye looks the same as before and asks what it did. Lee quickly pulls the girl back and tells her to stay put. He has no intention of letting anyone hurt her. The eye reaffirms that nearly 95% of civilization will be destroyed. It asks if Lee is willing to pay that price just to spare, so his life. Lee replies that every human has their own universe. Forcing a sacrifice for the greater good is just selfish violence. For Lee, the individual and collective universes hold the same value. This makes it unnecessary to hurt So-Ha for the heavenly demon soul. He claims this desire must be overcome by one's own will and promises to help the girl do it, just as he did before. The Eye, however, argues that the soul So-Ha carries is different. It was created by the dark and hidden desires in the human heart. The creature concludes that this soul grows as the desire increases. At that moment, it has already far exceeded what humanity can handle. The heavenly demon's soul had grown too much. A possible awakening in the real world through a vessel would bring impossible results to overcome. Lee didn't know how the creature could be so sure of that or if it had proof. The eye states that its own existence was the proof. They were created as tools to fulfill human desires. Humanity didn't realize that satisfying one desire increased the size of the next one, creating wants they couldn't control anymore. On her ship, Kim tried to drink some tea when she notices her hands shaking. She feels her chest being crushed, as if her heart was broken without her knowing why. Then, an alert arrives. It informs that the human government published a warning about a battle between the heavenly demon cult and the Green Forest, where her son, the Black Tiger, had perished. Tears run down the woman's face in silence. The android serving her asks if she is okay and calls the medical team, while Kim looks at her own wet hands. Meanwhile, Wee, the leader of the heavenly demon cult, arrives at the orphanage alongside Sam. Athena doesn't understand the reason for the visit and checks the order on her hand to eliminate the sect. The duo tries to identify Athena without finding any records, and Sam suggests wiping her out. Wee rejects the idea. He explains that, according to the report, Lee was there, and the woman should have some connection to him. Facing Adam, Wee asks if the boy knew who Lee was. Without getting an answer, he warns that he would do things differently. The leader questions if Adam was there to block his path or if the meeting was a coincidence. Noticing Adam about to draw his sword, Wee understands the answer. Sam steps in front to protect his leader from the imminent attack, but he quickly realizes the opponent's speed, who had charged straight for his real body. With just one strike, Wee interrupts the battle. He says that was enough, noticing how easily the opponent dodged, and asks his identity. Adam answers that they already knew each other from a previous encounter, referring to the fight with Soha. The sect leader claims he had never seen the boy. This makes the android realize that, despite sharing a life, they were divided into bodies with different thoughts. Adam then corrects his statement. He says he met Wee's clone. Noticing the energy difference, he specifies that he had found the clone's main body in a female form. Facing the statement, Wee prepares to strike Adam, who notices how different the leader was from Soha. Meanwhile, the Eye asks Lee to remember when he became a slave to the heavenly demon's soul. He recalls the mountain of bodies he stacked and his own agony coughing his guts out. The creature claims that Soha would one day stand on top of an even bigger pile of corpses. It was up to Lee to decide if that would happen. After that, the Eye disappears, leaving only the heavenly demon's soul in its place. When Adam met the other version of the leader, he felt like he was facing a wall he could never climb. But with Wee, the feeling was different. Despite the opponent's strength, the android knew he could fight him because he was missing something. Feeling humiliated by the conversation, Wee slams into Adam. Then, inside the orphanage, Athena is informed that the war had started and it was best for the android to leave. Facing Lee, the heavenly demon's soul recognizes him and asks if there was something he wanted to know. Lee asks if there was any way to send the entity back to the darkness to free Soha from it. The soul takes over Soha's body. It reveals it had already told Lee its desire was to sleep and rest peacefully in the dark. However, it was woken up every day. Humans had created people who shouldn't exist just to drag it into the light. Every time it was dragged into the light, the demon's soul felt like it was being burned. The entity then tells Lee to go to the sea so it could go back to sleep. If the boy shattered the chains binding it there, the demon could return to the darkness. After that, Lee remembers the Eye wishing to be wiped out. On the orphanage planet, Wee kept fighting Adam. He is surprised by the android's strength. Athena approaches them and tells them to stop the combat. She warns that an alert was issued, making the heavenly demon cult a target. Hearing this, Wee stops the action. He is informed that several cult districts were already attacked. The demon's soul kept saying humans took it from its sleep and brought it to that world. It claims Lee wasn't any different. It notes his screams were the loudest of all. Then Lee remembers his childhood. A cult elder ordered him to kill a wolf pup. The elder claimed the animal would return in a year to rip his throat out if spared. Having no choice, the boy did what the elder commanded. Lee's screams during childhood brought the heavenly demon's soul back to that world. In the deep darkness, the boy looked for the entity and grabbed its hand, but it was also Lee who killed it again by taking his own life. The soul claimed the answer was the same now. Lee argued it returned after he killed it. The entity explains it returned because it wasn't a being. It was a desire humans gave physical form. Now that Lee was made real, he could finally be human once and for all. Looking at the soul, the boy felt the same sensation from it and the Eye. It was as if both were the same thing. At the orphanage, Wee and Sam talk about the human government's order. The order was to eliminate the heavenly demon cult, using the orphanage's existence as an excuse. The elder had warned Sam about this before. The suspicions were confirmed, and the place served to frame the cult as a traitor. To Wee, it didn't seem like a coincidence. The sect became a target for elimination right when he decided to visit the orphanage. This indicated they fell into a carefully prepared trap. The leader orders all sect members to return to their districts and prepare to defend. Sam warns casualties would be even higher if they only defended, since many districts were already destroyed. Wee knew this, but he realized they couldn't fight the entire martial world. Besides, the attack came directly from the human government. Finally, Sam thinks they would return to the sect's headquarters, but the leader thinks that would be the worst place they could go. Outside the orphanage, Athena tries to contact her boss. She can't talk to anyone. All communication networks were hijacked, including the security agents' networks. We knew the warlords were responsible for the interference. The human government didn't have a monopoly on the planet. Then he asks if the Great Elder hears him. The Elder confirms he is listening. He claims things went as expected, and he would try to start a negotiation. Special security agents have exceptional reconciliation skills. Knowing this, Wee asks where Athena would hide in that situation. The girl believes there isn't a place in the universe to hide them from the human government's eyes. However, the leader's intention was just to buy some time. Athena thinks about a viable hideout. She remembers a place the enemies wouldn't dare attack. Meanwhile, on Seryung's ship, Robert asks why they are traveling so fast. The orphanage wouldn't go anywhere. Then they find out the trip's course changed to another planet. The new destination was exactly the place Athena thought to hide. It was a planet owned by the Satoshi family. Not even warlords would dare touch the richest family in the universe. The current terminal operator was a direct descendant, even if he was an abandoned member of the family.